More than a dozen millennia have passed, and today, thanks to the thunder of grief, he will finally open the seal of Dantian. A young man looking down on the city. The mountains can be seen on the horizon, with glimpses of lightning above them. His name is Gu Xuanqian. He would finally be able to break through the qi refining realm, something he had not been able to do for all these millennia. His life and struggles never subside for a moment. His teacher explained to him that one should never give up. The third disciple is Empress Ziwei. She declared that she could no longer suppress him despite her incompetence. The girl explains to the teacher that it's too dangerous. We have to think again. This is the eldest student is the king of 1,000 demons. The second student is the wielder of the dragon shadow sword. 10th disciple Emperor Xiaoyao. Standing on top of this rock, he declared that he had had enough. The young man tells him that some would have been able to break through to the sanctuary long ago, but because of it were doomed to remain on the continent for millennia. They declare that they are willing to improve themselves for a lifetime so that their teacher can break the seal of Dantian. The young man states that he has thoroughly studied all aspects of spiritual and physical perfection. For tens of millennia, he has nurtured the best of the Qingyuan continent. But because of the innate seal on his Dantian, his level froze at the qi refining stage. The young man realized that breaking the seal of lightning was his last chance. He made a decision. Today he would either break the seal or die. He can't delay any longer. He decided to act and went ahead. The apprentice urges his brothers and sisters not to worry. There is no one in the whole world equal to their master's strength. He will still hold out. Whoever rebels against their master will die the most horrible death. The students are very worried about their master. There's no telling how this will end. He doesn't understand if thousands of years of hard work have gone to waste. He will not put up with it. He will rise up. It's been 700 years. A wounded young man stands near the wall, crucified and chained. The young man is alive, but it's very hard for him. Faint moans echo out of him. He's been through the ordeal. A servant asks his mistress what he should do. The young man does not wake up. The mistress told him to forget about that person. Everything that once belonged to the Gu family is now in her hands, and this young man is of no importance. The girl approached the young man. She lifted his head. She wanted to see the expression on his face. His eyes were closed. He was barely breathing. It was obvious that he had no strength left. The girl felt herself the mistress of the situation. This young man was completely dependent on her, and his fate was in her hands. The woman thought that only a fragment of the emperor's book remained. Such sword techniques were completely useless now. She was angry with the young man. How dare he waste her precious time? He was not worthy of her attention. His condition was indifferent to her now. The landlady told her favor to feed this young man himself. He's no longer of any use. The young man was carried to a vacant lot. The chains that bound his limbs remained on his hands and feet. The crows were already circling over him. It seemed that his fate was sealed. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning pierced his head. A charge of electricity passed through the young man's body. The young man immediately opened his eyes. There was a thirst for life in them. He wasn't going to die. That lightning bolt had brought him to his senses. It brought him back into the light. The young man never imagined that he could be reborn in another body. He was lucky that he was able to keep a piece of his soul when his body was almost gone forever. This all happened 700 years later. A piece of his soul finally ended up in the body of one of the Gu family's descendants to awaken his memories of his past life. But the best part is that he came back to life. The seal that had been with him all his life was finally gone. The young man remembers that the Luo family always wanted to get hold of his family's secret sword techniques. In order to protect themselves, the family passed the technique to him so that he could merge with the family. The young man remembered that something incredible had happened on their wedding night. Luo Shengsek took away the technique formula, smashed his dantian, and cut off his refinement. She decided that he should die. She kept him in the dungeon, and every day it was to mock him. It gave her great pleasure. The young man remembered the Gu family. It remained in his memory forever, and it couldn't be erased. The young man decided to play by her rules. He should be able to do that. He knew how to behave. Gu family house. A young girl kneels before the master of the house in the presence of the guards. The girl declares that she does not want to get married. What the elder is going to do is violence. Gu Yuhan's sister. The elder told her that Master Lin had personally come to see her. He valued and respected her. Therefore, she should not reject him. Elder of the Gu Haibo family, Haibo says that he, the elder, and he personally chose this marriage for her. The young girl looks at the elder with tears in her eyes. She realizes that she is doomed. This is going to happen against her will, and she doesn't know what to do. The young master of the Lin family, Lin Ba. The young master says that he didn't come here for the girl's consent. He believes that there is no brave person in the Gu family who can stop him. Limba realizes that this girl treats him badly, but that's the least of his interest. He wants to get what he wants. Sticking out his vile tongue and smirking, Lin Ba uttered that he would take care of this girl from now on. He orders his servants to seize the young lady. The young lady resists and tearfully cries out that she does not want this. Suddenly, the unexpected happened. These servants were defeated, and they got what they deserved. The girl was freed. She closed her eyes. She was scared. She didn't understand what was happening. Mr. Lin's servants were wary. They didn't understand what was going on and who was preventing their master's decision from being carried out. Who it could be. The young man remained in the shadows. You couldn't make out his face. The young man was tossing the stone in his hand. He said that he was wrong who said that no one in the Gu family would resist this fat man. Now we'll see what this groom is all about. Everyone was wary. It begged the question, who broke the established rules? It would cause an imbalance in the family. The light from the full moon illuminated the young man's face, and everyone saw who it was. It was unbelievable that he decided to intervene. The girl, with tears in her eyes, rushed to her brother. She was sobbing and could not believe that anyone could have stood up for her. The young man said he was back, and now he would handle the matter, and asked her to trust him. Limba wondered who it could be. It turned out to be Gu Xuanchen. Now he understood what he had to do. The young bridegroom announced that the young man had been in prison for 2 years, but once he was released, he sought death. The fat man continued, and said that today he was willing to let the young man kneel and watch him and his sister on their marriage bed. Limba stated that he would enjoy it much more if the young man watched the process. It would be a new experience. After saying that, the young man sprang into action. He pulled a sword from the sheath of one of the guards. He didn't even blink an eye. Now the young man was hugging his sister with one arm and holding a cold weapon in the other. It was a different balance of power. The fat man had not expected this turn of events. Sticking out his tongue and poking his ugly belly out, he decided to pounce on the young man. He thought he could do something about it. The young man settled the matter very quickly. That nasty fat groom was lying in a puddle of his own blood in a moment, and there was nothing more he could do about it. The elder in front of whose eyes this bloodshed took place said that Gu Xuanchen had gone mad. The corpses of the groom and his entourage were lying around. The man shouted, "How dare he raise his hand on Mr. Lin?" Now their family could be leveled to the ground. This wasn't supposed to happen. The young man called the elder trash, who plays wolf in front of his own people and whines like a dog in front of others. This asshole made him beg for leniency. The elder shouted that he was not the one who had destroyed their family. Everything he did was for the good of the family. The elder said his guards were of no use. They couldn't handle one man. You have to do everything yourself. The man said that no one dare speak to him so impolitely. He's going to destroy him today, like a lousy sheep. It will be as an apology to Master Lin. The elder had activated the heavenly net technique before attacking. This should have helped him in the battle. The young man knew that he would have to fight Old Man Gu. He couldn't be intimidated by the elder's threats. The young man repelled all of the elder's attacks. He couldn't understand how the young man had such a technique. This is worthy of a supreme master. The confrontation continued. The young man knew he had a lot to do with this old man, but he decided that the man had lived long enough. He had no other choice. Elder Gu thought otherwise. He decided that in this situation, it was time to honor the young man. He would not tolerate such a mess in his house. Gu Xuanchen came here to defend his sister's honor. Therefore, he has no intention of losing. And this fight, he must win. The old man had multiple wounds. He could no longer stand on his feet. He was bleeding from his wounds. He had no strength to continue fighting. Elder Gu fell on his back. His mouth was bleeding. With every drop of blood, he was losing his strength and his life was drained away. The old man lay motionless. The young man pointed his sword toward the guards. They thought that it was impossible. How could Gu Xuanchen defeat the elder? He was currently at the QE refining stage. The third elder asked if he had seen his Emperor's Book. The Emperor's Book is an emperor-level technique created from a person's accumulated martial skills, experience, and spiritual power, helping them break through to the degree of wisdom. The young man knew that the imperial technique cultivated with the Gu family for generations was an ancient sword technique created by a true master of his craft, also known as the creator of the imperial sword. The young man regretted that the formula had not survived to these times in its entirety. Only a fragment of it remained. Because of this, the Gu clan was falling into more and more decline every year. But Gu Xuanchen had just made a breakthrough. The young man thought that perhaps he had found the true formula for his sword. He told the girl that it would soon be over. The young man thought that the fragment from the original owner's mind was similar to the emperor's description of their family. For some reason, after using it, it seemed familiar to the young man. It must be a technique, the work of Xiao Tian's hands. 700 years from now, he'll find traces of his students everywhere. So he was a good teacher. Why only fragments? Isn't that all that has survived to posterity? Having been reborn, he had stored countless secret techniques, including imperial techniques, in his heart. However, the strength of this body was too little. His cultivation level was insufficient, so he could not utilize these techniques to their fullest extent. The young man knew for sure that he had to put an end to this. This must not go on any longer. The third elder told the servants not to stand like statues. Gu Xuanchen understood the true meaning of the family scripture. He was the only one who could become the head of this family. The young man hadn't counted on this turn of events. The servants kneeled before him and said that they were glad to see the young master at home. The young man said that he wouldn't waste time bringing everyone up to date on current affairs, because they already know everything. The servants asked the third elder, did they really recognize Gu Xuanchen as the head of the clan? The young man's actions offended the families of both Lin and Luo. This will not go unpunished in the future. The servant continued, if they recognized him as the head, then all responsibility would fall on his shoulders. If he managed to overcome the difficulties, then they would all be willing to share in his success. The elder continued, and if he fails, would it be bad to use the situation to get rid of him? The servants bowed and said that the elder was very wise, and they would all wait, so that they might know how to proceed. The young lady said her brother was right. If he continues to behave like that, their family will never be bullied again. The girl looked back and gave her brother a grateful look. She knew that now she had a protector who would never leave her. The young man coughed. The girl exclaimed. She noticed that blood was coming out of the young man's mouth. His brother must be hurt, she thought. The young people entered the room. The girl suggested that her brother lie down. We need to see what happened to him. How serious it was. The young man asked the girl to be quieter, so that no one around him would know that he was hurt. The young man thought to himself, this body couldn't even withstand a sword strike. He had to get back to his previous level as soon as possible. The young man knew that he should first temper his body, then turn to practicing true ki, then to channel the flow of energy into the body to refine the spiritual power to raise the level. Above the ascetic stage, there is also the stage of celestial, emptiness of all things, and wisdom. Each stage is divided into two boundaries, and they, in turn, into three stages: the initial middle stage and the highest stage. Gu Xuanchen knew if one could break through the void in the monarch step, one could ascend to the heavens. The young man regretted that for tens of thousands of years in his past life, he had been unable to live a normal life because of some seal. Now that he has gotten this chance, he will definitely make up for the sorrows of his past life and reach the very top. Now his initial task is to harden his body to make his body stronger and improve his level. The girl asked that her brother calm down and watch his breathing. After his injury, he must be careful. The girl turned to her brother. Now that he wasn't feeling well, she would keep an eye on him. She headed for the door. The girl said she would not let anyone disturb her brother and he could rest. No one must know about his injury. This girl is much stronger than she looks, the young man thought, and she's very good at holding herself together. The young man that she was holding. near her. Could it be, the young man thought, that if he hadn't gotten there in time, she might have killed herself? Gu Xuanchen decided for himself that, first of all, he would have to choose this scroll as his main skill. By quickly pumping it up, he would be able to protect himself. The guy knew that he had already passed the Qi purification stage in his past life, but this body was too weak. It's better to choose practices to strengthen the body. He decided to take the practice of the 10 freedoms as his base. That will be his base, and that's what we have to build on. The young man began to meditate. He concentrated and channeled his inner energy to improve his qi. At the end of the motivation came his loud scream, eyes glowing. Energy was bulging outward. He had made a breakthrough. His scream was heard by everyone outside. The column of light coming from the young man was directed toward the sky. His sister saw all of this and realized that his brother had decided to break through from the small spirit realm. He succeeded. The young man realized that this was the purification of qi. The spiritual energy he had tried many times to attract in his past life was finally with him. Xiaoyao clan. The servants lined up to wait for the elder. They all wanted to greet him together and report what happened in his absence. The servant reported to the master that he had arrived, and there was nothing to be done about it. The master accepted the news in silence. The elder stated that this is their patron. The old man said that in the years of their clan's existence, no matter what danger they were in, he had never once been distracted by their calling out. The girl wondered how this person managed to attract attention. The young man said that he had heard that Elder Mo He in the Alliance had accepted a female disciple named Luo Sheng Shui. She was able to break through the minor spirit realms at the age of 18. The old man speculated that she might be a genius sent from the heavens under the mentorship of their patron. The master ordered that a letter be sent to the elder immediately, and to invite Miss Luo, the genius chosen by the patron, to join them. The young man turned to his sister. Could she not look at him like that? It made him uncomfortable. The girl stated that she couldn't be happy about the fact that her brother had finally managed to break through the small spirit realm. The young man thought that in his past life he had been obsessed with finding a way to break the seal. He had no interest in interacting with other people, and now he had a sister. The young man thought it was a nuisance. A servant came to the young man and told him to have people come to him with a question, and they must be admitted. Gu Shenshen said that his sister can go. He needed to have a talk. The girl agreed and left. The man said, "Just now, Ms. Luo arrived at the Xiaoyao clan with the help of Elder Mo He. In addition, the elder had placed the Xiaoyao clan's order on the Luo family's house." The young man told them to get up. He thought to himself that it was the fox that was jumpy. The man said it's not about Ms. Luo. It's about the Xiaoyao order. It guarantees absolute protection. Even the emperor's family deciding to visit the Luo family would have to ask permission. The young man was surprised. So what? Since they crossed Mr. Lin's path, the only thing they can count on is the Luo family's help. But Ms. Luo got a unilateral divorce. The man finished that now Gu's family is isolated and helpless and can only rely on their own strength. The young man, finishing his tea, flashed his eyes. Then so be it. The man shouted that they had discussed it earlier and now wanted to ask for his permission to pass on the full form of the sword technique to the family. The young man interrupted him half-heartedly. Gu Shenshen shouted at the man. Since when did they think they had the right to make such decisions? He's the elder of the clan now. It's his prerogative. The man decided that this was the middle stage of the small spirit realm. It was evident by his determination. Gu Shenshen declared that the Luo family must be destroyed. Elder Luo must die. If they don't want to take part in this, they can leave the Gu family. The man became angry. He didn't understand how this brat was able to reach the middle of the small spirit realm in one day. He didn't understand what had happened to him. He wanted to push him into a rash war with his family and reap the rewards of his decisions. But now, if he allowed him to do so, his plan to seize power within the family might fail. The man stated that since it had been too short a time since his breakthrough, he was willing to take his advice. The people have decided to rebel. It's better to capture him and hand him over to the Luo family. Maybe they can use him to show them some favor. Maybe he would still be useful to them. The man decided that by doing this, he could regain his power, killing two birds with one stone. He declared that Gu Xuanchen Even with the knowledge of the true sword technique formula, he had barely broken through the little realm. The man decided that perhaps he had been hasty in giving up his seat. The second elder decided, for the sake of the Gu family's future, to personally teach the young man a lesson. Gu Shenchen said for them to attack faster, because he's in a hurry. The warriors didn't know whether to obey their master or attack the young elder, but they had to make a choice. The man called his servants a bunch of cowards. So what if their elder has grasped the true formula? Without it, he's just an ordinary man, nothing more. Gu Xuanshen said that in his opinion, these people are just smarter than his brother, and they are doing the right thing. The man began to doubt that the elder would be able to resist them. After all, he is but one man, and nothing more than an ordinary man. The young man's eyes sparkled. He said they dared not doubt his power, and that he had made a breakthrough. The clash took place after all. Some people obeyed one brother, some people obeyed another brother, and the warriors fought each other. Gu Xuanchen was invincible. He was untouched by other people's weapons. His inner energy had burst out, and that's what everyone saw. In the end, it turned out that his brother and the men who followed him lost and were killed. It was for the edification of others. The elder said that his spiritual power is just fine. He feels like a different person. The young man said to collect all the corpses and get them out of here. The rest, he's willing to spare. And that's an order from a clan elder. His brother and his minions were defeated. Their sister saw the outcome of the battle. She was upset. After all, it was her brother. The servants decided to speak to the lady. The bravest one made a request to her. The girl pulled out her dagger. The servant said she shouldn't get her hands dirty. But the girl could not be held back. Her anger and rage burst forth. She swung her dagger left and right. The girl said her brother was too generous. But she's not. And in the future, if anyone dares to give her brother the same fate will befall them. The girl said, wiping the blood off her dagger, that she would personally deal with such people. The servants were frightened and began to shout that they would never betray their elder, and everyone swore allegiance to the Gu family and the elder. Everyone decided that the elder's sister was a real monster. The girl said she wasn't done. She added that she wouldn't want her brother to know about what happened here. It would be their little secret. When the young lady was left alone, she cried, because she was a fragile girl who had lost her nerve. Yuhan reassured herself. She told herself that she could do it. Her brother told her that she shouldn't cry. Her brother had a lot of things to do right now. She must be a reliable support for him, and she can't let anyone bother him in the future. Young people walking in the city, good weather. The young man wondered what these immortality pills were. This is one of the most important places on the continent. This hall has many branches throughout the continent. The best alchemists work here. They sell and buy elixirs and various resources to cultivate medicinal materials. A young man was approached by a stranger. She asked if there was anything she could do to help him. The young man said that he wanted to sell the recipe for the immortality pill. He thought that if he wanted to improve his strength faster, taking the pill was definitely the best option. The girl invited the young man to follow her. She would take him where he needed to go. People saw that it was Gu Xuanchen. What is he doing here? Everyone thought. Someone said that he came here with the recipe for the immortality pill. How could a person like him obtain something like this? The hall mistress, Qing Yue, greeted the young man. She asked what she had come to see her about. The girl was busy. The young man said that he brought the girl something for expert appraisal. It's very valuable. The girl opened the prescription and read it. She was an expert in such matters. The composition given in the recipe for the preparation of the pill interested her very much. It was original. It was like nothing she had ever seen before. The girl decided to manipulate and told the young man what she thought of this recipe. The hostess of the hall declared that this recipe was worthless, no more than the value of the paper it was written on. The young man was surprised at that. The hostess said it couldn't be called a recipe, because she hadn't heard of the ingredients listed here. The girl continued. She said that the young man was kicked out of Luo Shengshui's house. Therefore, he decided to come here, to deceive everyone here and make a fool of himself. The young man said that the girl was ignorant herself for not being able to recognize such an elementary recipe. Apparently, the title of Anjan's alchemist was nothing. The girl didn't like that. She said if the young man was so sure of himself, Maybe he would dare to fight her. She was used to settling matters that way, and added that this vile misogynist dared not treat her with contempt. The young man agreed to fight this girl. He was afraid he would have no place to practice alchemy, but this girl, unbeknownst to him, served him well. The hall mistress said that their equipment was capable of producing high-quality pills and elixirs. She and a young man will be making second-order refractive spirit pills now. The winner would be determined by the quality of the pills. The young man knew that the second-order pill was usually taken by a warrior. It helps one directly break through from the small spiritual realm to the heavenly realm. This kind of pill would definitely be of use to the young man. Such a improved special purified fire. It didn't even require any special effort. The young man knew this for sure. The young man decided to use his fire control technique. He had been very good at it in his previous life. He hoped that those skills had been preserved. The young man started a fire under the stove. The flame was getting hotter. The furnace was already red hot. Gu Shencheng felt that the fire was still weak. He should turn up the heat to achieve the desired effect. To do so, the young man had to connect his internal meridians and intensify the power of the fire. He had succeeded. The flames grew to unbelievable proportions. This furnace had never experienced anything like it. The temperature was unbelievable. The young man didn't stop there. He decided that this wasn't enough either. He decided that this was not enough either. In another room, the mistress of the hall was trying to fan her stove, but she wasn't very good at it. She wondered why the fire in her stove was so weak today. She could definitely lose the bet. You can't make a proper pill with a flame like that. In the next room, it turned out that the boiler exploded. No one expected that. The girl heard an explosion, looked around, saw smoke. She thought something had happened. Something must have gone wrong with the young man. The hostess entered the room where the owner was and asked what was going on here. She did not like what she saw. Tao Hai, the master of the Immortality Pill Hall, was in the room. He said that it was all over. The girl rushed towards him in horror. In front of the hall, master was a ruined furnace. The man regretted that all his herbs were gone. He had worked so hard to obtain fourth-grade materials. The girl couldn't understand why her fire was so weak. The girl thought that if she took the ingredients from Gu Xuanchen's recipe, could anything be possible? The hallmaster said they were fourth-grade herbs. How could the girl know about them? She's a level 1 alchemist. She shouldn't touch those herbs. The man asked if the girl had found the recipe for the ancient pill. He thinks that with this recipe, the 4th level purification can be accomplished. The girl was amazed. Could it really be level 4? The man said, judging by the look on the girl's face, she was in an argument with someone again. He had warned her long ago that meeting someone better than herself was in order. If she continued to rely on the name of the best alchemist in Anyang, she would be insulting her master. The girl noticed that that guy was good for nothing. Even if he had such a recipe, he wouldn't be able to realize it as well as she did. The girl tried to use her fire technique. Once again, the hallmaster looked at what she had going on. The fire was still low. She was clearly having a hard time. The young one especially tried her best. Immortality Pill Hallmaster. Tao Hai said that he couldn't handle the fire and the cauldron was torn apart. He was told it didn't just happen to him. This seemed to happen to everyone who was creating pills and building a fire under the stove at that moment. The alchemists were afraid of what might have happened, why their furnaces were exploding, why the fire wouldn't start. Something caught the man's attention. He told the girl to look over there. It was something unusual. The girl looked at Gu Xuanchen's furnace and couldn't believe it. What had happened to his fire? It was unbelievable. How can fire be so strong, the girl thought. She had never seen such a thing in this pavilion or in her life. Immortality Pill Hall. Master Tao Hai said, it wasn't that the fire source was depleted, but that he had concentrated all of its power at his cauldron with a special technique. The alchemists made their way to the young man's room. They were very interested in his abilities and accomplishments. What they saw amazed them very much. Gu Shenchen has created something unparalleled, and it was invented in their furnace. The young man said his life no longer belonged to him. The girl asked the master, "Are these second-order pills?" The master confirmed, and he said that they say that most second-order pills are said to be vastly superior to third-order pills in their effectiveness. This was the first time he had ever seen someone who purified them with such ease. This guest truly turned out to be a master of his craft. The young man stated that he was no longer afraid of death, and he is ready to give his life for a good cause. The girl snatched up her dagger, declared that she really wasn't afraid of death. If the man won this battle, she would give him her life. Immortality Pill Hall Master Tao Hai shouted for the girl not to do that and stopped. Tao Hai, using his inner resources, forced the girl to drop the dagger. She screamed in fear, but she didn't realize her plan. The man grabbed the girl, walked over to Mr. Gu and said that he was the teacher of this ignorant girl, and he apologizes on her behalf for being so rude. The girl told the teacher not to ask this young man. Tao Hai told her to shut up, and not to interfere when a man is talking. It was all her fault, and now he has to deal with it. The young man said it was Tao Yun's technique. Who is he to him? They must be related. The man said he was his ancestor, and wondered if anyone knew his ancestor. The young man said that Tao Yun was a rank 10 alchemist. Why would a man in his 40s only be a rank 3 alchemist? Tao Hai said that the knowledge left behind by his ancestor has been lost over time. He may be his descendant, but his knowledge of him is only superficial, and he is ashamed of it. The young man said that he had once owed his ancestor a debt. A long time ago, they had known each other. The young man put his fingers to the man's forehead and said that today he intended to repay his debt. Tao Hai wondered, could this young man in the past really know my ancestor? The young man kept his fingers pressed tightly against the pavilion master's forehead. Energy oozed through his fingers straight into the man's head. It was a transfer of knowledge. Tao Hai was gaining full knowledge of his ancestor at this moment. Clarity was coming into his mind, and the amount of information had greatly increased. After the process of imparting knowledge, the man's hair became frizzy. He thanked Mr. Gu. He realized that one had to reach at least the 5th level of alchemy to use such a technique. The man wondered if this young man was really an ancient master. You can't tell from his appearance. He looks like a person who doesn't know anything in life yet. How can that be? The young man said that when he was young, they didn't know each other, but when he started to be mocked because of his chi practices, Tao Yun stood up for him. The man said that a collection of ignoramuses are only capable of discussing and judging people behind their backs. The young man said that he had now paid his debt, but he had never imagined that his descendants would be so weak. The young man turned to Tao Hai, and then the girl intervened and shouted, "If he wants to kill, let him kill." The young man slapped her not hard and told her to come to her senses. Nobody's going to kill her. The girl was screaming, why did the young man just hit her? That wasn't in the terms of their bet. That's violence. The young man said that just because her teacher spoiled her, it didn't mean that others should do the same. The girl is 20 years old and is only a level 2 alchemist. That's not something to be proud of. If it wasn't for her master, she would have paid for her arrogant behavior a long time ago. Immortality Pill. Hall Master Tao Hai thanked the master for the lesson. The girl was very surprised. She hadn't heard of any lesson. Master Gu didn't understand why this man was messing around with this girl. The young people went outside. There they saw fireworks. The young man knew that this was a technique of the Gu family. If someone in their family dies or is born, they use this technique to give a sign to all the clan members. The young man wondered what could have happened. What could have happened to his family members? Gu family home. A villain with a sword holds a servant by the hair and asks in a menacing voice where Gu Xuanchen is now. The servant says he doesn't know and asks to be spared. Everyone who was around at that moment was splattered with blood. The villain did not spare the servant. The aliens didn't know what to do. Everyone in the house is silent. No one wants to give away their master. The head of the Lin family said to kill everyone one by one. Someone will crack. He needs to find that obnoxious young man. Sister Gu was presented with a dagger, but they said they won't kill her. She would still be useful. It was hard for the girl. The elder said that Pa Eru likes this girl. Therefore, there are special plans for her. This girl will have a posthumous marriage. This is Elder Lin's decision. There were many members of the Lin clan in the Gu family's house. All of them were armed. It was an armed attack. It was planned in advance. The young man found out what had happened. He was furious. He was coming home and he knew what he was going to do. He decided that today, the Lin family will no longer exist in the city, and that is his final decision. The girl was having a hard time. She called her brother. She hoped that he would be able to save her this time. There was no one else to hope for. The young man came home. Elder Lin said he finally came back. They had been waiting for him for a long time. It was reported to Elder Lin that the young man was in the middle of the heavenly spirit realm. The old man was surprised. He knew that before the young man had left home, his level had not exceeded a small realm, and he didn't understand how the young man was able to break through like that in such a short period of time. As soon as he got home, he realized who the traitor was in his clan, and he dealt with him first. The elder realized he was facing a serious opponent, and the conversation would not be easy. The young man said with burning eyes that he would always deal with traitors like this. The members of the Lin clan bared their swords and stood in defense, eager to protect their head. The elder shouted for everyone to step back. He wanted to deal with that rascal himself. The old man's eyes blazed with anger. The old man used the sword technique of the leader of the princes. It was his favorite technique. The young man was as calm as ever. The young man had no problem reflecting the old man's blows. He said, how could the old man dare to appear in front of him with such terrible fighting skills? The young man wielded his sword and forced his opponent to retreat. The old man was nervous. Things were not going according to his plan. The young man was not only great in defense, he was also great in attack. The elder found it harder and harder to hold back the young man's attack. He couldn't understand why this was happening. He obviously didn't expect that he would have such a serious opponent today. Elder Lin couldn't understand why the young girl's attack blows were getting more and more. Where does she get so much energy from? He decided it was all a ploy by the young man, and he shouted that he would take his life anyway. And once again he went on the attack. The guy, with burning eyes and hatred on his face, also decided to attack his opponent. The young man shouted that he was suggesting that the old man drop his sword. Perhaps then he would spare him. The old man ignored the young man's words, and everyone around him was splattered with blood. The young man's blade turned purple. The old man was seriously wounded. The girl who was watching this fight, looking at her brother, said in surprise that this was a skill of the Xiaoyao clan. Only the elders of that clan can use such a practice. The members of the Lin clan kept shouting to protect their head and were ready to rush at the young man again. The young man indiscriminately began to deal with the rest of his opponents. Blades, body parts, and blood spatters flew in different directions. The servants of the elders covered their master with their bodies and shouted for a quick retreat. The young man, looking at his bloodied rival, said he would not be able to escape the massacre. Gu Shenchen said that it was too late to retreat. There was determination in his eyes. He was determined to see this matter through to the end. The master had destroyed all the opponents. At the ruins of the house the next day, a familiar alchemist appeared and said that they had heard that the young man's clan was in trouble, so he sent his alchemist warriors to help. The man looked carefully and saw the outcome of yesterday's battle. The young man walked over the corpses of his rivals and said there was no trouble. That's ridiculous. Everyone was just amazed that one man could do all this, how he had so much power. The Gu family members untied the ropes on their hands that the Lin clan had tied them with. Tao Hai said he saw the distress signal and immediately sent his men to support the Gu family. But he didn't expect Mr. Gu to handle everything personally. Not only was the young man an alchemist, but he was also peerless in martial arts. This shocked him. Hai said to urgently send all the injured family members to their pavilion for treatment. Tao Hai said that Mr. Gu is a great man with his own secrets that no one should know about. Sister Gu ran up to her brother. She asked if he was all right. The girl was very worried. The young man said he was fine. The girl clung to her brother and said, "Thank God." She will always be nervous when her brother fights, and she doesn't know how to help him in that case, but she always believes in him. The girl asked why the brother had used this particular technique during the battle with the head of the Lin family. The girl wondered if he and that Miss Lin were still together. If so, she would never forgive him. The young man was surprised by his sister's question. Tao Hai explained to the young man, the girl had been accepted as a disciple by Elder Mo He of the Xiaoyao clan. Therefore, his sister wanted to know why he possessed this practice. Could it be that it was Miss Luo who taught him? Gu Shenchen asked what was the connection between the Xiaoyao clan and this technique. Could it be that this technique had passed to that clan? Tao He explained that 3,000 years ago, Emperor Xiaoyao had founded the clan on a mountain that was once the place with the strongest energy. That was why the clan had become one of the most powerful clans. The young man said he was aware of this. The young man thought that he was the one who had chosen the name for the clan. He was the one who owned the formation. That was why he was using it now. In those days, everyone thanked the young man for this formation. He received this formation then from the elder. Tao Hai continued that 700 years ago, the emperor disappeared mysteriously right after his ascension. Therefore, the enemies of the clan had come to take revenge. Without a leader, the Xiaoyao clan grew weaker and weaker. In the end, they were forced to retreat the borders of the wasteland, and this place is now called the land of the Xiaoyao clan. The young man somehow didn't know that the modern Xiaoyao clan was the descendants of that very clan. The young man thought that something had happened to the Xiaoyao clan the moment he tried to break the seal. If it wasn't for him, his clan wouldn't have been in such distress. The young man decided that he would lead this clan to prosperity once again. The guy asked if Sheng Xue had a younger brother. Tao Hai confirmed. His name is Luo Tao, and he is known for his atrocities, and no one dares to oppose him because he has great power in his hands. The young man decided that this power would soon be gone. He would put an end to it. Apparently, this Mo. He is just mediocre since he granted the Xiaoyao clan's protection to the Luo family. We need to fix this immediately. The young man, running away, said to deal with all the wounded, and he still had things to do. All the people of Anyang must realize what will happen to them if they oppose the Gu family. Everyone congratulates the head of the family on receiving the order of protection. And now they're safe. The head of the family said they were very kind to him. A man was brought a gift. It was ginseng, which had been specially sent to a distant land. He thought the gift would be to his liking. Suddenly, the doors to the manor burst open with a crash. Elder Luo jumped up angrily and shouted who dared to do this. He was not to be disturbed on such a day. Gu Xuanchen appeared as an uninvited guest. He said that the place was lively. He introduced himself and said that he also had a gift. The young man confirmed that he had a special gift for head Luo, and he threw the younger Luo to the ground and stepped on him with his foot. The elder shouted for Gu Xuanchen to immediately release his son. The man was furious. Everyone shouted for Gu Xuanchen to immediately let the young man go and not go crazy. The Luo family is under the protection of the Xiaoyao order, and they cannot be threatened. The members of the Luo clan surrounded Gu Xuanchen. They were outraged that the alien had so brazenly torn into their territory. The clan head declared if the young man did not release his son now, he would make his life agonizing. He is ready to cut it off at once. The young man stated that the last person who tried to threaten him had turned to ashes, and he was used to being threatened. Gu Xuanchen said that his gift did not please the clan head. In that case, he was willing to do things differently, said the young man, and lifted the clan master's son's collar. The young man's eyes sparkled. He was ready to take drastic measures. It was obvious to him that no one could stop him. Gu Xuanchen lifted the young man up and punched him in the chest with all his might. The blow was so strong that blood gushed out of his mouth. The young man's father cried out in horror. His eyes were filled with horror, pain, and despair. He realized that at this moment he could not protect his son. The head of the Luo clan lunged at the offending clan member. He was ready to destroy him. All he needed to do at that moment was to free his son. Gu Xuanchen left the young man bleeding. His father took him in his arms. He asked, "What is going on with you?" The young man, enduring the pain, said with tears in his eyes that he had a problem with his dantian and his perfection was undermined. The Luo clan head shouted with rage. How could Gu Xuanchen do this to his son? The young man had nothing to do with this at all. Gu Xuanchen said that he had nothing to do with it either. Elder Luo himself had presented him a gift on a platter, but the young man only helped him. The warriors told their master to stop talking to the offender. They would now bring his head. The men had an aggressive attitude. Their weapons were visible. Gu Xuanchen said that they wouldn't be able to handle their level of development. It was better for them to keep their heads down. Clan Chief Luo said that Gu Xuanchen wouldn't be able to destroy his family. No one here will let that happen. The man added that with his skills, he wouldn't even be able to accomplish this in 100 years. And now he would be finished. Elder Luo shouted, "No one dares to insult his family and disrespect the Xiaoyao order. Promise not to leave a piece of flesh from his abuser, and lunged at the young man with a desire to kill him. The young man stated that with his level, it was really quite problematic to fight against 1,000. He has another plan. The man said he is not performing today without a trump card in his pocket. The treasure his rivals hope to protect will be the weapon that will bring them down. Gu Shenchen prepared to confront the Luo clan master. The young man said he had plans for their family. He decided today, destroy their family completely, and they will all disappear today. The young man took out a golden amulet with a red gemstone that should help him now. He raised it high above his head, and that powerful one glowed, releasing a large amount of energy. Everyone in the neighborhood wondered how this was possible. Could he really control the Xiao Yao order granted to the Luo family? The head of the Luo clan attacked the young man and asked him how he knew the formula of the order. He replied that there were many things in the world that he didn't know about, including this one. The man was shouting that he had to deal with the bastard as soon as possible. It was a call to his subordinates. The servants, armed with swords, pounced on the young man. He confidently repelled the attack, and the enemies flew in all directions. Gu Xuanchen left no chance for the Luo family to escape. His aggression level was off the charts. He was fierce and ruthless. Family members cried out for help, wounded warriors scattering to the sides. The dead were lying everywhere. Gu Xuanchen did not spare anyone. The place where the celebration had been held a short while ago was nothing but ashes, and the Luo clan leader looked on. Above all of this, Gu Xuanchen towered over. The master of the house thought, how come, not only was this guy able to activate the order, but he was also able to utilize high-level attack information. Gu Xuanchen walked close to his opponent sitting on the ground. The enemies came face to face and looked into each other's eyes. The young man turned to the elder. He was completely calm and confident. The young man said he had one piece of advice he wanted to give. The young man said that even after reincarnation, he wouldn't recommend contacting the Gu family. The consequences would be disastrous for them. The young man lifted his opponent and gave him a fatal blow to the chest. His opponent's blood splattered in all directions. Elder Luo let out a gasp. The man fell to the ground, his eyes rolled back. Blood was gushing from his mouth. All the survivors began to apologize to Mr. Gu, and they all declared that from now on, they would recognize the young man as the head of the Gu clan. Gu Xuanchen said that he would give them half an hour of time to put the place in order, and then he won't kill them. That's how Master Gu dealt with the Luo clan, and everyone in the circle became aware of it. The young man received a report that after raiding the Lin and Luo families, a total of 70 spirit stones, 62 second-level medicinal pills, 94 units of second-level medicinal herbs, and many weapons had been obtained. The man wondered if this young man had actually decided to destroy the Luo family. In addition, the representatives of the 8 major families asked the head to pay Anyang's taxes. It seems that the young man has also lured powerful families to his side. It looks like this city will belong to the Gu family for the foreseeable future. The young man said that the hidden danger of Anyang had been eliminated. He entrusts the affairs of this city to the second elder and Yu Han. The girl asked where my brother was going now, if there was anything she could do to help him. Xiao Yao clan. One fish from the Luo clan did slip through the nets. Gu Shenchen decided that he needed to give all the trash a good cleaning. The girl asked why her brother suddenly decided to go there. Could he have anything in common with them? The young man replied whether his sister knew that all these years she had not been able to practice at all, not because of her poor health. It was because of a chaotic celestial body in the sky. Tao Hai heard this and was surprised. If the legend was to be believed, wasn't this chaotic celestial body not the most suitable body for cultivation? The young man said that there was still, if a cultivator couldn't activate his abilities with one of the 9 great spiritual treasures. The young man added that spiritual power wouldn't be able to flow quietly through the meridians of the soul and wouldn't be internalized. But once activated, the cultivator's potential would be an order of magnitude higher than ordinary warriors. Gu Xuanchen replied to his sister that he had a lot of things to do right now, and he couldn't endlessly protect her. The young man said that this time he was going to the Xiao Yao clan. He would find a treasure that would help the girl discover her abilities as soon as possible, so that she could protect herself in the future. The girl was moved. Tears came to her eyes. She hugged her brother and told him that he cared for her very much. The young man wondered when this girl would stop crying and hugging him. Tao Hai said, He didn't think the Xiaoyao clan would give up their treasures easily. He asked the young man to be careful. Gu Shenshin told them not to worry. He has a way to make them give up the treasure peacefully, without fighting. The young man reached Mount Qiandang. It was not an easy journey. The young man listened to himself. He could not be mistaken. Even now, he could feel the remnants of spiritual vibrations here. The young man didn't expect the fluctuating spiritual power to be so weakened. It took him a long time. At the foot of the mountain, a young man found a locked cave in the rock. He went to a large rock and recited a spell to open the cave. There was a structural change near the entrance to the cave. The young man was in control of it all. His thoughts were clear, and he knew what he should do next. The stone gate swung open, and before the young man stood the entrance to the cave. A glow was visible in the depths of the cave. The young man went there. Gu Shenshin rushed straight into the depths of the cave. Nothing could stop him. The warriors standing in the way couldn't be an obstacle. After overcoming the cave, the young man emerged from the other side of the mountain. What he saw was the destination of his journey. It was the Xiaoyao clan's estate. Our hero assessed the situation. He looked around at the surrounding area so that he would know all the escape routes in case of emergency. He was interested in everything about the location of the estate. The young man noticed that there was a lot of spiritual energy in the vicinity, and this place is predisposed for cultivation. The young man knew that he wouldn't have to worry about a lack of spiritual energy later on in this place. The man turned to the young man. "Is it okay to use an ancient mythical beast as a guardian of the clan?" The young man told the man to give it a try. It would be the right thing to do. The man replied that he didn't care. The man replied to the master that this ancient tree would bear fruit in 3,000 years, and he thanked him. The young man only smirked in response. The huge dragon was right outside the Xiaoyao clan's estate. The young man gave him a very tidbit of land. He hoped he wouldn't disappoint his followers by coming back here in 100 years. Otherwise, he'd be in trouble. Gu Shenshin arrived on the spot. He was determined and bold, and now he was ready to act. There was another guardian. It was a water dragon. He had an equally intimidating appearance. He was just as aggressive, and he felt like a master of his element. It was a disciple of the Xiaoyao clan, Mo Kuanyan. The girl wielded her sword skillfully, as befitted any warrior of the Xiaoyao clan. Her gaze was confident. The girl moved around the water dragon like a stream of wind. She had time to be everywhere. She didn't leave the dragon no chance. The girl was a master of her sword. At some point, the dragon managed to seize the initiative. The girl lost her sword and started falling down. Already at the ground, Gu Shenshin picked her up in his arms. Their gazes met. In this situation, the girl seemed defenseless, and the young man turned out to be the one she needed at this moment. The young man asked if all the disciples of the Xiaoyao clan were as strong as the girl. The young man decided to show the girl how to handle a sword. He told her to watch what he was doing. Gu Shenshin rushed towards the water dragon. He wanted to teach it a lesson. The young man decided to apply his style to fight this monster. The dragon's eyes shone. He turned around and headed towards his new opponent. His jaws were wide open. The girl, looking at all this, was very surprised. How could this young man know their clan's technique? It was classified information. The young man behaved aggressively towards the water monster. He used a turnover of qi energy and yang energy. The young man knew that qi should be used to control the wind currents, and the sword would move on its own. Even in the water, the warrior felt like he was in his own environment. The young man taught the girl a lesson. His sword technique was the same as hers, but his skill was much higher. The girl was amazed. The young woman was very excited by what she saw. She rushed towards the young man. The young man paid attention to her. The girl had questions she wanted to ask this guy. When did he learn how to master this technique? But now, with enough spiritual energy, he can help others improve. The boy had been stuck at the same level for years, and now he felt the energies of wind and sword pass through him. At one time, the master had told him that despite the sect's distance from the rest, some of its disciples were practicing especially hard, and the day they would come out, the Xiaoyao clan would regain its past might. The girl ran up to the young man, bowed to him, and said she thanked him for his wisdom. and skill. The young man asked if a female disciple named Lu Shengxue had recently been accepted into their sect. And where is she now? The girl said that she and the other masters had done a lot to make them occupy this blessed land for practicing. The girl thought that this young man was one of the hermits patronized by Elder Luo. The young man wondered if this girl had become an elder right away. The young man wondered if this girl had become an elder right away. The young man asked how many people were currently in the clan. The girl replied that there were 7 elders, more than 100 official disciples who were in charge of the clan's affairs. The young man asked if there were still guards calling the students together. The girl answered in the affirmative. She thought to herself that this young man even knew about the mountain guards. The young man was moving towards the direction of that sect's manor. The girl followed him. The young man picked up speed. The girl kept up with him. The youngster thought that she was trying very hard, but she couldn't keep up with him. His spiritual level isn't that high, but his fast movement skill is above average. The girl thought that initially she didn't notice anything special about him, but now he was using a technique that exceeded all of hers. The girl decided that she would try to meet all the expectations of the young man, so they kept hopping along behind each other. This was the usual technique of traveling in those days. The young man thought that he used to be able to jump over a mountain and cross a river in 2 strides. Now he thought he was moving slower than a turtle. The young man thought that after taking the spirit pill, he had used his refinement method, increasing its effectiveness tenfold. Even though the speed of practicing wasn't that fast, it was better to accumulate enough energy and lay a solid foundation. The girl yelled for the young man to wait for her. The boy thought that in any case, this girl must have figured it out by now. If things continued like this, he could take her as his apprentice. The girl hurried after the young man, and she realized that she couldn't miss him. She needed him very much. The young man stopped and waited for the girl. She approached and thanked him, called him master. After waiting for the girl, the young man turned around, walked on. The girl asked him to wait. He said she should work on her sword technique and her agility first, and let her wait for him here. The girl said that the Xiaoyao clan's ban didn't apply to her. She can come and go as she pleases. Gu Xuanchen approached close to the manor. The girl continued to follow him. The young men approached the Chenlin River. The boy noticed that the spiritual energy in this place had weakened a lot. The young man stopped and began to use his skills by altering spiritual energy. These practices had helped him before. Now they had reached the Lingyin Temple. The Lingyin Temple is made of a special spiritual energy crystal. The spiritual power in it is inexhaustible. It is a real boon for any cultivator. Compared to the past, the spiritual energy of this place has been greatly depleted. But this place is still better than any other place. The young man continued that with his help, the Xiaoyao clan's disciples could raise their level in the shortest possible time. Suddenly, he heard his companion warn of danger. It turns out they were being followed. The girl got into a fight with a young man who discovered the couple. There was more than one stalker. There were many of them, and they recognized the girl as a disciple of the Xiaoyao clan. The warriors told the girl that she had lost her mind. How could she allow a stranger to violate their boundaries and destroy the source of their spiritual power? The girl defending the young man said that the master used a special technique to move. It proves the fact that he is one of them. The warriors told her not to talk about the stranger like that. The warrior leader was surprised and snorted when he heard the girl call the young man master. He told the girl to come to her senses and to take off her eyes. The warrior said that this young man was the most ordinary cultivator with a mediocre level of spiritual power. He couldn't possibly be a master. Maybe the girl for selfish purposes allowed him to cross their borders, and now they were having a private meeting. At the same moment, the young man who said that started bleeding. The rest of the warriors didn't realize anything yet. What happened? Gu Shenshen gave the girl her sword. It was bloody. With this sword, he had just cut off his opponent's tongue. It happened very quickly and no one had time to notice. The young man said that a blind, unintelligent warrior like him didn't need a tongue. Everyone decided that this insolent man must be dealt with immediately. How could he have the nerve to attack warriors in their territory? The bloodthirsty warriors shouting for him to die rushed at the young man. He had to fend off the attack alone. With the words, "What a horror," Gu Xuanchen drew his sword and engaged the enemy. Their numerical superiority could not stop him. He wielded his sword left and right. The enemy was flying in different directions. The young man was like lightning, striking his targets. The leader of these warriors, who was left without a tongue, couldn't understand why they couldn't handle one man. He was told that the man was too strong. If this continues, they may all die. Their resources are dwindling. The ringleader shouted as best he could in his situation for the remaining warriors to capture the enemy alive. They need him, preferably alive, but dead is fine too. He crossed into their territory illegally. The squad leader said that these warriors, mountain guards, and they must be willing to give their lives to fulfill the order. The commander of the guards decided to go one-on-one with the young man. A girl stepped between them and told him to back off and not be so impulsive. This young man's techniques are strong and unpredictable. If he loses his temper, he won't spare any of those left unharmed. The commander of the guards said, "Have they forgotten their own duty?" He ordered this enemy to be captured immediately, along with this worthless girl. The surviving warriors rushed to the attack with a shout. This was the second wave of attack. They were following the commander's orders. There were two people in the epicenter, a young girl and Gu Xuanchen. The doctor surrounded them and approached the young people from all sides. In the end, it was the same as always. The young man scattered all his opponents to the sides and left them no chance of escape. The young man said of the commander of these warriors that when he met an enemy stronger than he was, he stepped aside and sent the guards to certain death. It's incomprehensible. The young man turned to the survivors and said that there was great potential in them. He invites them to join him for practice. He has a lot to teach. The survivors of the war sat in the river and pondered the young man's proposal. The young man approached directly to the manor. Only the river separated him. The warriors agreed. The young man decided to give the first lesson. It was the beginning of their joint practice. Everyone wondered what that aura was. Could it be the Xiaoyao clan's river spirit? People had never encountered such a strong spiritual energy in their lives. From the aura of this young man, his disciples realized that he possessed incredible power, and they made the right choice. The young man closed his eyes and meditated. At some point, his eyes opened. They emitted a powerful light and released a strong energy. It gave the impression that the young man was ready for a breakthrough, even a small one. The warriors saw a glow around the young man. The same thing began to happen to their hands. It was as if people could feel the energy flowing through them. It was a sword technique. The girl wondered how this young man managed to teach so many people at the same time. The girl wondered how this young man could teach so many people at the same time. At one point, one young man disappeared. Everyone wondered where he disappeared to. They thought that Ni Qiuyuan had run away, taking advantage of the commotion, and he must have told everyone by now. The girl thought that big trouble awaited the master. The young man looked at his students, some of whom said that they had managed to break through. They had managed to raise their spiritual level by several steps at once. Everyone began to thank the master for his help. The girl thought that she had been training for many years, and after those grueling workouts, she could not get any results. Thanks to her meeting with the master, she had made more progress. The disciples continued to sit in front of Xiaoyao's place. The girl asked what the master was teaching now. Was it the thunder technique? The young man replied that such practices could bring the amount of spiritual power to the limit of human capabilities. If one reaches a certain point, nothing else can interfere with the mysteries of this universe. But interference in the secret universe, however, displeases the heavens. The guy added that if one crossed the line, there would be a chance of success. If not, the heavenly thunder would turn the body into dust. The girl looked at the master. She was amazed at how calm and cool-headed he was. After he had taught many people his techniques, his face remained unperturbed. The girl screamed that neither of them knew the outcome would be like this. The young man stated before they left these lands, he wanted to see what they were really capable of. The young man turned to the warriors and said that the blind men were the ones who had sent them with such cultivation talent to guard the borders. The girl was startled to think that she could see the lust for murder in the young man's eyes. Suddenly there was lightning. There were thunderclaps. Someone shouted that everyone should run. The girl said that they should run away before the thunder caught up with them. The young man said that the girl should not worry. As long as she was near him, nothing would happen to her. The girl was still afraid. Could this man really resist lightning? Each of the warriors felt that they were in a protective shell, and now they were safe. It was something incredible. All of the master's disciples were in their protective shells, and they were protected from the elements. Lightning was no longer a threat. After the storm was over, everyone returned to their seats. The young man noticed, even though the temple was no longer as full of energy as it had been in the past, this would be enough for him. The master watched his students practice. He asked them to work harder on themselves instead of hiding. The young man told them to leave their bewilderment for later. Right now they need to concentrate and calm their minds. They must accept that it was thunder. Gu Shenshen said that he had an answer from the heavens to their prayers. Everyone wondered what it was. Is it not only possible to practice on one's own? Is it really possible to accumulate thunder energy? The young man was leaving. The girl asked him to take her with him. She did not want to stay without him. The young woman decided to follow her master. The young man told her that she should practice on her own. This technique would do him no good. The guy continued, "This technique, like the lightning thunder energy, would not help him raise his own level. Recycling this energy could increase a cultivator's strength many times over, but only at the lower levels. The level isn't that high." Instantly, he went far away from these guys. His disciples thought that their master had long ago comprehended this teaching. All this time, he was just showing them which way to go and how to become stronger. The disciples bowed and thanked their master. They said they would follow his teachings forever. Thought he should hurry up. Almost all of his disciples' descendants are at a high level. He won't be able to look them in the eye if he doesn't break through. One of the warriors who managed to escape led a squad of guards in to eliminate the young man. He said that this girl had not only let everyone in, but had also encouraged the mountain guards to join her. They broke the ancient law, for which the thunder of heaven fell on them. The man said he wouldn't let it go, and all those responsible will be punished. The warrior said there are a lot of them, and frankly, he's afraid. The man said, could he really have forgotten the rules of the Xiaoyao clan? The rules stated that it was worth it for any of the disciples to break through at the level of a celestial. They could qualify to become an elder. The commander added, or the warrior thinks he holds this post for the sake of adornment. The elder concluded that it's all about strength. Whoever is strongest is right. And the wars looked to where their master had disappeared. They looked at him and knew that now they would have to train on their own. The young man asked the girl. The elder asked them all to leave and continued practicing himself. What it means. The girl replied that with his level, there should be no need for practice. He doesn't even pay attention to the laws of heaven. The guy thought maybe he wanted to convey to the students that one should not stop, even after they have achieved success. That's definitely true. The elder saw the expression on the warriors' faces and exclaimed, "Did you really break through?" This was what he feared most of all. He asked how they were able to reach the level of celestials. How was it even possible? The man thought, even if only one of the guards broke through, it was from the realm of myths. But for all of them to succeed like this, it was not possible at all. The elder fell on his knees before his disciples and said that he saluted the elders. All the warriors who came with him followed his example. The aide told the elder that even with the use of the river energy source, these warriors wouldn't be able to break through so quickly. The elder slapped that guard painfully. Now he knew who to worship. This man was only in his way. The man shouted at this guard to look and see that the energy of the river had become many times stronger. He resented that this guard had called him to capture them and become a real sinner in the eyes of the whole clan. The man told the girl that he had caught a student trying to lie to others, and asked what to do with him. The girl said he could do as he pleased. All the new arrivals started beating up this guard and saying that he had missed an opportunity. And now everyone is now superior to them in terms of spiritual development. He practically dragged them into a terrible crime. The girl read an important report and said that things were bad. Several clans are heading straight for them. The girl finally found her master. She reported to him that the energy was fluctuating due to the mass practice, which attracted the attention of the three clans. The young man who was with the girl added that all these representatives were now heading towards them. What should they do now? The young man asked who they were, and for what purpose they were coming here. The girl explained what these clans were. She added that these clans usually come together to pay their respects. They are friendly only at first glance, in fact, ready to attack at any moment. Over the past hundreds of years, the Xiaoyao clan has often been suppressed by these clans. The young man resented how dare these clansmen raise their weapons against Xiaoyao and oppress him. The young man reported to the master that after many of the elders of their clan became hermits, their affairs were not going as well as they used to. Gu Shenchen concluded that they were able to handle everything on their own and settle all matters once and for all. He doesn't have time to get involved in petty clan squabbles, but he can't close his eyes this time. The master sent the young men off and said that right now he still had more business to attend to. The young man caught up with the girl and asked what exactly the master meant. The girl was silent. The girl reminded Brother Han of Master's phrase, "Is the Xiaoyao clan still with them?" The young man pondered. The girl continued, "Didn't he notice the master's displeased face? Their master is testing the fire culture. Why does he have such a dislike for those three clans?" The girl concluded, "It was very simple. If those clans behave humbly, no one will touch them. Otherwise, let them blame themselves. We'll have to destroy them." The elder looks down at his subordinates. Sword Clan Elder Liuyan says, "Has the Xiaoyao clan forgotten about manners? How many disciples did they send out?" The Pavilion Elder continued, "Are there really only rude people left in the Xiaoyao clan?" The girl, upon entering the city, said if she was expected to be polite, let them return in 10 days. A huge guard appeared in front of the girl. He was surprised, since when did the Xiaoyao clan behave like this? He's going to show them. He would see how they would talk afterwards. The big guy wanted to hit the girl, but the young man pushed her away, shouted, "Watch out," and took the gift on himself, parrying that blow. The thug exclaimed, "How dare this pathetic student try to stop him?" The young man successfully dodged the bully's blows. The young man began to charge at the bulky man, something he hadn't expected. He showed what Xiaoyao's wars were capable of. The thug gathered himself, calling the young man very risky, undecided on what he would show him now, figuring it wouldn't be a long fight. The thug asked who the young man's master was. He was the one who taught him to throw himself into a fight head first. The young man proved to be a formidable opponent. He skillfully struck the guard with powerful blows, and that was damage to the bully. The young man said that the bulky man was not worthy to mention his master's name with his filthy mouth. The elder, upon seeing this battle, was amazed. He encouraged others to see this level of spiritual energy. The thug, having gotten a punch in the nose and lost a couple teeth, asked in surprise what level this young man was. The other warriors arrived and looked at what the young man had done to the bulky man and were surprised. They asked if their brother Han was all right. The young man himself was amazed at what he had done. He said he was just doing what his master had taught him, and he thought he had broken through again. The girl and her wars decided to keep moving, but it wasn't to be. The clan elders blocked their way. They asked where they were going. The girl, blazing with anger with burning eyes, she was ready to go on the offensive. The pavilion elder recalled that according to legend, this level of spiritual power was only available to those destined to become legendary warriors. Another elder said they came to greet them. The girl said, then they should bow their heads and greet them for real. The elders obeyed the order, bowed their heads, and wondered since when this clan had become so intimidating. They wanted to go home. The girl and her wars continued to bring their culture to the masses. They destroyed everyone. They returned to their master, found him right where they had left him last time, and reported that they had done as their master had directed. The young man asked if they had killed them. He did not say so. The girl wondered, have we misunderstood the master? The master told them that they had been impulsive and had killed people without thinking of the consequences. On the other hand, he said, there was little to fear. That's not why he came here. The master said that since the matter was settled, he could start practicing. The master told the young Han that the girl was still young, so he should keep an eye on her. The young man said he would do so. Returning from the masters, the young men sorted out among themselves, had they misunderstood their master's instruction. Brother Han said, there could be serious consequences. That's what master said. The girl had a suggestion. The guy understood and continued, they probably shouldn't wait for action from the enemy. They should take the initiative. We need to destroy these three clans completely to avoid future problems. It's been a few days. There were explosions and destruction everywhere. No stone was left unturned. Gu Shenshen continued his practices. He meditated incessantly and his cultivation continued without stopping for a moment. He needed a breakthrough, but he was not getting one. The young man thought, even though the energy of this place had become stronger, it was still unable to help him break through. The young man thought he heard something. What was that, he thought? It must be the Xiaoyao clan's signal, calling everyone to gather before something big. Xiaoyao Hall. The young man came here and found a strange picture. There were many wounded and dead warriors here. He did not understand how this could have happened. Gu Xuanchen approached one of the wounded warriors and asked what had happened here. The warrior, barely able to stay on his feet, tried to explain everything to the master. Elder Ji Hu appeared and asked the young man if he was the master of these traitors. The girl turned to the elder and told him not to speak so rudely to their master. The elder said why should he speak to him politely? After all, he was the one who had sent everyone on this botched mission. The girl said that it was not the master's fault that they failed, only they were responsible for their disgrace. The young man said that really embarrassed him. He had taught them that warriors should not let themselves be overpowered by those pathetic losers. The elder was indignant. How dare that young man talk to him like that? The girl tried to calm him down and told him not to be so impulsive. The elder felt that something had happened to him, some suspicious effects of the external energy field. All the wars around them began to feel the same way. No one could understand what was happening to them. The elder shouted for the young man to stop. What the hell is he doing? The young man stated he wouldn't let anything happen to them, so it is better to stay away from him. The girl stated that she had no pain and felt nothing. The warriors who came with her said the same. The girl thanked the master. The elder thought that in order to heal so many people, he would have to work for a week on a restorative elixir. But this young man easily cured 100 people. The elder kneeled before Gu Xuanchen Yi, apologized for not seeing his true strength, and thought that it was indeed one of the Xiaoyao clan hermits who had returned to them. The elder rejoiced. He figured their clan was now saved. The young man knew that this elder was actually his descendant and told him to keep an eye on things here. The warriors came running and said that trouble had come. Hostile clans are gathering at the foot. The girl and her warriors told Master Gu that they had managed to get something. They may have been defeated, but they had managed to collect some useful items. There were high-level pills, weapons, and spirit stones, and many other things. The master said that we should gather ourselves and repel the enemy's attack. The young man said he remembered there was a piece of 1,000-year-old iron and a dragon tooth on this table. Where did they go? The man said it's part of their heritage and they keep it all in a safe place. The young man said if these artifacts were brought in, he would help repel the attack. The elder followed Gu Xuanchen and said, "The enemies are attacking." The young man said, "Now we will show them." The young man decided to teach the enemy a lesson and explain to them that they had messed with the wrong people. This would be done in a clear way, and the enemy would not make the same mistakes again. Somewhere outside the temple gates, many members of the opposing clans had gathered at the foot of the mountain. They were planning to storm the temple. The enemies looking at the temple said they were back in their turtle shells. We'll have to get them out of there. Palace Lord Z said that they couldn't retreat anyway. They can't stay there for long if they're surrounded. One of the warriors of the attacking clan set his hammer, unable to wait to meet the Xiaoyao clan. Gu Xuanchen appeared and said, "How dare they open their mouths in the Xiaoyao clan's territory?" The elders of the hostile clans heard this and were very surprised. Who could contradict them? How could this young man be so bold? The young man himself decided to punish his opponent. He was faster than lightning. His slashing sword had time to go everywhere. He struck the enemy, causing maximum damage. At the same time, he was dodging his own blows. The villains were bleeding from their mouths. They lost limbs. They didn't understand where this enemy came from and how quickly he managed to disappear. The warrior was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing in the mist. It was a nightmare for all the clans. The young man finished his work and said it was a breeze. He didn't even break a sweat. One of the surviving elders decided to attack the young man, shouting that he was about to destroy him. The young man replied that given his opponent's venerable age, he would let him choose. The pavilion elder of the hostile clan saw the young man dealing with his enemies. She became very frightened. The young man said that his opponent could choose which foot he would take the first step into the Xiaoyao clan's territory. The young man asked which hand he planned to use to kill his first apprentice, and what eye did he dare cast a contemptuous glance at his clan. The young man said, Sorry it took him so long to answer his 3 questions. They were simple questions, and he said he would make the choice for him. Now, the head of the hostile plan pavilion intervened in the conversation. She expected to take down her rival, and she thought she could do it. The result was just as pitiful. Gu Xuanchen left no chance for his enemy. The girl thought, this is their true power, but the master could turn their power against them. The young man thought they had come just in time. His assistant and her warriors were fiercely ready to stand up in defense of their master and punish her enemies. The elders of the hostile clans didn't expect that the master who had already defeated them would also receive help. They realized that this battle was lost. The best thing they could do now was to retreat. A huge vortex formed in the sky. A light appeared from there, and sharp swords began to fall. The girl watched the phenomenon with surprise and interest. She had never seen such a thing before, especially during the battle. Her warriors started arming themselves with these swords and noticed that it was a high-level weapon. Our hero said they could have fun without him now. He's done his part. The enemy pointed out that Gu Xuanchen had used their strength to forge weapons for his disciples. How dare he forge weapons in the middle of a battle with them? The elders of the hostile clans were furious and said that now the young man can say goodbye to his life for sure. The young man is ready to meet them with dignity. With a cry of die, the enemies pounced on our hero. The young man was calm. He activated the 1,000 illusions mode. After that, pointing his hand at the enemy, he created a rain of arrows. Apparently that was the last thing his enemies saw. Many arrows flew from the sky to scatter Gu Xuanchen's enemies. Gu Xuanchen had achieved his goal. All the enemies were struck by these arrows. Elder Gu said that he didn't intend to fight. He hoped that the enemies could keep him entertained for longer. The young man noticed that this skill might not be that strong, but it was enough to kill trash like these enemies. The enemies were no longer going to annoy Gu Xuanchen. They decided that it was best not to deal with this young man. The elder was frightened. The 1,000 illusion formation. It was a special deadly tactic of the Zhao Yao clan that had been lost for many years. The man continued, the legend says that within a radius of 10 miles, anyone who doesn't belong to the Xiao Yao clan will be killed. Enemies in such cases always retreated. They did not want to be within range of this formation. The young man thought that his descendants should still have much to learn. The young man thought they were saying 10 miles. That's some silly stuff. Everyone within range of this formation was killed by these arrows. It was impossible to hide from them. They could reach their target anywhere. The area of effect of this formation and spread over hundreds of miles, and it was a terrible weapon. The warriors screamed that their plans were being turned on to repay them, and they were just taken and killed. Killed all their elders, and today their clan would pay for it in blood. An elder of another clan stated, this is just nonsense. They were brought together in this place by a common enemy, and no one is to blame for their deaths, except that enemy. The clans began to sort things out amongst themselves. Some were outside, others were inside this circle, and those who were inside did not understand why they were being blocked from going home. Everyone was trying to find someone to blame for the deaths of many warriors. Everyone wanted to avenge their master, and the clans clashed with each other. The Xiao Yao warriors were now only watching from the sidelines. Master Tao Pian told his sister to be careful. He asked how she was feeling. The girl thanked her brother. She said she was fine. The man thought that it was the girl who took the best cultivation location. The energy flow there is huge. She knew that in the past 10 years, 80% of the Xiao Yao clan's spirit stones had been given to her refinement. 9 disciples had died during her last breakthrough. The man asked Elder Lu to go for help. The girl said she would try, because if they kept attacking, they would simply fail. Elder Lu thought, if he thinks he's so good, why is he looking for ways to escape? The girl wasn't going to die here. The warrior shouted as the opponent tries to attack. They must not retreat. The master shouted that they must avenge their fallen comrades. The man wondered what was going on here. The elder shouted that it was the formation of 1,000 illusions, and it helped them deal with their enemies. Gu Xuanchen thought, here they come, the fish has taken the bait. Master called the girl by name, Lu Shengshui. The young man asked the girl where she was going, and called her master. At the same time, the man said for Elder Lu to contact to clarify their next steps. The girl couldn't understand what was happening. She hadn't done anything. The young man met one-on-one with Elder Lu. Of the surviving elders, the bravest asked who he was. The girl recognized him. She said it was Gu Xuanchen. Where did he come from? After all, he was deprived of his power. The young man said he was glad she hadn't forgotten him. The man asked if the elder knew the rascal. The woman said he was the husband her family had chosen for her, but they were now divorced. He couldn't have come out of nowhere. He must have conspired with the others to take revenge on behalf of the Xiaoyao clan. The elder asked if she was telling the truth. The young man asked the man, "So he is the master of this clan?" The elder shouted in anger that here he was asking questions. The young man immediately told him off for cracking up and told him to shut up. Everyone was horrified. How this guy had touched their elder. The young man said with a smirk, "It just happened." The young man said he had heard that their ancestor willed to find a genius from Anyang City and return, but that one picked up trash like Lu Shengshui, and now they call the one who took so long to make her first breakthrough a genius. The girl screamed at him to shut up. He dare not talk about her like that. The young man continued, "There are so many talents in the Xiaoyao clan, they made lousy guards out of them. They can't call themselves masters." The girl told the master not to listen to this nonsense. Gu Xuanchen would never be forgiven for insulting her master. The girl pointed her blade towards the young man and said that he was about to die. The young man immediately threw her off. She fell to the ground with a thud. He said, "And that is their genius. Their warriors are capable of nothing." The girl wondered since when this man had become so strong. He didn't even move. She didn't recognize him. The other warriors rushed over to the girl and asked how Elder Lu was feeling. One of them shouted, for the young man daring to harm a man of his clan, he would pay today, and this warrior would teach him a lesson now. The man pointed his sword towards Gu Xuanchen and was about to fulfill his promise. The warrior shouted that it was bad. He could feel a strong energy approaching. Surely those three clans must have sent for help. The elder shouted for everyone to get ready to meet the enemy. Someone shouted that he had seen a master, and everyone started looking for their masters, calling them by name. The men couldn't understand what was going on here. It didn't feel like a fight anymore. The apprentice thanked her master. Thanks to him, they were all able to break through to the next level. It was a group breakthrough. His apprentice added that the master still helped with the terrible thunder that they couldn't have handled without him. The enemies couldn't believe that they had all broken through to the next level en masse. How could it be? This had never happened before in history. The elder wondered how he did it. Who he was, anyway. It was bad to have such enemies. Gu Xuanchen answered the question. He said that they had heard everything themselves. The young man asked if they still wanted to teach him a lesson. Everyone wondered where he was from. The main hall of the Xiaoyao clan. Could it be that this young man is indeed the lurking elder of this clan? That's impossible. The man said that this is his former son-in-law. He was imprisoned in the dungeon for 2 whole years. His ex-wife stated that there was no way he could be a hermit, much less could he be a clan elder. The girl stated that Elder Lu can't talk to their elder like that, otherwise she could pay for it, and don't blame her for anything. The girl got angry and said which one of them would risk touching her. The girl told her master that these people had just made it clear that they were going to attack her. The foreman has to do something about it. The elder thought that this somehow needed to be explained to the other elders. The man turned to Gu Xuanchen. Since when did he have so much power? He shouted at the young man about what he was allowing himself standing in front of their ancestor. After he disappeared, they found Lu Shengshui. Even if the young man had done a lot of things for the clan, he should show respect, and should not insult their choices, but should achieve something on his own. And he also said that man had bad taste. I don't know how a man like that could become a clan master. The elder immediately decided to teach the young man a lesson, and performed the act of attacking him. The guy stopped him with a hand gesture, and said he needed to apologize, and asked if he'd be willing to do it right now. What they saw amazed them. It was the writing of their ancestor. The manuscript was flying in all directions. The stone warrior staggered. Cracks ran down his body. Everyone started scattering in all directions in terror. The elders looked down at the stone giant. Shards flew from it in all directions. The girl shouted that the ancestor statue had moved. Gu Xuanchen had disturbed the ancestor. He will be in trouble now. The ancestor statue uttered, "Junior apprentice Xiao Yao." The statue greeted the master. Everyone was terribly surprised at what they heard. The statue called the young man a master. The young man decided to ask everyone again. The young man sat down on the stone throne and asked if they were all ready to apologize to him. One of the elders bowed his head to the young man and said that he was blind. He had insulted an ancestor. He asked to be forgiven. The elder apologized and thought that the person in front of him was indeed their distant ancestor. How could he not have noticed it before? He had heard that he had been killed, but he was still alive. A young man sat on a throne. Everyone bowed their heads before him, paying homage and paying respects. His ex-wife was puzzled how she couldn't see it before, and she didn't know what to do now. The girl was sweating from overexertion. She thought it was impossible. The stone warrior said that the apprentice had failed his master. He had been searching for him for hundreds of years. Because of him, the master was in this position. Gu Xuanzhen's disciples couldn't believe it after finding out who their master really was. The young man told everyone that they could go back right now. Breaking time-space is not something that can be handled right now. One day they'll meet again. The stone warrior said he obeyed his master. The stone warrior told everyone to respect his master as he respected him. He added that they should worship the ancestor and follow his teachings. Everyone in the room bowed to the master. Except for his ex-wife, she sat in front of him at a complete loss. The woman couldn't understand what was going on. Isn't he the scum of the Gu family? How could he become the master of the Xiaoyao clan? After these reflections, the woman bowed her head and said that she too was subject to the ancestor. The girl continued, she hopes the ancestor hasn't forgotten who they once were to each other, and her life is in his hands. The young man looked at her angrily, and the girl flew backwards under the influence of his energy pulse. The young man asked where the head of the punishment hall was. The head of the punishment hall responded and said that he was pleased to welcome the master. The young man said to cancel this woman's cultivation level and put her in the punishment hall for 5 years. The girl looked at the master with horror. The one added to then expel her from the clan. The girl screamed, "How dare Gu Xuanzhen treat her like this? She is from the Lu family. He will never be forgiven for this." She screamed that it would have been better if he had just killed her. Tears came to my eyes. The young man said that killing her was too easy for her. The young man said, he wants the girl to see the Gu family become famous. The young man added, if he kills her, she won't see it. He doesn't want her to die. The girl said that Gu Xuanzhen is a real psycho. That's no way to treat a woman. The young man put her in chains. He said she was wrong from now on, and not another word. A young man cut out his ex-wife's tongue and told her that the next 5 years would seem like an eternity. The elder gave the girl to a subordinate and told him to take her to the confinement. The warrior said he was obeying his ancestor. The young man said to just be called master from now on. One of the elders asked what the master's plans were. The master said he had one question for now. He'd like to know where the head of the fire cult is. The warrior approached the head of the fire cult and said that the Xiaoyao clan had done something incredible. They dared to challenge the 3 clans. The elder was indignant. They don't take their cult seriously. Everyone they sent to help them is dead. The head of the fire cult said to immediately think things over and fight back against the Xiaoyao clan. The members of the fire cult sect began to think things over and make a plan on how they could fight back against the Xiaoyao sect. Everyone was outraged. Where did this new master come from? Why can't anyone deal with him? We have to give him a real fight. The master thought it was a bunch of garbage unworthy of asking his name. So he wreaked havoc. Wherever he appeared, there was war, death, and destruction. Everyone in the neighborhood already knew about this young man. No one wanted to face the Xiaoyao clan. Everyone was beginning to fear him. They thought they respected him. It was the turn of the head of the fire cult. He lay wounded and bleeding. The master approached him. The young man said he would let him die as he was supposed to. Again, there was murder and destruction and fires everywhere. The girl told her master she didn't think it was possible. It turned out that a cult with centuries of history was destroyed overnight. The elder told everyone to calm down and follow him. This will not happen again. He didn't want to be dishonored. The girl asked the master if he would send me to heaven if he didn't control himself. The elder said for everyone to listen to him, and everyone followed him. The warriors followed their elder and fell into the abyss, straight into the fire. The strongest clan of the fire cult was wiped out in one night, and the Xiaoyao clan, which had been forgotten for years, was reborn. The Xiaoyao clan was reborn with a desire to kill. The young man found himself on blessed ground. He thought the clan's power had completely dried up, but the tree had grown much better than he had imagined. The young man thought that from now on, the clan's power would begin its recovery. He would be able to break through the spiritual barrier. The young man walked up to the tree. Someone said, greeting the master. The master said to come out. The spirit of the tree appeared. The spirit said why the master unraveled as soon as he came. The master listened to this spirit and asked, didn't he have such a disciple, Xiaomeng? The spirit asked if he didn't remember the disciple who overheard cultivation secrets, but she didn't expect to see him after all these years. The spirit rejoiced and said that the master remembered her. The young man said, something that budded before the fetus, something barely perceptible. The master called out to Han Gong. The young man approached the master. The master ordered that all be summoned to the blessed land. The young man gathered everyone in the thicket of the forest. The elder said that he estimated that there were 101 students of the level he needed. The young man decided that today he would teach a new lesson to his students. The elder said that the master was controlling the temple, the main source of their power, with such ease. Everyone knew that the powers of the temple and this land complemented each other. Master said to get everyone ready, and they began practicing. The students were frightened by the sound of thunder, and they told the master that it seemed to be thunder again. It was the punishment for disobedience. They were all scared. Everyone thought the master was up to something. The girl kept her eyes fixed on the thunderclaps. She was scared too. She also wondered how it would end. The young man activated the 1,000 illusions technique. As always, he was determined. He kept his gaze fixed on his students. They tried to imitate their master in the technique of 1,000 illusions. This is a very difficult lesson. The disciples realized that the master was going to reveal to them the laws of heaven. The disciples had never seen the master in such a state before. It was as if he was controlling lightning. Suddenly, the strongest lightning struck the tree. Sparks flew through the branches and leaves. Everyone saw inside this tree the spirit of the tree. Next to it, a young girl. A girl who called herself Xiaomeng appeared and said that she thanked her master for his kindness. The girl cried with happiness. At last her 1,000-year imprisonment in this tree had come to an end. Now she was free. The happy girl presented her master with a modest gift. It was 2 humble eggs. The young man continued to control the lightning and said it was fine. The lightning was taking unusual shapes. The master was continuously observing this process and controlled it. Everything around was subordinate to Gu Xuanchen. Lightning bolts struck the clearing around the young man and burned everything in the vicinity. His students were horrified. They had never seen such effects before, and their master could do it all. The young man said that these fruits are endowed with incredible spiritual power. This amount should last for many years. All the disciples shouted and began to congratulate the master for breaking through to the next level of spiritual power. It was a victory. Gu Family Hall. A young man came home with his warriors and met his sister there, who was in the process of meditating and cultivating. The nurse used her internal techniques, carefully followed the process. She utilized the energy she had accumulated. The girl saw her brother and threw herself on his chest. She joyfully informed him that at last she could practice. The young man stood with a serious look. He was hugged by his sister and a student who came out of the tree. The alchemist knew that the legend said that one could only get rid of the inability to practice after 1,000 years of hard work and self-development. Right now, the master could break through to the next level thanks to the spiritual energy fruit and the power of the tree. The apprentice asked that the master promote her sooner rather than later. The most amazing thing was that he had actually subjugated the Xiaoyao clan. The alchemist thought that he would never doubt the young man again. The elder said that Un congratulates the esteemed master on his victory. Master said that Elder Hu is a respectable person. He should not bow in front of master. The young man announced that in the future, each of them would be able to achieve the same results. In the meantime, they would serve him. My sister said regretfully, "It's a pity my father can't see it. He would have been pleased." The young man motioned for his uncle to follow him. The young man asked his uncle if his father had told him where he was going when he left them 2 years ago. The young man recalled his father teaching him how to hold a sword as a child. The master thought that in his memories, the owner of this body had no special gift, but his father had always carefully and patiently trained him. Even in bad weather, even in the rain, the father taught his son and said that this was the fate of a warrior. The young man remembered that. Master knew that after the situation with the family, his father couldn't stand it and left. His uncle said he wasn't supposed to tell the young man this, but 2 years ago his father left to save him. The young man learned about it for the first time. He was very surprised. The uncle went on and said it was all about his mother. The young man asked, "Didn't she die while giving birth to Yu Han?" Uncle said it's a generally accepted opinion. In fact, his mother was from the Lu family in Wangu Prefecture. After she gave birth to a daughter, she was taken away by relatives. The young man knew that this prefecture was famous for its strong spiritual energy, and the Lu family, one of the strongest families in that region. When the young man was forced into marriage, his father went in search of his wife, to ask for help so that the young man could escape this fate. The young man said his uncle's skills have improved a lot. Why don't the parents go back? Gu Shenshen is following to Wangu Prefecture. The master noticed that the closer to the place, the stronger the energy. As expected, the young man realized that he could use this energy to practice. Everything in this forest was conducive to it. Besides, he's going to help his sister get her parents back. He'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He had a good plan of action. The master looked around. There was plenty of energy here. Why doesn't he start practicing right now? This is the perfect place to practice. The young man sat on the grass near the cave. He assumed the lotus posture. He was ready for meditation. Nothing was in his way. He could concentrate. The young man concentrated on his inner energy and was about to release it. It was business as usual. Behind him was a cave. In this cave, some kind of glow appeared. The young man did not notice it. He concentrated on his sensations. There was someone in the cave. The child said to his grandfather, "Is someone practicing in front of our cave?" The girl said, "I guess we should chase that man away." The men tried not to give themselves away. They watched from the cave. Grandpa assessed the situation, looked at the young man, and said his level was not very high. He is not dangerous. The old man told his granddaughter to put such thoughts out of her head. You don't have to send him away. The girl said she understood. She regretted that she couldn't run away and practice. She has to gather medicinal herbs with her grandfather. The next morning came. The young man continued to meditate. His cultivation technique was at the level of his internal energy. He was already at the stage of completion. The young man finished this whole lengthy process and stood up. It worked out just as he had hoped. This favorable place helped him. The girl told her grandfather that the young man was finished. The grandfather told the granddaughter not to be so rude. The grandfather was sure that the girl had made the young man laugh with her sudden scream. The young man thought that these people had gotten lost. The old man asked the young man what clan he was from, because he had not encountered this kind of energy before. The young man said without looking at the old man that he was from the Xiaoyao clan. The old man asked the young man for help, if he could help them get out of here. The young man said he was here on very important business and jumped high up. He was the only one seen. The old man thought for a moment and said that he didn't recall there being anyone with this kind of energy in the lands where the Xiaoyao clan was. A girl picking mushrooms asked her grandfather what was the big deal. Wasn't there someone from the Xiaoyao clan in the Jian kingdom?
The granddaughter kingdom is completely isolated from the rest. How would they be able to raise someone with that kind of energy? It's completely impossible.
The girl said it didn't matter because no one could compare to her grandfather anyway. The grandfather said his granddaughter was wrong. The old man said regretfully that he had not been able to make a breakthrough for a long time. The old man reflected that he had seen this young man and thought maybe he could learn something from him. The young man arrived at the capital of Wangu Prefecture. It was a big city. He surveyed the area from the hill. The young man knew who to look for here. This wasn't his only case. A few days before, his uncle had given him the ring and told him that his father had left it before he left. The young man thought that this ring would help him to find his parents. The young man knew that he must not part with this thing. The young man closed his eyes and tried to recall his father. He was now interested in the storehouse of energy of the sky and stars, the power of 1,000 miles. The young man looked at the people walking around in the city. Among them, he must find those he cared for. He looked out for 2 girls who might be able to help him. The young man decided he had found the right person. The girl motioned for Ms. to stop and didn't push it. Kizian told the girl to leave her alone. She was in a bad mood right now. 2 people recognized this woman as Miss from the Qi family. They wondered why she was drinking here. Rumor has it that a famous alchemist intends to marry her. The other said that there's nothing wrong with that, so why is she killing herself so much? The woman asked the girl to pour her another one. A young man approached and offered to sit down. He was ready to serve the young man. The young man sat silently at a nearby table and watched the two women. He tried not to show his interest. The young man thought that he could feel Gu Qinghua's energy. This meant that they had definitely been in contact at least once in the past year. The waiter asked the woman what she wanted. She ordered 2 bottles of wine. The waiter said, "Yes, sir," and went to take the order. The woman pondered what she should do next. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The woman took the bottle of wine and stood up. The girl asked where Ms. was going. A woman approached our hero and asked if he was bored drinking alone. She was ready to keep him company. The girl asked why they shouldn't have a drink together. The red blush was still on her cheeks. The young man motioned for her to sit down. He kept thinking about how to start their conversation. The woman said the young man looked not local, where he came from, and what brought him here. The young man said he came here to find his relatives. The boy asked the woman if she had met his father somewhere, and he showed her a portrait of him. The maid asked if it was Uncle Gu by any chance. The girl was amazed when she saw the portrait. The young man asked if you knew him. Where can I find him? The maid said they more than knew him. Her mistress saved his life. It's an old story. The girl said when Uncle Gu showed up in their prefecture, he was seriously injured and was just lying right on the road. Her mistress took him away and cured him. It was later found out that he was related to Lu's family, so he went to see them. After that, he was never seen again. The girl said that there were rumors that Lu's family was holding the man hostage. The hostess asked the maid not to talk nonsense. The young man asked that they take him there. The girl warned the young man if he acted rashly, he would end up like his father. The young man, finishing his wine, said, "You don't have to worry about that. He can take care of it." The maid said that he didn't understand anything because he was new here. The lady added that the Lu family is very strong. There is no one in the prefecture equal in strength to the Lu family. There are 3 rank 5 masters in this family, and in this city, they have people everywhere. The girl thought, wouldn't it be better to just get his father out of there? The young man asked if she had a way to get his father out of there. The girl said she had a way, but she wasn't sure if the young man was willing to do it. The young man decided to listen. The girl sees only one chance. It's to become part of her family. The young man hadn't expected such a plan to be voiced. It wasn't part of his plan. The young man said it was a bad way for his father to be called, and he doesn't understand the connection. The girl continued that Lu's family would definitely attend the wedding of any member of her clan, and then the young man would be able to give it a try. The young man still thought it wasn't a serious plan and said it wasn't worth the trouble. The young man said that no one would be able to dissuade him from what he had planned. He's going to have to develop his own plan. He would have to get his bearings. Both girls looked intently into the young man's eyes. Their eyes were sincere. The young man appreciated that. What happened next was unbelievable. The maid grabbed the young man and told him he could not do that. The young man shouted to be let go. The servant girl cried, continued. Her mistress had saved his father. Now was the time to repay her kindness. The maid continued to sob. She said that otherwise the young man was not at all different from the same bandits. The young man took offense and said it was all gross, and he couldn't sign up for that. Marriage is serious business. Visitors of the establishment discussed this altercation. They thought the guy was bullying 2 girls. The young man thought it was bad luck all around. The maid decided to play along and shouted, "For the young man to let her mistress go. He doesn't deserve her. He's a nasty, heartless man." The girl was amazed at her maid's behavior. As it turned out, the young man had absolutely no way of communicating with women. He wanted them to leave him alone. He yelled at them to shut up. I can't believe they're still talking. They were hurting his ears already, and it was time to end it. The maid continued to cry. She said she would try to calm down. The girl explained her decision to the young man, that she just didn't want to marry the local alchemist. That's why she took this step, hoping that the young man would help her. The girl added that there would be no problem because the young man was not from around here. The girl explained the whole arrangement once more. If they get married and he can get to Lu's family now, and the girl avoided a marriage she doesn't want, and everyone will get what they want. The girl added that after that, the young man and his father would leave the prefecture. Even if the Han family found out about it, they wouldn't ruin their reputation with such a scandal. The young man asked if this situation wouldn't affect her future marriage. The girl stated that she thought she didn't want to get married at all. The girl added, even if the reputation was ruined, she would just focus on cultivation. The young man thought the girl was rather ambitious, and he decided that this plan wasn't so bad. The maid stated, she is confident that everything will go smoothly, but in order to do so, the young man needs to create an identity that is not inferior to Master Han Mo. The girl suggested to the young man that since he came from the Xi'an kingdom, maybe he could pretend to be the master of the Xiaoyao clan. The young man thought, so he would have to pretend to be the master of the Xiaoyao clan. The girl told the young man that this clan had been forgotten for many years, but she had recently heard something about it. The maid added that she was sure if her mistress insisted on marrying the young man specifically, everything would be fine. The young man said to let these crazy girls do as they see fit. Some time has passed. The maid tells her mistress to be careful. Han Mo came to visit the girl. He said she'd finally come back. He'd been waiting for her for a long time. The groom has guessed that his bride is not alone, and they have a guest. Gu Shenchen was quietly standing aside. He didn't touch anyone. Han Mo saw him and shouted who the young man was. The girl announced that he was her friend. The groom was not satisfied with this answer. He became even more angry. Han Mo shouted out what kind of friend was this who would be sharing a wagon with her. The girl said that she didn't have to report to him. The scandal was heard by the girl's father, an elder of the Qi family. He started to educate his daughter, said she's an adult, but she still continues to behave inappropriately, and she's still being rude to her father. Looks like it's time to take care of her. The elder saw the young man. The girl realized that she would have to tell her father the story too. The groom tried to smile. It was a stupid smile. The girl looked at him with contempt. The father thought that when he had talked to his daughter about marriage a few days ago, she had been very angry. Had she changed her mind? The girl showed her father a new young man and decided to introduce him. The girl said his name is Gu Xuanchen, and she wants to spend her whole life with him. He is the master of the Xiaoyao clan. The girl asked that her father bless their marriage. The elder interjected, wondering if he was the master of the Xiaoyao clan. The elder bowed politely to the young man. He said that he didn't know, and asked if there were many members of the Xiaoyao clan in their area now, and what business the young man had come for. The young man said that he was the only one who had come. The other masters are busy practicing right now. The young man came here on personal business. The old man had heard that the Xiaoyao clan had destroyed the fire cult. The old man looked at the young man and thought, even though their kingdom was still inferior in strength, but the boy definitely had special abilities and that couldn't be ignored, and that would have to be utilized. Han Mo heard all this and shouted, what about him? He is this girl's real fiancé. Han Mo said that the elder had already blessed his marriage to his daughter. The elder said that he could not go against his daughter's will in the matter of marriage. She had finally found a man she loved dearly. Han Mo said that in that case he refuses to serve the elder, and his daughter, as from an alchemist, will not receive any help. In fact, Han Mo decided to challenge Gu Xuanchen to a fight. The young man looked at him as if he were suicidal. The girl stated that although Han Mo was an alchemist, one should not underestimate others. You shouldn't mindlessly challenge whoever comes to mind. It could be fraught with bad consequences. The master said there would be a marriage ceremony in 5 days. He proposed a tournament, and the winner of the tournament would marry this girl. Han Mo said he agreed, and thought that he would bring that upstart closer to death. The alchemist stated that they would fight until the moment Gu Xuanchen died. Late at night, the girl apologizes to Master Gu. She said she didn't think it would turn out like this, and she's very upset, and she doesn't know what she's gonna do now. The girl said that such duels are extremely dangerous, and this young man had better run away as soon as possible. The young man, smiling, said that he would sort it all out himself, and the girl shouldn't worry about it. The girl asked if such events wouldn't ruin the Xiaoyao clan's reputation. The young man said that he was not weak at all. It wouldn't even be worth his attention. The maid tried to explain that this was a serious situation. It's not that simple. The girl added, he may be considered strong enough in his lands, but he can't win this fight here. The young man did not react to the girl in any way. She became even more indignant. Her mistress is worried about the boy, and he's so aloof. That's very strange. The maid said that she is now at the beginning stage by the standards of their prefecture. Why doesn't the young man fight her first? The young man took it as a joke. He didn't say anything back. Then he thought about it some more and said he agreed. The girl motioned for the master to attack. She was ready to fight back, and decided she could do it. The girl decided to show the young man what martial arts means. The young lady knew techniques and a lot of scary words. That was one of them. For starters, the opponent decided to mimic the dragon strike. She scattered and shouted, "Look out!" The master must have been frightened of her. In her mind, the young man looked at this lady with wide open eyes. Her mistress, worried that she might hurt the young man. The guy, without much exertion, grabbed the girl by the neck and lifted her off the ground. It looked like that was the end of the fight. Mistress cried out and covered her mouth with her hand. She was silent. The girl panted, dangling on her opponent's arm and thinking, how is this possible? Tears were streaming from her eyes. She didn't understand how a guy from the backwoods could pull something like that off. And in a matter of seconds, the young man asked the girl if people still practice tiangen. The girl asked how the young man knew about this technique. The young man asked the girl if she also practiced this technique. She answered in the affirmative because it was her family's technique. The young man asked, if this technique is their family, then their lineage is 500 years old. Both girls were shocked. How could the young man know that? The young man was surprised. He didn't think he would meet his descendants. Things got more and more interesting from here on out. The young man knew that this practice was not easy. If he didn't have a mentor who could help him in times of need, he might go crazy. The girl was under the influence of alcohol, and she said she didn't care. She asked if the young man could help her. The girl told Master Gu that her family treasures the technique and would give anything for it. The young lady asked the young man how he knew about it. The young man remained silent. He didn't want to tell the whole truth. No one would believe him anyway. The young man was thrown into a cold sweat. He had almost married his direct descendant. The young man walked to the pill-making room. There was a huge furnace in front of him. Does this master really know how to make pills? The older girl said she didn't know anything about this recipe. The landlady said enough talking. She wanted to observe the young man. She offered to stand and watch in silence to see what would come of it. The young man began the process of making the pills. Nothing was difficult for him here. The girls were amazed at the result of the young man's work. They shouted that he had succeeded in making a spirit pill. How did he manage to create such a quantity at one time? The girls flew up to the young man and knelt down before him and begged his pardon for their indiscretion. And they called him a great master. The girl thought that only one of their ancestors had once managed to recreate this recipe. He was the best alchemist in their prefecture. And this young man managed to create hundreds of pills. A young man invited the girls to try his products and evaluate them for quality. The girls put the pills in their mouths. The master watched for their reactions. So far, nothing had happened. The young man slightly began to perform manipulations with his hands behind their backs. The girls blushed. A blush appeared on their faces. The maid said her body was on fire. The girl told the maid to calm down. The sensations were unusual for her. Gu Xuanchen said that their technique for practicing was wrong. If they continued like this, they would only lose strength. The young man promised to prepare the meridians. He didn't see any other way out. Such a thing could only be corrected by a master. The young man worked on these girls and said that in the future they should only practice with his recommendations in mind. The girls felt much better. The mistress said she was able to break through to the next stage. The maid announced that she was able to do the same. The girl told her father that Master Gu is incredible. He's a real expert. The old man thought that this young man had not only relieved his daughter of the pain in her entire body, but had made her stronger. This guy must really be a real master and alchemist. The old man said that in that case, all of their clan members should immediately take these pills. Elder Chi said that his daughter had helped their family a lot. He wanted to know how they met the young man. The girl decided to tell her father the truth. The old man was furious. I can't believe they're playing a trick on him. This is unforgivable. The girl admitted that she didn't think this young man would turn out to be so strong. The elder said, in that case, they won't deviate from this plan. If Old Man Gu is really his father, he will find a way to get him out of there. The girl asked her father what about her marriage. The old man replied, hadn't she seen all those pills? This guy can make their family the strongest in the whole prefecture. The old man continued, would it be bad if such a person became a member of their family? Elder welcomes Elder Han. Elder Han said that they are as courteous as ever. Hanmo said as he greeted his uncle. Old man Han said they'll be related soon. Maybe it's time to call him father-in-law. Elder Han assumed that all matters would be resolved today. The alchemist hoped that the fight would be short and he would be able to deal with his opponent quickly. The elder hoped for his son. He believed he had good fighting skills. The elder suggested not throwing around such words so far, and we must wait for the duel. Gu Shenchen felt that Old Man Han would soon be ashamed of his words towards him. Elder Han said that he could sense a new aura. Did they really manage to break through? The man said they were able to do it at such a young age. The potential of their family is incredible. The elders walked both of them to the podium. The man said they were invited to watch the battle today. They must not, under any circumstances, get into any trouble. It was an elder of the Lu family. The man suggested that the woman not think about it. He told her it was probably just a similar name. The woman interjected, "Then why did they invite him here? Perhaps this is really their son." The man said he knew his son. He would never get involved in something like this. The young man who overheard this conversation said that his son was talentless. The young man added that he wasn't even worthy of dying in a duel. The woman told the young man not to be rude to his uncle. The young man asked his aunt, for it was she who had given this man life. The young man continued to bully. Doesn't the woman think that he is not worthy to be called uncle? The young man continued, if he and the master didn't know each other, he would still be in the dungeon. Out of the blue, lightning struck. The lightning struck the unscrupulous young man, and he immediately fell to the ground wounded. A man and a woman saw a young man. He was standing right in front of them. The young man silently showed them his hand. The lightning was still roaming around him, and it was clear that it was his handiwork. The parents said it was Chen Er. They recognized him. The man asked how the young man managed to escape. He replied that that family had been wiped off the face of the earth. The young man was silent for a moment and added that he had come for them. The woman couldn't check. Could it really be Chen Er? She really wanted to see the young man. She said he had grown a lot and she didn't recognize him. The woman wants to hug him. He's a little distant. The young man instinctively recoiled from the woman. He was not ready for the role of a son. Everyone had already gathered in the stands. They were waiting for the opening of the tournament. Master Lu was also present here. The father said the son shouldn't behave like that to his mother. Master Lu said that Old Man Gu can't hope for this marriage. If he doesn't back down, he will die. His father said his mother did everything to keep him alive, but her father found out. If she had managed to break through the formation, things would have turned out very differently. The woman said she prayed for her son every day. Tears flowed from her eyes. The young man, looking at his mother, thought that she had suffered a lot. Gu Xuanchen said that he came here for his parents. His sister is speechless. They are the only ones who say them. Elder Lu shouted that he dare not talk to this woman. The young man casually, with a light sword motion, shoved the rogue man away from him, so that he wouldn't interfere with his conversation with his mother. The young man decided if need be, he was ready to defend his parents' honor. He had to get into the fray, and his parents weren't ashamed of him. The young man defeated his opponent. He was defeated. From his last strength, Master Lu stood up and called the young man's name. He thought he was something else. He shouted the young man has no idea who he just raised his hand on. The woman asked her brother to show mercy. He is her son and part of the family. The man shouted that he was about to kill the young man because he dared not attack him if he spared him just because he was a family member. The woman said she wouldn't let her son lay a finger on her. A woman stopped everyone. She listened and said what was going on in the stands. It was announced that the duel was about to begin, and Master Gu was waiting in the arena. The elder thought, if he is not stopped, chaos will break out in the prefecture. The man said this young man can't be touched right now, and why don't they all just calm down? Master Lu laughed. It turns out this young man is the one who provoked the Han family. The young man said, was it really that hard to guess that? Master Lu started yelling at the young man again, and threatened to kill him. The young man didn't look good. There was blood all over his face. His clothes were torn to shreds. Master Lu had been unconscious. He didn't know that his son had been struck by lightning. He only saw it now. Master Lu shouted. Only out of respect for the master would he postpone their clash for later. Gu Shenchen said that he hoped that he would live to see this moment. Everyone is discussing that the Xiaoyao clan is insane. How dare he defy the Han family? It's not just a spit in the direction of the Han family. It's a mockery of their entire province. This fight is about to start. The girl's already in the stands. She watches the outcome of the events closely and cheers for Master Gu. The referee has announced that the fight is about to begin. The warriors are at the ready. All spectators are present. Hanmo stated that he was surprised that his opponent decided to come after all. Hanmo threw himself at his opponent and shouted that today he would learn what it meant to oppose him. Our hero took his time drawing his sword. He was tired of listening to his opponent's ravings. The young man struck Hanmo with lightning speed and told the man to forgive him. The fight wasn't long, because the young man was in a hurry. He still had to deal with his uncle and pick up his parents. His cousin laughed and said he had no right to leave the ring, because he would be punished. But the fight was already over. Hanmo couldn't continue it. It was the end for him. Hanmo lost his balance and fell onto the platform. The sword fell out of his hands. Blood flowed in all directions. The spectators in the stands could not believe what was happening. The fight was over before it had even started. Elder Han looked down from above as his son lay motionless. He ran over to his son and lifted him into his arms. The son was still breathing. The old man was horrified. How could this be possible? He hadn't even noticed how the blow had been struck. Gu Xuanchen said that he was in a hurry. That was why the fight was over so quickly. The young man turned around and said who was next, hinting at his uncle. Master Lu turned purple. Whether from anger or fear was unclear. He said he was going to give that kid what he deserved. His mother came over. The young man said he was fine, told his father not to worry. His parents were by his side. He laughed, looking into his opponent's eyes. Master Lu laughed and said that this man was a worthy representative of their family. He added that he had decided to make an exception today and let the young man become part of their clan. The woman was very happy. She wanted to thank her brother. The woman approached her son and told him to thank his uncle. Master Lu thought that this guy definitely has talent. Instead of confronting him, it would be better to draw his strength to our family's side. The young man only smirked at that. He had other plans. The young man answered his uncle, who said that's what he wanted. That's not why he came here. He wants to get his parents. The young man's uncle was very much indignant. He hadn't counted on the young man's audacity. But this is out of line. His cousin shouted that the young man was completely insane. He was lucky that his father was so kind to him today. One should take advantage of this situation. Master Lu thought that talent goes hand in hand with pride. The man thought, if this young man doesn't understand the whole situation, no one can help him anymore. The woman looked at her son in bewilderment. It seemed to her, what was he doing? This is the wrong choice. Elder Han declared that he would not succeed. The old man broke his staff with hatred. A battle sword was hidden in it, and he could not forgive the one who had killed his son. He shouted that the young man must now pay for his son's death with his life. Master Lu stated that it would be better for the young man to kneel right now. Doesn't he see that everyone is against him now? Gu Xuanchen said that he saw no reason why he should act against his will. The parents tried to talk their son down. They told him not to be impulsive, and he listened to his uncle. The uncle has a temper, but is definitely not a bad person. The young man told his parents to take a step back. The elder told Old Man Han to wait for a moment. He said that the young man had a contract before the fight, so there's nothing more that can be done. Old Han didn't want to listen to anything. Hatred clouded his eyes. He wanted revenge. The elder continued that by agreement Master Gu, after winning, becomes a son-in-law to him. Therefore, the elder declared he could not help but side with the young man. Everyone present looked at each other. Master Lu was astonished. Could it be that this young man's talent was enough to split the three major clans against each other?
Elder, that the young man is not yet married, therefore he is not a member of his family. Decided to stand up.
You have only yourself to blame after that. Elder Han and his sect members were very aggressive. Elder Gu's sect members were also aggressive. They said that thanks to Master Gu, they were not afraid of anything. Master Lu refused to understand what was going on here. How in a couple of days, such a disagreement between the clans could occur. And this young man was the cause of it all. It was evident that they were all able to break through to the next stage of development. Elder Han shouted for his men to fear nothing, and for them to destroy Gu Xuanchen. He promised to thank everyone. There was a serious fight brewing. The two clans, who had been friends a few days ago, were now ready to slaughter each other. Suddenly, from nowhere, the warriors flew in and said that no one had the right to touch the master. Everyone was astonished. There was another force at work. and that was complicating the situation. The conflict was becoming uncontrollable. The man said they could outbid each other right now, and basically no one wants that. We should try to avoid this conflict. Master Lu was astonished. Even the members of the Xiaoyao clan are here. What is going on here, after all? Master Lu looked at the newly arrived warriors and wondered why they were all so strong. Gu Xuanzhen said that they arrived here too slowly, 5 days before this duel. The maid says Master Gu is a treacherous and heartless man. The young man tells her to let him go. The girl is holding Master Gu's leg. Qin Yan, an ardent supporter of the master and his apprentice, was in the tavern. She drew her sword from its sheath and said that she would help her master now. The man told the girl to calm down and not be so impulsive. The girl said that thanks to the master's practices, they had all become much stronger. Shouldn't there be 2 women to fear? The man remembered that the master had told them to go to Wanggu Prefecture, but he didn't tell them why. That's what they would do. Looking at the girl begging the master to help them, the man decided that no one in Wanggu Prefecture could handle their master's strength. Qin Yan looked suspiciously at the 2 women who were overpowering her teacher. This was where he seemed defenseless. This was because he had absolutely no idea how to behave with women. The man told the girl that they shouldn't worry. The master would take care of it. The man added, it didn't matter how strong their master was, he was a man after all. Maybe he likes what's going on. The master's apprentices watched him leave the tavern with those girls. They thought he was all right. The man pondered. He realized that the master was going to marry a lady from the Qi family, but he still didn't understand why the master was doing it. It must have been some kind of strategic move. The warrior knelt before his master and apologized to him for their tardiness. The warrior figured he wouldn't disobey his master's orders anyway. The young man said they arrived just in time. He asked them to clean up the place. He explained that there should be no dirt on the Qi family's land. Gu Xuanzhen's warriors began to divide up who would take on which enemy. Fighting was not new to them. They were hardened masters of their craft. Elder Han was surprised that the balance of power had instantly changed. He now realized that if he was going into battle, there would be more than one opponent. And he realized that this battle could not be avoided. Some time had passed. Only Gu Xuanzhen's men were left alive on the battlefield. His rivals were finished. Elder Han was lying on the ground, bleeding and wounded. His strength was fading. The girl stood beside Old Man Han and told the young man that he had used his secret technique dishonestly. The young man replied that he could not help but boast. The young men discussed the battle among themselves. Clan Master Lu was completely bewildered. This was unbelievable. How a small clan like Xiaoyao had defeated the strongest family in the prefecture without much effort. The man was perplexed. He wasn't sure if he should quarrel with this young man now, and now he would have to treat the Xiaoyao clan differently. Gu Xuanzhen said that everyone had seen enough. It awaits anyone who crosses his path. And now he was ready to move on to discussing his matter. The young man's mother asked him to stop. The young man told her that he was mistreating her. She still continues to serve him. The woman replied that he did not have to please him. She would do it for him. The woman thought, it doesn't matter what happens to her. It doesn't matter how they treat her. A mother tells her son that he's his uncle anyway. And she doesn't want her son to bear the cross of killing his own uncle for the rest of his life. Everyone in the neighborhood began to condemn the young man. Not only did he destroy the Han family, but he wants to destroy the new uncle as well. He's a real monster. The people in the neighborhood were afraid even of their own words. They tried to keep their voices down so that no one would hear them. The woman asked her son to stop, and not to listen to what people around him were saying. The young man stated that he does not pay attention to the opinion of others. He has his own point of view, and he will stick to it. The young man said it was the first time he felt that someone close to him was protecting him. He had never had this feeling before. The young man added that for his mother's sake he was willing to spare his uncle, and this is the first time this has happened to him. Gu Xuanzhen turned to his relatives and said that his mother no longer wanted to be a part of this family. If anyone dared to harass her again, the young man looked into his uncle's eyes. Then he would spare no one. The young man's gaze was cold. He held himself with confidence. Gu Xuanzhen had broken his uncle's sword in one move. It was very unexpected, and Master Lu was frightened. The man was angry, rage lashing out, but he didn't want to escalate the matter in this situation. Gu Xuanzhen turned around and said that they were leaving, His parents followed him. Our hero's cousin said to his father, "Would he really let this upstart get away so easily?" Master Lu ordered that all the elders be summoned immediately. He didn't want to leave this matter without proper attention. Qi Family Hall. Gu Shenchen and his parents were present here. The young man's father thanks Elder Qi for his help. If he and his son hadn't intervened, he doesn't know if he would have ever been able to reunite. The elder told the man not to be so serious. They're a family now, and it's okay to drop the manners. Elder Qi said he had already ordered the preparations, and the wedding can be held right now. The young man wondered if it would be so fast. He didn't know if he had to do it yet. After all, it was his spontaneous decision. Elder Qi added that their prefecture is famous for their approach to such things. A young man is only required to wear a wedding outfit, and for that, something needs to be thought of immediately. The father told the young man to get dressed quickly or his fiancée might be upset. The wedding was decided to be celebrated immediately. The bride was dressed in her wedding attire and the guests attended the ceremony. The girl was worried. The maid said that Master Gu would be here soon, and the wedding would go on as planned. Elder Qi said that the groom is a good kid, even if their marriage is a sham. After all, he took the responsibility himself. The girl was sad. Was she really going to marry him for selfish reasons? A young man appeared. Everyone noted that the groom had arrived. The bride couldn't understand what was happening to her. It was her first time. She had never felt like this before. The girl felt as if her heart was about to explode. She didn't know what to do. The bridesmaid approached the young man and said that he had finally arrived. Her mistress has been waiting for him for a long time, and she was worried. The bride and groom were ready for the marriage ceremony, according to local customs. The maid said that the perfect time had come. May heaven and earth bless the newlyweds. All the guests rejoiced. The parents of the newlyweds also rejoiced. The young people thanked heaven and earth for this event and for their meeting. The bride and groom bowed to the elders. They blessed them. The newlyweds bowed to each other. That was the custom in those places. Everyone shouted that now the groom must take his bride to her chambers, and they added that the bridegroom should not keep the bride waiting. After a while, the fictitious husband and wife sat in the bedchamber, head down. They didn't know what to talk about. After a while, the girl asked, and what they were going to do next. The young lady remembered how the maid and said that today she and the master would become one, and she tried to convince herself that she could do it. The girl told herself that she just had to do it. However, it was hard for her to decide to take this step. The young man put his hand on his wife's naked shoulder. A blush covered the girl's face. The young man did nothing further. The bride wondered with horror if the young man had changed his mind. Then she lay on the bed and told him to be neat. The girl closed her eyes. Her face was red with shame. She decided in her mind that she would do everything in her power. The groom told her to sit normally and not to squint, and why she was undressed. The girl was in shock. She looked at the young man with wide-open eyes. She didn't understand anything. She was surprised by his behavior. The young man held out his hand to the girl, and he had something to tell her. The young man said that he had shown her the exercises earlier, but he didn't want her to waste energy on them. Let the neediness fade away and her strength grow stronger. The girl looked at the young man and sincerely understood nothing. The bride couldn't understand what kind of man this groom was. The girl couldn't get her head around how strong he was. The young man told the girl to hold on. The maid overhears the conversation in the bridal chamber. She noted to herself that the mistress had taken matters into her own hands very quickly. The next morning came. The young men came out of the bedchamber. They were both silent. The girl looked at her husband. He stood with his eyes downcast. The guests, smiling, greeted the young ones and wished them a good morning. Everyone giggled with embarrassment. The bride blushed with embarrassment. She felt out of place. It was her first time in such a role. The girl realized that there was no further embarrassment, turned around and, with the words, "I'll go make mother tea," turned and ran out of the room. The young man thought there was something wrong with her. The guests advised that she shouldn't run so fast. Judging from her red face, the master had helped her cultivate last night. It was likely that these two hadn't slept at all last night. Gu Shenchen came to his mother's room and asked why she was calling him. "What's wrong?" The young man decided that she and her mother were about to have a serious conversation, but he didn't feel like having a serious talk right now. He was very tired. The woman asked the young man what he had done, why he had not thought of a maiden's feelings on the first wedding night. "Did you really never go to bed?" The young man didn't know what to say to his mother. The woman continued. She said that she and her father were expecting grandchildren, but the girl had to be kept safe too. The boy was silent again. The young man thought he understood his parents' concern. So who knew that the girl would turn out to be so weak? He remembered his wife saying at night that she couldn't do it anymore. She was tired, and making excuses that it takes a lot of strength to practice. The young man said he understood everything. He had nothing more to add. The mother asked him to keep the girl quiet and let her rest for a couple of days. The young man made it clear to his mother that he did not want to talk about the subject. He asked her if she knew why the new family needed a craftsman like him. The woman replied to him that it was a very long story. The woman began her story. She was born a servant to her father. She was not officially part of the family. She had no talents of information, so she was shunned for a long time. At the age of 15, the girl was sent to a master. And then she saw the treasure map of their family, which attracted everyone's attention. The young man inquired, "What the hell is a treasure map?" His mother said that this map belonged to their ancestors. It hid weapons and rare treasures to help with cultivation. Many people were eager to get their hands on this map. Many manipulated the young girl, believing that if she became stronger, she would be able to activate it. They were against her marriage to the young man's father. The young man thought he should stay close to them. The secret room of the Moon family. The elected members of the Moon family are secretly sitting in a secret room. The elder performs an ancient ritual. Everyone kneels in silence. This is not the first time this action has taken place. It lasts for a long time. The elder concluded that it didn't work this time either. "We'll have to try again." Master Moon thinks the elder has been instructed by an expert, and the level allows him. Why can't he do it again? It seems that only his sister can do it. Master Lun said that we should send people to the Chi family mansion. His sister was there right now. The servants ran to do his bidding. The young man thought that no matter how strong that guy was, he wouldn't be able to defeat his father. A wounded warrior came running and reported to the elder that there was trouble. Master Moon was indignant. He asked what had happened. What was the matter? A servant reported that Gu Xuanchen had broken through the defenses and was coming here. The purpose of his visit is unknown to anyone. Master Moon was very indignant. He couldn't have imagined it. He had never expected such insolence from his nephew. It was a very impertinent act. Master Moon didn't like the picture he saw. There were dead warriors lying everywhere. These were the warriors of his clan. At the end of the corridor stood Gu Xuanchen. One of the wounded warriors asked the elder for help. He could not stand on his feet. Gu Xuanchen said that these warriors are called the pride of the province. That's incredible. Master Moon was incredibly angry. He said that this unfit young man had crossed the line. The man with curse words lashed out at his nephew. He was like a hurricane of destruction. Gu Xuanchen easily and casually repelled his uncle's attack. Uncle couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? He had never met such an opponent before. The young man counterattacked, and the uncle flew backwards. It was super brazen and mind-boggling. The young man remained perfectly calm. Master Moon stood there in bewilderment. He didn't know how to act because he had never been in such a situation before. The man wanted to attack again, but he failed. His legs felt as if they were blocked. He couldn't move them. "What is the meaning of this?" he cried out. The young man looked at his father and cried out what had happened to him. He had never seen his ancestor in such a state. Gu Xuanchen ordered everyone to kneel down and listen to him. Suddenly, Elder Moon appeared and shouted, "Who dares to trespass into my house?" He pulled out his sharp sword and moved towards Gu Xuanchen. The old man stopped and staggered when he saw the picture in front of him. His son stood there and could not move. He asked the old man to help him. Master Lun shouted that as the head of the family, kneeling was a disgrace to him. He would not do it under any circumstances. However, the elder did something different. He knelt down and said that the disciple Lun Qingyun was greeting his ancestor. Everyone around him was shocked. The young man stood in front of the audience and spread lightning bolts. It was epic. Master Moon couldn't believe his eyes. He refused to understand what was happening here. The man asked his father, "Is this the ancestor you told me about?" Surprise was in his eyes. Everyone stood there with their mouths hanging open. The old man told his son to be quiet and not to anger the elder. He would explain everything later. Gu Xuanchen asked the old man, "Are you from the Lun family?" The old man nodded affirmatively. The elder explained that when the master left them, he was able to break through the 5th rank. Master Lun still didn't understand anything, but he looked at Gu Xuanchen with undisguised anger. Master Lun explained to the elder that this young man was the 4th sister's son. The elder was surprised at what he heard from his son. It was getting more and more interesting. Elder Moon asked, "So it turns out Grand Master is my grandson? The ways of the Lord are mysterious." The old man tried to comprehend what he had just said. It was all very strange. The young man said he was his mother's son, but not the old man's grandson. He hopes he doesn't need to explain why. Gu Xuanchen told the elder to get up and approach him. Elder Moon said that he hoped that Grandmaster could forget about the past and forgive him. The old man stood with his head down, waiting to see what the Grandmaster would answer him. The young man told the old man to forget everything. He doesn't want to shame him. If he wants to make things right, have him bring the treasure map and give it to his mother. Master Moon shouted that this map, their family heirloom. "You can't do that!" He didn't want to put up with such a decision.
Elder Moon to his son, "Immediately shut up. He would not be involved in the decision on this matter."
The elder asked the master to follow him. He had no other choice. The secret room of the Moon family. A young man is standing in front of a map. He's trying to unravel its mystery. A young man powerfully makes a breakthrough, and he gets a vision. The map opens in front of him and a glow emanates from it, illuminating everyone here. Master Moon notices that where the map was, there is nothing there anymore. It's all gone. The man exclaimed that a generation of their family had tried to do this, and the young man had managed to do everything with such ease in one go. "Who is he, this Gu Xuanchen?" The Grand Master received the scroll in his hands. This is something that many generations of the Lun family couldn't get their hands on. With his head held high, in his hand he held a most valuable treasure, a scroll with a map showing where the real treasure was. The young man's eyes shone. He cast a glance at everyone present. He felt that they were not worthy of him. He was the only one who could rightfully count on this card.
Everyone around outside in the families sit up the whole list.
The young man's wife, her father, and everyone nearby saw the glow. Everyone saw a huge shadow. They realized it was the shadow of a saint. This was the first time in this province. Everyone decided it was their ancient saint. The girl declared that this saint was the only emperor of true power. There is no one stronger than him in the entire continent. The young man thought it was an ordinary treasure, but it turns out to be the real key to the holy. If he remembers correctly, it's Xiao Tian's breath. The young man decided that it was as a clue for him that he had accidentally found. Now it would be much easier for him to get to the treasure. Master has decided to announce a general gathering. This applies to all the people of the Xiaoyao clan. All the warriors of the Xiaoyao clan had gathered to listen to their master's emergency message. The young man said he had found a place that was overflowing with spiritual power. It would be the best option for their new home. The young man told them where the place was located, and they should all go there. He was asked if it was true that they were going to move there. People were surprised to hear that. It is always hard to move out of a place. The young man told Chihu to escort his parents. Everyone else would stay with Master. The girl had questions about the relocation. Her colleague said that they should not discuss the master's orders, but should only act. The girl said that the master had recently gotten married. Won't his wife be angry when she finds out that we have to change the dislocation? A girl found out that her husband had left. He left her a letter in which he wrote that he had important business to attend to. He asked her to tell her father to follow his practice instructions. If the girl wanted to file for divorce, have her send him the papers. He'll sign everything. The maid said that her husband did the honorable thing. In any case, she can concentrate on development. The girl mentally thanked her husband. He had done the honorable thing. Gu Xuanchen convened a council of war. He had matters to discuss. His companion wanted to ask a question, but the young man raised his hand, signaling silence. They are watching. The young men, watching from the high wall, noticed the remnants of battles. There were skeletons of monsters and corpses of humans. What could it be? The master decided that it looked like a phantom of a saint was here. He must have created the terrifying beasts to fence his territory from outsiders. The young man decided to climb down from the high wall into the area and check out what was going on. His companions were amazed at what they saw. It was horrible, judging by the expression on their faces. The warriors saw the entrance to the dungeon. The master commanded, "Go!" In the depths of the dungeon, they saw a large door, which turned out to be closed. However, they decided to penetrate further. The girl noticed something and brought it to the attention of the rest of the team. Ahead was a stone wall, and on it was the inscription, Saint Lin Tian. The young men decided to take a closer look at this stele. The girl saw a lot of treasures ahead. She told the master that there was a whole sea of them. Suddenly, a warrior appeared and shouted, "How dare you touch the treasure?" and called them southern barbarians. A very large number of armed warriors appeared and told the young men to surrender, or they would be killed. The warriors were determined. These warriors had all reached the golden rank of development. They were exceptionally prepared. The eldest of these warriors, who wore a helmet, came closest to our heroes. He pointed his weapon at the master and asked the young man if he was the leader of this group. Gu Shenchen said that he advised them all to get out of here, or else he would not vouch for himself. The expression on his face said that he was not joking. The master's associate said that those had come to an end because they were not even worth their master's finger. The master didn't react in any way. He just used his weapon in cold blood. Our warrior shouted loudly. His face expressed hatred. The other warriors were also ready to start attacking their opponent. And the young man grabbed his wounded comrade under his arms. He was bleeding. Our master's warriors decided to strike back, and with a shout they rushed at their opponent. The enemy raised their weapons. They were not going to stand silent. The battle had already begun. The girl raised her sword, about to strike her opponent, but was struck by a shuriken. She fell backwards. Our master calmly watched the carnage. He thought, "Are these even going to move, or are they scared?" The opponent said that this young man's disciples were very weak. He has no one to fight anymore. The helmeted opponent said that the master was most likely not worth his attention either. The young man wondered what made him think his students were weak. It's not weakness. The opponent said to let the master show his true strength, and everyone saw it. The wounded warrior shouted at his helmeted opponent that he was nothing. The opponents were ready to go on the attack. They were willing to do it in the name of their master. The opponents shouted for the young man to disappear. Suddenly there was thunder and zigzags of lightning appeared. The area was illuminated. Everyone was frightened. The enemies began to suffer defeats. They did not know where their opponent was appearing. There were screams and blood spatters on all sides. It was a nightmare on the wings of death. The enemy warriors shouted how this was possible. They didn't realize where the opponent was and who they should attack. The young man influenced his opponent on a mental level in such a way that one of the warriors stuck his finger in his ear with such force that his brains popped out. At the same time, the master said that many things were beyond their meager minds. The opponent didn't understand how this was possible. They were no longer happy to be here, but they couldn't change anything. The girl stood up and began to attack her opponent as well. Her sword was never tired. She wielded it left and right. After the victory, the master's warriors and their battle avatars once again swore an oath to the master and pledged to protect him for the rest of their lives at the cost of their own lives. The master praised and said that a great job had been done. The young man concluded that the technique was still relevant after all these years. The helmeted opponent, who was apparently older, couldn't understand what was going on. He thought that they had actually absorbed the power of the Emperor's scroll. The chance of a human mastering such a power so easily was practically zero. Besides, they were young. It was unclear how they could do this. The girl told her master how she had behaved during the battle and how she had skillfully dealt with the enemy. The opponent couldn't understand how these wars had reached such a level at their young age. The helmeted warrior turned to the stone warrior and said that he was requesting that he descend to them. These warriors had absorbed the wisdom of the Emperor's flower, for their family owned 60% of these ruins. Our heroes looked at this warrior and the one he was addressing. The stone warrior said, "No problem," and a girl appeared on his shoulder. It was Qin Wan, a member of the Qin family. The warrior said he was ready to fulfill any errand of the mistress. The girl said, "Great, then we have a deal." She drew her sword, which glowed like tongues of flame. Gu Xuanchen calmly observed all of this. She raised her sword, and it glowed even more. The weapon seemed to cast lightning bolts. Qinwan said that they would do it together. Her eyes sparkled. The man said it was the Emperor's sword. The girl asked, "What is the Emperor's sword?" The man clarified that the Emperor's sword was a deadly weapon. It had belonged to the Emperor for many years. It has the Emperor's power and blood in it. Its power is far beyond our imagination. The young man shouted that he was ready to pick him up. The man tried to detain him. The man said it was different from the scroll. You can't wield such a weapon with talent alone. The warrior added that even the Emperor's heirs would recognize this sword with great difficulty. As he continued, he explained, if one wasn't careful, this sword could simply kill the master. Qinwan stated that since they knew about the power of the ball, she would advise them to get out of here and hurry up. The young man asked if she was a descendant of Qin Tian. Angrily, the girl answered him that the young man knew too much. He had no right to call her ancestor's name. At that, flames blazed around the girl. The girl thrust her sword forward and said that the young man would be punished for such words. Our heroes noticed that the spatial burst mode had been activated. The young man calmly continued to watch the events unfold. Qinwan decided that she was frightened. She thought it might be time to attack her opponent. Gu Shenchen called out to the girl. He called her by name and told her to come over to him. Qinwan thrust her weapon forward and rushed at her opponents with a shout. In the same instant, she flew backward. Her sword was gone. Our warriors watched the events from behind cover. The master held her huge sword in his hands. His face, as always, was calm and cold-blooded. The young man began to look at the weapon of his rival's crime. He was interested in the material from which it was made. The helmeted warrior was stunned by what he saw. It didn't fit in his horned head. That young man just took the Emperor's sword. How is that possible? What can we do against him? Qinwan was also puzzled. Now she had to think of something else. The girl shouted out, "It has my ancestor's blood on it. Give me back my sword." And the blood flowed from her to our master. It must have been some kind of spell. The master, to defend himself from the bloody attack, set up the sword he had just confiscated. Qinwan, spitting out blood, snapped off the stone warrior and flew down. All the enemies couldn't understand what had happened to the sword. The weapon doesn't recognize its master. Even blood doesn't help. The master with the sword soared above everyone. His warriors were ready to rise to his defense. Qinwan continued to fall. She was almost at the ground. Gu Xuanchen managed to grab the girl in his arms at the last moment, and by doing so, he saved her. Qinwan was lying in the young man's arms unconscious. The opponents, seeing this development, decided that they should run away. They shouldn't mess with this master anymore. That's what they did. Soon the young man sat the girl down on the ground and leaned her against the wall. The girl's eyes were still closed. A young man, quite by accident, saw a tattoo on the girl's shoulder. It was a mysterious tattoo. The young man thought that this person was indeed a descendant of Xiaotian. The master's warriors saw this sign and were frightened. They thought it must be a special sign, and now the master would torture her to find out the military secret. The young man's companions decided to leave the master alone, so as not to interfere with his torture. They decided to look at the other treasures. Qinwan came to her senses and opened her eyes. She looked at the master, at where he was looking, and asked what he was going to do. The girl shouted if the young man wanted to kill her, let him kill her, but she would not obey him. The young man said he wasn't even thinking of doing that. He's actually an old friend of her family. He would try to prove it to her now. The young man raised the sword up, and flames shot up into the sky. It became clear to the girl. This is Qin Tian's sword art. How did the young man manage to do this? It's not like he could have anything to do with it. The girl was startled and shouted that he had a problem with his clothes. She blushed with embarrassment. The young man said, "Oops," and turned away out of politeness. Suddenly, the most incredible thing happened. His warriors returned and said that the underground palace was trembling. They asked if their master was all right, if anything should be done. The wizard's squad looked curiously at the girl and her clothes, or rather, what was left of it. They had strange expressions on their faces. Unnatural, one might say. The warriors drew their own conclusions. They decided that the master had tortured this girl. They decided she wouldn't last long. so they decided to go back to the treasure again. They thought the War Master was a real savage. Gu Shenshin told the girl to put something on herself. He offered her a robe that he happened to have with him. The girl thanked him. She asked how he learned about this technique. The young man said he was an old friend of her family. The young woman was surprised. The young man said he didn't mean to offend her, and he gave her back the sword. The sword hovered in the air and began to glow like a fiery flame. The young man declared that she was his master from now on, so he must obey her. I saw what that sword could do. It really was magic. The girl asked, "Does the Imperial sword refuse to recognize me as its master?" The master shouted at the sword and said that he must recognize the girl as his master. He repeated it a second time. Suddenly the sword lit up with all the colors of the rainbow and began to make various shapes in the air and show what it could do. The girl, covering herself with her hand, said that the young man had awakened the spirit of the sword. This very sword spirit appeared. He looked like a big golden youth, and said that Xiao Tian welcomed his master, however the master was Gu Xuanchen. The young man said to him, to become. The girl thought that she had put her heart and soul into that sword, and he had rejected her so easily, and this young man was able to awaken the spirit so easily. The sword spirit decided that his master had succeeded in breaking the seal. Gu Xuanchen thought that he had been reborn, and the seal disappeared. The sword spirit added that the person who put this seal on the young man was probably someone he knew. The young man wondered who he might know. This information narrowed the circle of suspects. The sword spirit continued his story. During this time, he found out that there were many small worlds that this person could hide in. But the sword knew the master was alive, which was why he had sent this spirit at the last moment to tell everything. The young man thought that the seal, even in this life, had taken root in him. He didn't know where the seal from his past life came from. He didn't think that someone on this continent could have done such a thing. The sword spirit said that he was also asked to be reminded that the 7 ancient clans might have a clue. Master repeated, "The 7 ancient clans. It's for better memorization." The 7 ancient clans have a history dating back to the ancient Dark Ages, and over the years, anyone who has tried to learn their secrets has been doomed to death or magically disappeared. The master thought that the 7 ancient clans might look mysterious to the rest of the world, but not to him. After all, he knew more than enough about them. The sword spirit asked what exactly the master knew. The young man decided to pass on his skill to the spirit. The master passed Qin Tian's sword art to the spirit. The young man said that Qin Wan's skills were too weak and he didn't have time to train, so the spirit would take care of training this girl. Gu Xuanchen thought that he was curious about this. Looks like the enemy is somewhere close by. Qin Wan called out to the young man, let him at least say his name. The master said that this land was overflowing with energy. You 3 go back and the others will stay here. The young man said he had some business to attend to. He'll be back in a few days. A forest of wild animals, a bamboo grove. The young man decided to explore the area. The young man felt as if the energy of the place was changing. The master stopped. Something seemed suspicious to him. Perhaps he was not alone and he should be more careful. The young man drew his sword. He was ready to cut his way through. Gu Shenshen looked around with a keen eye. The sword was at the ready. The enemy, if he was here, would not be able to sneak up on him unnoticed. An air vortex formed. The young man was in its epicenter. Everything around him was spinning. Heavenly Sword Clan! The young man activated the omniscient mirror mode. He kept his sword at the ready. Elder Wen Tian thought that this guy really is a master. The man said he has just started but has already made structural changes. Elder Tian Hong said, advising him to take a closer look. The young man decided, well, if we have to, we'll play, but only by my rules. The young man said to start first. The master extended the hand holding the sword. Lightning flashed around him. He was completely calm and cool. His opponent's gaze said nothing. He took an observational stance. The master figured it wouldn't be that easy. The 7-sword technique had been activated for this fight. Both opponents were willing to accept it. These 7 swords surrounded the master, creating a solid defense. At the same time, the swords were ready to attack the enemy at any time. Gu Xuanchen did not let his guard down for a moment. He was like a hunter waiting for his prey. Our hero swung around and prepared to deliver a stinging blow to his opponent. The young man had had a good training session. He realized that in case of danger, he would be able to stand up for himself and do damage to the enemy. The young man asked his brother, should they attack Gu Xuanchen? The latter replied in the negative. A person with such strength should not become an enemy of their clan. Then the young man asked his brother if he had a plan. The brother replied that he had a plan. They would try to make the young man their friend. The young man leaning on the bamboo was gazing into the distance. His slashing sword was at the ready. Gu Xuanchen knew that the rule of the Heavenly Sword clan states, anyone who breaks through the bamboo forest formation is allowed to join the clan. But he doesn't know if he will succeed. The young man didn't think it would turn out that way. In any case, it was better to know the truth at once. The young man decided that it would be easier to join them as an apprentice than to be shaken by every rustle. He's sure he's worthy of it. The young man decided that he would go in, and he hoped he was welcome there. There was no turning back. The young man thought, good things come to good ends. Sword of Heaven Clan, splendid weather. Heaven's Sword Clan Hall. The guard asked, who is coming? He has to say his name. The young man introduced himself. He said his name was Gu Xuanchen, and he's from the Xiao clan. The brothers reason among themselves and think that the young man is probably a genius because he managed to break through the formation. It is more advantageous to make him a friend than an enemy. The brothers said that since the young man had decided to join them, he would start at the lowest rung. Those are the rules. There can be no exceptions. The young man thought to himself that he was now facing the lowest rung. The young man told his brother that it wasn't serious. Even a shallow person would be able to see his talent. His brother replied to him that they should initiate him into all the nuances of their clan. Compared to the others, he wasn't that good. The young man said he understood them perfectly well. The men met their gazes. Each of them didn't blink once. The master said that from this day forward, the young man would be responsible for these puppets. It was also brought to the young man's attention that he could use their resources as he wished. They were the crystals of 1,000 sacred souls. The young man rejoiced. Now he would be able to use the crystals as he wished. These crystals were much stronger than spirit stones. He would be able to level up much faster, and he would be much more pumped up than others. The man said that these are not just puppets. They are weapons that only the true masters of their clan can wield. It takes a lot of crystals to activate the puppets. An ordinary student cannot control them. It is necessary to try not to make mistakes when working with puppets. The young man reported that he had gotten enough information. The other warriors looked at him curiously. They did not know what to expect from him. Gu Xuanchen raised these crystals with his internal meridians, and the crystals hovered in the air. The young man exclaimed furiously. They probably didn't expect to see this. At the same second, the puppets were activated. All the wars in the hall began to cough. It was hard for them to breathe. The brothers also felt uncomfortable. What the young man had done was unacceptable. The young man declared in public, for he could use them. It was stipulated in the terms of the contract. The man shouted that successfully activating puppets with crystals was not easy. It requires a special talent. His brother said to be careful not to get into trouble. Scripture Pavilion. It is evening. The watchmen are on duty, gazing into the distance. They are keeping watch. One sentinel said he was very sleepy. At the same time, a young man hid around the corner. The young man felt that this was it. He will attempt to sneak into the Scripture Pavilion unnoticed. Our master entered the room unnoticed. He was like a shadow. He moved quietly and unnoticed. The young man looked forward and something interested him. He smirked. Things were very difficult to understand here, and he activated his glowing dragonkin. The young man snuck into the library and picked up the Book of Clans. The young man read about the Sacred Ball Clan, the Sacred River Clan, the Ice Clan, the Blue Clan, the Sacred Guardians Clan, and the 9 Saints Clan. It turns out there were a lot of clans in the area. The young man read this interesting book. The young man pronounced, a forgotten ancient place, Sacred Ball Plateau. That was his goal. The master looked at the map to see where the above clans were located. The map was very detailed with descriptions and real estate. Sacred Ball Clan, Bamboo Forest. The sword spirit said that 3 days had already passed, but Xiaoqin could still feel its breath. He emitted his last breath here. The sword spirit said that the girl should treat him with great respect and call him elder. The lady began to threaten that if the sword spirit didn't help her find Gu Xuanchen, she would simply melt it down. The interlocutor didn't like it very much. The sword spirit said that the girl was not allowed to call the master by name. The young lady heard a rustle. She stopped, turned around, and asked who was here. Sacred Sword Clan Hall. The man wondered if they had all started cultivating. Don't they have anything else to do? A warrior came up and said that he had just returned from the puppet hall, where he had seen everything with his own eyes. His brother objected that this is a technique that puppets cannot learn on their own. The warrior said that only a great master can train puppets like this. He is powerful not only in combat, but also in creating spiritual formations. The warrior concluded that he wasn't sure if he knew a person who could match Gu Xuanchen in strength. Puppet Hall. The young man thought that he had spent a whole 10 days searching for this clan, but he hadn't found a single clue. Angry that he couldn't get there, the young man told them to flop down and let him watch. The girls are being hit on by passers-by. They call them newborn divine twins. The young man stated that there had not been such beauty in their neighborhoods for a long time. The young man noticed them and thought he didn't know what they were doing here. What wind had brought them here? The newlyweds met each other's gazes. It couldn't be avoided. That's why the girl came here to see her husband. The girls rejoiced. That was their goal, and they had reached it. The young man thought it was a failure. Why is she here? She would only complicate the situation. A young man, angry as hell, approached the women. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. The young man grabbed the girl's hands. He told them to talk less and follow him. The young man was deadly serious. Puppet Hall. Gu Xuanchen asked why the girls were here and what wind brought them here. The girls said that they had come for Gu Xuanchen. He had left her then without explaining anything well, and she had accumulated a lot of questions. The young man was already tired of them. He said let him ask whatever he wants. If he can, he'll answer. The girl began her uncomplicated story. For years she had wanted to meet such a powerful master, and she had come to the ruins by chance too. The girl said that since he knew her ancestor, maybe he could tell her where to find him. If possible, have him arrange for her to meet him. After a disaster that happened many years ago, they lost contact. The young man said he couldn't help her. The girl was upset to learn that he wouldn't be able to help her. The young man didn't know how to tell the whole truth to this girl. The master, having thought about it, said if he found out something, he would be sure to tell her. The girl was very happy. The young man, looking at his wife, asked how they even met, these girls. The wife did not know how to start her conversation. She looked down and lowered her head. Jinwan said that it was just that the wife missed her husband. The wife blushed with embarrassment. The wife said she looked for her husband at night in the bamboo forest. The wife there happened to meet Jinwan and asked her if she knew how to find Gu Xuanchen. It was at night in the forest. After that, they came here together, and they accidentally wandered through the maze of bamboo forest and ended up here. The young man asked, so the girls had also decided to become disciples of this clan. Jinwan said that thanks to the sword spirit, she had become a little stronger. The young wife said that her skills have also grown a lot, thanks to his techniques. And the reason she was here was because she just wanted to thank her husband personally. The man concluded that they had not come here for him. It was a very correct inference. But they had unwittingly attracted everyone's attention. They should be more careful in the future, and will have to disguise themselves. They must not reveal their real identities. They must live under false identities. The girls had no choice. They agreed. The wife asked, "There is a martial art competition next month. Should we avoid it?" The young man was surprised to hear about the competition. He hadn't read the news in a long time. The girl was amazed that her husband didn't know that. He was so well read. These competitions are held by 7 ancient clans. It's a tradition hundreds of years old, and the event is a household name. The girl assumed that because of the reward and the opportunity to show up in front of the leaders of these clans, everyone was literally going out of their way to get there and win. The young man said he understood his wife. He did not have this information before because he had not communicated with anyone. The girl continued. She had also heard that this year's competition would be held at the Heavenly Sword Plateau, and that location would be open to everyone for that reason. The girls saw that the young man was very concerned after receiving this information. They asked if there was anything they could do to help him. The young man said cryptically that anything could be. The young man said that the girls should get ready for a group activity. Is it really a threesome? The wife asked excitedly and looked at her husband. Hot springs, a resort place. The young man knew that this elixir was an ancient recipe of his clan. If he took a bath with it, his skills would improve much faster. In addition, you will need to work hard to make the elixir work. The girls smile and pretend not to understand what the young man is talking about. The young ladies ask, do they really need to take a dip in this spring? For them, it's all unexpected. The girl figured that since he was her husband, she wouldn't feel uncomfortable. The young lady undressed and decided to take a dip in the hot springs. It should be good for her. A blush covered the girl's face, but she tried to calm herself. She told herself it was normal. Chin-wan was red with embarrassment. She didn't realize if this wasn't just cultivation. There is clearly something wrong here. Why is his wife not afraid of anything? The girls invited the young man to join them. He should not be shy. The young man realized that the situation was getting out of control. He didn't ask the girls to undress, but only thought to teach them how to handle the water. It was unclear what they had in mind. There was a huge amount of magic crystals around the hot springs. The young man assumed the lotus posture on a lofty stone and said he was ready to begin. The girls replied that they had been ready for a long time, and they looked at the young man carefully. Gu Xuanchen started to make a motion with his hand in front of him, and his fingertips shone. The magic crystals began their movement. They rose above the ground. The girls were shocked by what was happening. The atmosphere became hot to the touch. The water boiled and there were glimpses of lightning in the air. The young ladies were very excited. The young man pointed out to the girls that they should be sure to control their thoughts. This is one of the basics. The girls realized that something was going on inside them. It was hard for them to control it. It was as if they were being burned by something from within. It was an uncontrollable force. At some point, the girls rose up and began to float above the water. They were light, like bubbles rising above the water surface. Chinwan looked at Gu Xuanchen's wife and realized that this girl had made a breakthrough again. The young man said it would be a good idea for the girls to get dressed first. Chinwan came to her senses, embarrassed, and realized that this was what she had to do: get dressed and try to control herself. The young man thought that with 100,000 crystals, they had managed to make a small breakthrough. It was scary to imagine how many such crystals would be needed in the future. The young man thought that would be enough for him to compete. He told the girls to continue practicing, but not to do anything without his permission. The young ladies agreed. 1 month has passed. Heavenly Sword Platform. Such competitions are held once every 100 years. Everyone was sure that they were in for something unforgettable. Everyone was sure that their clan would win. People said that the winners would get some special weapon. This was an incentive to take part in the competition. A horn sounded announcing that the tournament was starting, and all spectators must take their seats. Attendees noticed that all the elders were already present. This confirmed the special status of this tournament. The Ice Clan elder Chen Kun was also present here. The elder welcomed the participants and said that the competition was about to begin. He is sure that today they will discover amazing talents and achieve incredible results, and then everyone will be proud of them. The elder said that the winner would be rewarded with a high-end weapon that was made with new technology, namely a new technique and 600,000 crystals. Furthermore, because of the loss of real talents during the last competition, they decided to make some changes this time. From now on, pair competitions are cancelled, including during the mission to find the Tao Tree. After 3 days, everyone will know the numbers assigned to each team. Gu Xuanchen listened to the elder attentively. This was his first time participating in this kind of competition. The young man looked at the bamboo forest. He saw a glow above the forest. It was an energy many times stronger than anything he had encountered before. The young man decided that this place might be exactly the point he was looking for. Could he really get there? The elder finished his speech and said that the competition was declared open. The elder encouraged everyone to give their best effort and show their true strength. He turned to the rest of the elders and said it was time to begin. Everyone was ready. All those present immediately rushed to the starting point of the competition. Each of them wanted to be the first to arrive at their destination, so they could start right away and waste no time. Gu Xuanchen had left many opponents behind him. He was very determined. At this moment, nothing distracted him. He saw the goal and did not see any obstacles. The elder took notice of this young man. To everyone, he was a dark horse, but it was immediately obvious that this young man had great potential. The elders watched the movements and actions of the competitors on an interactive map. Each participant was like a palm in the palm of their hand, and emotions were running high. It was a natural part of the competition. Everyone watched the tournament closely and emotionally. The young people were concerned. What was really going on? It seemed as if an abnormal situation had occurred. A participant asked an elder why they were not letting people out. Someone said, "Everybody look what's going on," and everyone looked in that direction. The great saint appeared and said that the participants had done a good job. Now they needed to open a portal between the sacred domain and the Chinan continent, and they needed to do it as soon as possible. The young man also brought it to his master's attention that he had finally found the man who wanted to destroy him. Qingyun Mountains. Gu Xuanxin noticed that there was no one else around. Could it be that they all appear in different places? The master thought that this green butterfly that had strangely appeared on his arm was here for a reason. After a while, the insect fluttered up and flew away, as if showing the young man the way. The young man realized that something was wrong here. This was no mere coincidence. The young man was almost certain that this energy definitely belonged to the Qingyun continent. The master's face and his gaze said that he was tensely calculating all the options of further development of the situation. A silhouette of a woman appeared ahead, telling the young man that she had finally found her child. When the woman came closer, the young man was able to get a good look at her. He thought that they had not met before. Gu Xuanxin asked what this stranger's name was. He wished he knew her name. The woman said she was his real mother, and also told him to come near her. The young man was by nature very suspicious, and he didn't believe this woman. She seemed suspicious to him too. The young man closed his eyes and tried to imagine. At this moment he was having a brainstorm. He directed his hand, emitting energy in the direction of this woman. The woman tried to explain everything to the young man. She said that the mother he knew was not really his mother. Among other things, the woman declared that she is the mother of this whole place. That is, she is the all-encompassing mother. The woman said that this place gave the young man a body and she gave him a soul. This is hard to understand, but easy to remember. The young man asked the woman if she was really telling the truth. Gu Xuanxin thought that he was capable of distinguishing false illusions from the truth, but he did not see this woman as such. Is it really all true? The woman continued. She said that she and the sacred master of this place, the ninth prince, had brought a young man into this world, but when they were attacked by demons, they lost their child. After that, they searched the heavens and all worlds to find him, but she never thought she would meet him here. The young man thought, so the ninth prince is his real father. That would explain a lot, but there were new questions. The woman said the young man had his father's blood and talent, and she created this place to numb her pain after her child went missing. And today, he finally came back. The young man now knew whose blood ran in him and whose direct descendant he was. It was the woman who said that his father had put the purity and power of his blood into his soul. It was because of this that the young man had been able to master new techniques with ease all this time. The young man, he thought, what about printing? But the woman was right. Learning always came to him as if he already knew, once upon a time, all these techniques. The woman replied that the master had made the seal to protect the child during the war. The woman called her child to her. Now she will protect him. The demons will never find him again. The woman continued. She would close the seal and he would never have to worry about anything ever again. The woman held out her hand to the young man and waited for him to approach her. He decided to take a chance. Everyone in the neighborhood couldn't understand what was happening, if danger was coming. The elder gave an emergency message. He told everyone to listen to him. He announced that everyone in the competition needed to go on alert. The warriors were surprised and wary. They saw that the masters were behaving strangely. Everyone asked what would happen to those who managed to get in. The elder only remained silent in response. His face betrayed no emotion. A month before, the elder was surprised by the information that Gu Xuanxin had voluntarily become a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Clan, and it looked all very strange. The men decided then to try to realize their plan right at the competition. They decided to inform their disciples, to keep an eye on Gu Xuanxin and his every move. The man remarked that fortunately he was able to navigate in time to find what he had been looking for so long. The warrior spirit said this was his reward. We should keep an eye on her. Everyone followed what the warrior spirit said with undisguised interest. The elder said that he was thankful for the gift of the great ancestor. It is a great honor for him. After Gu Xuanchen approached the woman, she said that his mother would now close his seal. She touched the young man gingerly. The young man flinched. Suddenly, all of a sudden, dark spots appeared on the woman's clothes. It happened very suddenly. The young man's hand ended up near the woman's body. The woman cried out in surprise. The young man's gaze was cold. His eyes were icy cold. The woman coughed. More and more stains kept appearing. Gu Xuanchen threw the woman far back from himself. Her face became angry. Her eyes lit up with anger. She said angrily that it was the young man's talent that allowed him to see the truth. The young man pointed his sword toward the woman and asked who she was. Let her confess immediately. Everything around the woman was clotting. There were many sparks coming from her body. Her face became fearful, and she said that the young man would soon find out everything. The young man realized he was finally here. She told him to get out. The young man was determined and courageous. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. He wanted to find out who this woman was and what she wanted from him. He thought it was as if the forces of this place had multiple streams. But this energy still exceeds the strength of the Qingyun continent. Gu Xuanchen decided that this place was special. In his 2 lives, he had never seen anything like this. Did he really want to be sealed here? The young man took a fighting stance and thrust his sword forward. He said he would see if he had the strength for it. The master saw some bright light ahead, a plume of it stretching straight toward him. The young man shrieked violently. He decided that he would not put up with this. His eyes burned with hatred. He continued to scream furiously. Lightning flashed around him. The young man was ready to fight the invisible enemy at once, but he felt its presence with his whole body. The city felt that, thanks to the ancestors' gift, they had made more progress in cultivation in just a few seconds than they had in the past few hundred years. The elder looked at the scroll and said, "That's fine." The masters listened attentively to the elder. He said that the only thing left to do now was to wait for his second coming. And once Gu Xuanchen was dead, they would receive a gift better than the first. The girl noticed that no matter how strong Gu Xuanchen was, he would definitely not be able to cope with the masters. Suddenly, something confused the elder. He was very surprised. Everyone else was also surprised. It was a mass surprise. Something flashed in front of them and a shining pillar appeared. The man told his brother to be careful. Everyone watched as this glowing pillar burst out of the interactive map and sparks flew in all directions. Gu Xuanchen appeared, holding a scroll in his hands. He was determined. Everyone was very upset. How come? It didn't go as planned. And what will they do now? Because it is too late to do anything about it. The young man tossed the scroll in front of him. They wondered if he had actually made it here. The young man thanked everyone. He said that the powers of the mountains had helped him get to the next level in a very short time. A man asked his brother what they should do. This guy had absorbed the power of the mountain. The brother replied that they can't beat him. They should just accept it. The man ordered the elders to capture Gu Xuanchen and arrest him. The warrior decided that he had prepared thoroughly. The enemies decided to capture the women first. Like shadows, they disguised themselves, but they were discovered. The young man saw that his girls had been taken prisoner, and the guards' weapons were pointed at them. Exactly what he thought would happen. Women can cause trouble. Jinwan said that there are too many opponents and they are very strong. Girls are no match for them. The young man had better run away because they want to capture him. The villain said that even though the girls chose to surrender without a fight, he's going to destroy them anyway to show them what blood feuds are all about. The young lady looked at her enemy with hatred. There was no fear in her eyes. She behaved as her master had taught her. Gu Xuanchen said that his opponent has a very nasty tone, and he's about to show it to him. What is the true power of this place? The young man's eyes were charged with vengeance. He would never let anyone mess with his women like that. He would always be able to protect his loved ones. He activated the fierce attack mode and directed all of his internal energy at his opponent. He was not afraid of the enemy. The young man pointed his punishing finger in the direction of his enemies. It was enough to make the opponent's warriors scatter in all directions, and they didn't look threatening anymore. The elder wondered how this was possible. Not only had the young man managed to raise his level, but also his Qingyun mountain technique. The man shouted loudly. He told Gu Xuanchen to let them go free because they were very wrong about him. The young man directed a stream of his annihilating energy at the elder. He coughed violently. The defeated enemy scattered in all directions. After some time had passed, Gu Xuanchen and his 2 women were left in the square, bound hand and foot, sitting on the ruined surface. He did so. The young man's wife wondered if he had really defeated everyone single-handedly. How is that possible? The young man looked around and assessed the extent of the damage he had caused to the 7 clans. An altar of sacred ground. The warrior spirit was now certain that this young man was the son of a sacred master. There was no ordinary blood flowing in him. The spirit of another warrior said that the power of the mountains was out of control. The pharmacy is about to collapse. They need to do something about it. The warriors thought that this time the young man had succeeded in dealing with the attack. But would he be able to repeat his success? It will be hard to find anyone willing to do it again. No one will want to deal with a young man. One of the warriors told his brother that he had asked to awaken the child of darkness. Is everything ready? The 6th brother told the 3rd brother not to worry. Everyone was busy searching for the boy. By the time they reached the right path, he would be in their hands. The warriors decide to prepare the altar because they have to catch it before the others. That was their agreement. That was the final decision. All 6 great warriors made this decision on the altar of the sacred ground. Qinwan thought that so many strong disciples had simply evaporated. The sacred Ball clan that had thrived for thousands of years had just taken off. The young man released the girls and untied their hands. They were happy, but they still had a question. What will happen to them now? They are in a dangerous situation. The young man turned to the fluttering girls. He told them to listen to him carefully. The true power of their enemy was unknown to him. Since they had found this place, anyone who had anything to do with them would be brought before them. The girls didn't understand anything, it was only natural. The young man explained that this portal would send them to the Jianyun Mountains. Practicing there would be twice as effective. Besides, the girls would be relatively safe there. The young man looked carefully at the scroll on which the map was displayed. Chengxian Territory, Shao Clan. Master had been gone for over a month, and the warriors wondered why he wasn't coming back. They realized that with his strength, he would be fine. The warriors had high hopes that nothing would happen to their master. Suddenly they noticed someone approaching them. Who could it be? Thought the warriors. It turned out to be their foreman. He asked what progress they had made during his absence and their presence. Everyone was terribly excited. They greeted their master. They realized that their master was fine, which they had no doubt about. The girl reported to her master that they had done as he said, and now their clan was on everyone's radar. Thanks to the spiritual resources of this land, their skills had increased a lot. Gu Xuanchen said that he could no longer look after this territory. The young man showed his warriors a scroll with a new map and said that he wanted to send them to a better place. This message caused bewilderment among his men. New questions arose: how they would be removed from their seats. The scroll showed our master's people what bountiful lands he offered them. It was like the eternal radiance of pure reason. Qinyan Mountain. The girl marvels at the area. It's a beauty she's never seen before, and it's so easy to breathe. The master squad that arrived at this mountain was amazed at how good it was here, and what a strong energy this area has. Xiaomeng and Chen Yan hugged each other. They missed each other very much. The girls noticed that Yu Han was also here. The young ladies asked why Sister Chen was also here. What was the wind that brought her here? The girl said that her brother had sent her here. He said that the aura of this place was perfect for cultivation. Now, not only the Xiao Yao clan is here, but also the Gu and Qi families. Gu Xuanchen said that this was a special space where everything was under his control. Here, everyone would be able to practice and cultivate in peace. The young man's parents asked for his permission to get out of here. The young man's warriors looked down from the cliff and saw a terrible picture. The masters of all 7 clans were in a pit, tied to a pole. Dangerous wild animals were stationed around the pit. The masters of the 7 clans begged the master to let them go. They promised to tell him everything, all the military secrets they know. The young man said how he couldn't let them go after what they had done. One of the masters shouted that he was here. He was on the Penglai Heavenly Bridge. Gu Shenchen was interested in this title. Penglai Heavenly Bridge. Penlai Mountain, Heavenly Bridge. The young man looks at Mount Penlai and realizes what he's talking about. The elders shouted for Gu Xuanchen not to believe everything he was hearing. One of the master's warriors closed that elder's mouth. The other warrior told the master not to worry. They would take care of those clan masters, and they would not disturb him again. The hostile clan elder shouted that Gu Xuanchen had promised to let him go. After all, he had told him all the military secrets. The young man wondered when it was he who had made such promises. The girl gagged the elder's mouth and told him to shut up. One of the master's warriors told him to leave the matter of these elders of the 7 clans to him. The master agreed. The young man continued to watch this mountain and contemplate his future plans. The young man thought, even though he hadn't seen the divine section, he could still feel a strong aura in this place. It looked like something had happened in this place even before the domain was opened. The young man decided for himself that he must solve this mystery. Gu Xuanchen assumed that the aura was accumulating in those clouds. If they started practicing right now, they could make another breakthrough. So he decided to give it a try. A young man was approached by a girl and asked, "Is the master also from Zhusha?" The girl explained that this bridge is one of the 9 places where evil congregates. And it's very dangerous there. Why don't they go there together? And check the place where there is a lot of evil accumulated. The young man said he shouldn't do that. The girl was surprised. The young person was upset and cried. She was sad because she had been rejected again. Looking at the master, she thought that she would no longer be able to find a person with such strength. The warrior thought, what kind of strength are we talking about? After all, he has different powers. They were all far away from each other, and they saw another man. The girl stated that she had finally found someone who was willing to join them. It was Yuhan, the person she was looking for. I got close to him and realized that it seems his level is not high enough. The young man said, "Didn't you find someone else in the meantime? Did someone else agree to go?" Another youth said that the strongest of them was also far from perfect. They only need an assistant anyway, so someone like that will do. The young man said he must swear, for what they would teach him was a secret technique and no one must know about it. They gave him something to read first. If he doesn't understand something, he can ask questions. The young man looked at it and it made sense to him. It was a technique he taught his first apprentice. The young man threw back the scroll and said that everything was ready. The young man was very surprised. The master was not interested. The young man said that Gu Xuanchen's level is not too high, so let him not force himself, and let him report if he fails. They would be willing to protect him. They didn't understand where this guy came from. And did he even understand anything? The girl told Yuhan to join her soon or he would miss everything. The young man said to wait for him. Yuhan ran after the others. They were all aiming for that mountain. The young man didn't understand if this guy had mastered the technique with a glimpse of it. The young man told everyone to stop. He looked intently into the distance. Everyone came up to him and asked him what was wrong. They too began to look in the same direction. The young man asked if everyone could feel this strong aura. Everyone felt this strong aura and saw an unimaginable glow at the top of the mountain. The girl was amazed. She said, "It was like hundreds of people had a breakthrough at the same time." The young man said they should definitely go there and check things out properly. But on the other hand, he thought, if a conflict breaks out, it's not certain that they'll be able to handle that conflict. Gu Xuanchen overtook the group of young men and continued toward that strong aura. The young man was indignant. That arrogant upstart. When this was over, he would teach him a lesson. At the end of the journey, the group of young people felt very tired. Sweat was dripping from them in hailstones. The boy wondered who this upstart might be. He didn't look tired. And why, after such a long journey, there was not a drop of fatigue on his face? Our hero was absolutely calm. The leader of the Qiankun Alliance, Xie Yu, appeared. The woman said that it was quite rude. She welcomed all the new arrivals. The young men said they welcomed Alliance leader Chen Kun. The young man thought he knew about this alliance. He remembered a girl telling him that this alliance had the best army in the last 100 years. They had become one of the 3 great clans of Mount Penglai. The woman told them to leave the formalities behind and follow her. She would guide them where they needed to go and also protect them from any potential dangers along the way. The young people thanked the leader for his help and thought that thanks to the alliance's help, and the road would become safer and easier. Gu Xuanchen kept apart from the others. The young man thought not to ask questions or stand out just yet. The woman said it was time for them to hit the road, and warned her that the road would not be easy. But her warriors are always ready to fend off wild beasts. After the wild beasts were finished, the expedition continued on its way. Everyone was on foot. The woman waved her hand and told everyone to stop. She sensed that something was wrong. Everyone else noticed that something was wrong. and they exclaimed. What they saw really struck them. Ahead lay a great many corpses. It was obvious that some kind of battle had taken place here. The woman marveled at where so many people could have come from in the forest. The young man assumed they had been killed with just one blow. Many of them died before they could even react to the attack. Looks like the level of that assassin was really high. The woman turned to her brother, saying that in this long journey they must share both sorrows and joys in half. The young man asked what she meant. The woman said that their alliance had killed many spirit beasts along the way. Wasn't it time for him to do his part? Maybe one of their company would go ahead to scout. The young men realized what was needed of them. The young men realized that the woman and her warriors wanted them to make way for them. They disagreed. After all, they had just arrived, and why should they sacrifice their lives for anyone? However, one of them asked when to depart. Gu Xuanchen silently walked forward. The young people didn't understand how he could dare to do this. The master asked what's wrong. There's no time to waste. It'll be dark soon. The woman said, "Here comes our hero." She did not mind that it was this young man who would go forward. This was how everyone moved. Gu Xuanchen was in the lead. Behind him, a group of young men, and behind them, a woman and her clan's warriors. The young men felt tense. They were looking around, and their weapons were at the ready. Everywhere along the road were the corpses of warriors. The girl asked fearfully what was going on here. They could see nothing but dead bodies now. The young man asked her to keep her voice down. Gu Xuanchen walked ahead, silent and thinking about his own thoughts. His outward appearance did not give away his inner state. The young man continued to walk alone ahead of the entire expedition. He was absolutely calm. The young man shouted, "Look ahead!" They finally made it to the finish line. Everyone ran up and started looking in the direction the young man pointed. Everyone saw the glow. The girl said that it was a real treasure. It was a huge flow of energy, and they would be able to become much stronger. It was incredible. Everyone began to appraise each other with glances. It was the clan master of the Wind Temple clan. He said that they were just discussing how they would divide it. The young man thought that it was the Wind clan and the Thousand Stars clan. A suspicion crept into the young man's mind that these were the ones who had killed all those people. Although this alliance was one of the 3 strongest clans in the Penglai Hump, but these guys were much stronger. The young man thought that even with the help of the alliance, they would be able to deal with these people. The clan leader asked if everyone agreed with his opinion. The woman didn't want to share anything. Gu Xuanchen intervened in the conversation. He said that he didn't understand the meaning of the word divide. The young man said that he intended to take the place for himself, and he would not accept any objections. In his hand, he held his sword. The warriors were surprised at the insolence of this upstart. How dare he say such a thing? The woman told the young man to shut up because this could end badly for him. The young man said that Si San Yu said that to them, and that's why they should leave. The young man then added, not to blame them for being treated roughly. The clan master of the Wind Temple clan was very angry. No one had ever treated him like this before, especially strangers in the dark forest. He shouted, since they decided to absorb all that power alone, do they have the ability to do so? He ordered the destruction of the rival alliance. His warriors rushed to the attack. Si San Yu asked them to calm down and said that they had misunderstood everything. The company of young men thought they were going to have to fight now. Gu Xuanchen ordered everyone to move forward. He took the lead. Everyone realized that the battle could not be avoided. They drew their weapons and prepared to do damage to each other. The young man, as always, began to ravage the enemy. He was everywhere. No one could get him, but he flogged his opponents from the first blow. The young master said that you have to communicate with dogs in a doggy way. They don't understand otherwise. The young man added that those who don't understand should be destroyed. The young man in the company of young men looked on in amazement at all that their companion had just done. He looked at Gu Xuanchen and realized that this was clearly not the level of a mediocre disciple of some clan. His warriors continued to finish off the remnants of their opponents. The scarred woman didn't understand how any of this could have happened. The angry warrior approached the woman. She stared in horror at the man approaching her with a sword, and then everyone stopped and looked up. They didn't understand what was happening. Gu Xuanchen also looked in that direction. The girl said it was a sacred light, and everyone agreed with her. It was clear to everyone that it was really him.
That glow had already read the people were I must touch it.
The young man in front of him put out a sword that touched that radiance. Gu Xuanchen decided to attack him. He adopted a fighting stance. Everyone around me was terribly frightened and surprised. What the hell was going on? The holy light went straight into the young man's body. The young man realized that any aggression the sacred light rejects. How is this possible? Everyone rushed towards this sacred light. The master thought he wanted to make him the #1 target on the entire continent. The woman said to catch this young man, kill him, and get the light out of him. They can't let him monopolize the light. The young men said they shouldn't do it because they didn't know him well. The young man asked the girl if she was going to give her life for a stranger. The young man asked the girl if she was going to give her life for a stranger. The clan leader said the young man was on his own, and the light will be taken away from him anyway. He's being given one last chance to meet them halfway, and if not, don't accuse them of being rude. The young man said that the warrior was not alone at all. Gu Xuanchen asked if the young man was afraid of dying. The young man said that of course he was afraid, but Gu Xuanchen had obviously caught them for a reason, so he wants to see what happens. The master asked that if they survived, he would become his mentor and teach him everything, and the boy won't be in debt. Gu Xuanchen said that he would teach the young man, but he didn't have to become his disciple. He didn't really mind, but if he did, the course of the history of the generation would be disrupted. The warrior stated, "How dare these two losers open their mouths at them? Open your eyes and see the true strength of those gathered here. Killing them would be easier than killing an ant." Gu Xuanchen didn't say anything in response. He was as calm and cool-headed as ever. He decided that the sword would speak for him. The clan leader told Master Gu to stay out of it. He can't win anyway. The young man said that in that case, let his opponent not complain about fate when he goes to hell because he has something to counter. The warriors were angered by Gu Xuanchen's defiant behavior, so they decided to teach him a lesson. The unexpected happened. The woman saw it and could not understand how it happened. Suddenly, a huge number of Xiaoyao clan members appeared. They surrounded the opposing clans in a tight ring. The assistant master said that they followed his instructions and practiced a lot. Many of them had broken through to the imperial level. Gu Xuanchen said that he would not restrain anyone this time. The young man who supported Gu Xuanchen was very surprised. He thought that there were a lot of imperial-level people here, and they were all disciples of this person. Gu Xuanchen asked to show him what they had learned. His wars rushed into battle. They spared no opponent. They showed the master what they could do. The enemy has suffered great damage. Everyone from the Xiaoyao clan was able to show off their skills. Each of them excelled in the battle. After the battle was over, the master was informed that the mop-up had been successful, and the enemy had been defeated. No one was able to escape. Gu Xuanchen said that it was a great job, and they have confirmed their qualifications. He is satisfied with his warriors. The girl said that since the light was gone, it meant his enemies would stop bothering him for a while. The young man said she was right. In any case, they had come a long way to try to straighten him out. But still, they missed one detail. The young man knows someone is hiding here, and he's going to meet this man in person. Gu Xuanchen is not only going to personally meet this person, but also deal with him definitively. The young man created a glowing vortex around him. The powerful discharges of lightning that he activated delivered huge charges of energy to him. The warriors of his clan were amazed by their master's actions. They didn't expect him to be so powerful, that he could cause natural disasters. Our master's wife looked at her husband and discovered new traits of his multifaceted character. Gu Xuanchen has finally made another breakthrough, rising one step higher. At the top of this vortex, the warriors spotted a portal to the sacred domain, which their master had just activated. The young man said that he would like to thank his detractors, because thanks to them, he felt a lot of spiritual power. Besides, he had just managed to use a portal. Gu Xuanchen told his warriors to return to the mountains and wait for his further instructions. His warriors were very executive. A young man who had just joined his team asked what he should do now. He has a lot to learn now. Gu Xuanchen told the young man that he had found a suitable occupation for him. The young man was very interested. The master had entered another space. It was a place where the tunnels connected. He looked into the foreseeable future. This was consistent with his philosophy of thinking. A powerful dragon with burning eyes appeared to the young man. It was incredibly huge. Gu Xuanchen asked if he wanted to keep this place for himself. The master saw a familiar aura glow ahead. It's been 10 days. The altar is in the secret house. The warrior spirits don't understand what's going on. why the sacred light cannot be awakened. At the same time, for some reason, there's a spiritual force in the tunnels of space. Maybe it's connected somehow. No matter where the light is located, people have managed to destroy everything again. What's going on? One of the warriors said that it wasn't destroyed, just appropriated. Just then, a group of strong warriors visited the continent. Another warrior backed him up and asked if perhaps this was Gu Xuanchen's doing. Anything could be expected from this young man. The first one answered him that it's not that simple. Perhaps someone is helping him. We must send out a message immediately about where the light is, and cover every inch of that area. Don't let a mouse slip through, because we need to find this Gu Xuanchen. He may very well show up here. The master wondered what it all meant. The young man was indeed in the netherworld, the room. The young man didn't come here for nothing. The master knew this place was imbued with a strong energy. It was what he was looking for. The young man was very surprised to see a skeleton here. For what reason is it here? The master examined him closely and decided that the man had been dead for several millennia. The young man made tactile contact with this skeleton, but still did not recognize the cause of his death. It had been a long time since he had died. The master tried to penetrate deeper energetically into this man's skeleton, but there was no backlash. The master thought he didn't sense any familiar energy from him. Most likely they hadn't been previously acquainted. Maybe this isn't the man he was looking for. Then we'll have to keep looking. The young man didn't know where the man was now. Maybe he was stuck somewhere too, and that would make it harder to find him. The young man knew that he and his ancestors shared a common past, which was why he had agreed to teach the formation art. It would help their cultivation. No matter what kind of energy he encountered, he would be able to curb it. The young man thanked Master Gu for this. The young man noticed that everything went smoothly that time. Most people, the master thought, still thought that the domain was hidden somewhere in Qingyun's territory. However, the young man could stay here and meet the enemy face to face. The master's attention was drawn to the plaque that hung on the skeleton. He took it out and looked at the inscription that was on it. It was Gu Sun Tun. A voice came from outside. It was asking the foreman to come outside. The young man thought that this guy was also someone's master. Hall of Divine Arts. Many people gathered in front of the cave entrance. Zhao Gufeng said that they had come all the way here for the master to help resolve the situation. There was no response from the cave. Zhu Qiang said that nothing was happening. The warriors reason among themselves that no one has seen this genius, nor do they know if he has come out in the last few thousand years. Besides, his brother, their master, has passed away. The warrior decided, if there was no answer, you only left them to do what the master told them to do. The man shouted for everyone to get ready, and put all their power into the formation and break it. All said in unison that they obeyed their commander. The warriors said they were ready to follow the commander's orders, and break the information to get inside. The warriors went in unison to board this gate that blocked the entrance to the cave. And there he was. The gate swung open and Gu Xuanchen came out. Everyone fell on their knees and said that they saluted the master. The warriors said that they didn't know that the master was still alive, so they started destroying the formation. He apologizes for this transgression. Gu Xuanchen decided that he was most likely mistaken for that corpse. It could happen. The young man thought that he had the perfect chance to find out everything under the cover of someone else's identity. The young man asked the warrior what his name was, and the reason for their coming here. The warrior introduced himself. He said that before their master had left them, he had given orders that they should come here if anything happened. The warrior said that his master's name was Hui Sheng Qiang. The young man asked, why did brother Shen Qiang leave? Why didn't he wait for him? The warrior said it was his sister. The warriors looked at the young man suspiciously. What did his brother have to do with it? He tried to get out of it, said they had misunderstood him. She was close to him, like a brother. He thought to himself, why would a girl be called by a man's name? The warriors continued to wonder further. They said the master had always called her brother, but they were engaged. It all seemed even stranger. The young man pretended to be angry. Did the warrior really think he could ask a master such things? The warrior quickly apologized, and said that it was certainly none of his business. Gu Xuanchen said to take him there immediately. He had been here for a long time, so it was necessary to bring him up to speed. What changes had happened during his absence? The main hall of the Heavenly Martial Arts clan. The young man reads the clan's history book to understand what has happened recently. The Clan of 1,000 Battles is a small local clan. At one time, it split into 4 clans. Originally, the Heavenly Martial Arts clan was the best among the others, but after years of fighting, they lost their supremacy. According to the rules of the main clan, they were to be disbanded, and the disciples were to be sent to other clans. This was the reason why Gu Santong left in an attempt to resolve the situation. The warrior tells his brother that something is not right here. It seems to him that this young man's aura is much weaker than theirs, and he can sense the weakness of a newcomer in him. Another warrior said not to underestimate him, because he is the best teacher of their clan. He must have spent a lot of energy over the years rebuilding. The man said enough of them talking, and neither of them would achieve the same greatness. The master called out to one of the warriors. He answered quickly. The young man asked how much he knew about Sacred King Hao Tian. The warrior hesitated. He didn't know the answer. The others nudged him and told him it was an elementary question. They asked him not to let them down. The young man said that the king had a place that had been feeding on his power for thousands of years, and for a long time, many have tried to break into those lands. The young man stared intently at the warrior. Old memories came back to his mind. 10,000 years ago, an ancient sword appeared for no reason. According to legend, only the Chosen One can draw this sword to decide the fate of people. This sword was endowed with the power of a sacred king. But before the moment they could appreciate its power, others had come for this sword. There is a legend that after a serious injury, the king divided his power among his 9 sons, and hid these children in different parts of the world. The young man told the warrior to continue. For himself, he noted that there were 9 sons, and he decided that he should remember this information. The young man continued. He said that there are some people who believe that one of the children got most of the power, but there are those who think that in order to learn something, you have to bring all the sons together. But since there are no witnesses, no one can confirm what is said in the legend. Gu Xuanqin thought, considering the story of the 9 sons, it becomes quite logical that attack on him. After weakening the king's powers, the place he was sealed in became many times more sensitive. That was why some of those powers were aimed at not revealing his true identity. The young man slowly began to understand the chronology of events. He thought how lucky he was to pretend to be Gu Santun to find out everything. But we need to teach them the most important thing. The young man tried to make a clear plan of his further actions, and put everything in order. Gu Shenchen knew that many of the disciples had made solid achievements in terms of spiritual energy development. The warriors looking at their master wondered why his face looked permanently sullen. The master gave the order for everyone to head to the training ground. Master Zhu Qiang closed his black eye. The warriors laughingly asked if he had said something wrong to his master. It looked like the master wanted to teach him a lesson. He said that this place will be a great success because of the gathering of power, and we should take everything that is happening very seriously. Before the sparring began, Gu Xuanchen said for the warriors to restrain their strength, ye did not cripple each other. The master announced who would spar with whom. The young men entered the arena. The young man thought that Master Gu, a legendary genius, therefore he decided to train them. One should definitely take this opportunity to become a true warrior. The master said that the opponents could begin. The young man rushed at his opponent with sword in hand. It was a training fight, but he had to try to show his skills. The young men flashed their blades and fluttered like butterflies in the arena. They gave their best, wanting the master to appreciate their skills, so that they could use what they had learned in real combat. The young man drew his sword with both hands, took aim, and prepared to strike a decisive blow at his opponent. Gu Shenchen silently watched the duel from the side. He noticed everything, how the warriors moved, how they dodged blows, how they defended themselves, and how they struck back. The master says that's enough. We can stop here for now, and for the opponents to rest. The young men bowed to each other, thanked each other for a good fight, and for the mercy shown to their opponent. The master announced that the next group could begin, and announced the students who would begin the performance. The young man thought that his students were quite good at controlling their strength. They should make good warriors worthy of the Qingyun continent. This continent is famous for its powerful aura, and the people living there are famous for their strength. The young man didn't understand how it was that after so many years of active battles, the warriors still hadn't found their teacher. The young man saw power in every movement of his students. His students were very confident in the arena. They struck professionally, hit the target accurately, and defended themselves professionally against the opponent. The young man looked at one of the speakers and mentally asked him to show what he could do. The young man very skillfully threw a punch to his opponent. The referee then stopped the fight. The boy couldn't realize if he had won. His punch had decided the outcome of the fight. The master called out the next couple. Something seemed strange to the judge. He wanted to bring it to the master's attention. The young man said what Brother Yan did. It's on a completely different level. The master, watching the warrior perform his task, advised him to concentrate on technique. The disciples said Master Gu is right. Master Gu is a one-in-a-million genius. The master thought that their martial arts hall finally had a savior. Sacred Master's blood is quite useful. With his knowledge, he would be able to train his students without any problems. Gu Shenchen said that time was almost all out and ordered everyone to stop. He added that from now on, they should all practice with an orientation to this place, because this place would always help them. The warriors asked if they should always practice at the same time. The master said they should believe him. The young man decided to show his students something after which they would believe him without fail. The young man decided to show them something special, faith-inspiring. Each of the students felt the master inside them. It was as if he was talking to each one personally. The assistant master thought, how is this possible? Why is the master in his head? People couldn't understand where they got this knowledge from. They just came out of nowhere. They didn't understand if it was all about the skill level or the evolution of techniques. They had all seen their master execute complex kicks in a very technical manner. Master said, if you all have seen it, so why don't you hurry up and learn it? And everyone started rushing around and yelling that their master was the best.
One of the disciples ran very fast to the master and shouted that he had news for the matter.
The disciple said that the great Chung Han Feng had arrived to greet the master. He will now be brought here. The Hall of Mystery Arts. There is all sorts of food on the table. They must be waiting for the guest of honor. The master of the Hall of 1,000 Battles, Lu Heng of the mysterious martial arts hall. The master has been told that he must take revenge on them. But the young man has been busy so far. He hasn't even had time to start eating shawarma. And there's still so much to do ahead. The disciples of the mysterious martial arts hall crumpled and battered, with bruises on their faces, came to report to their master. The young man, finishing his Coca-Cola, said to be told what had happened there. The battered warrior began his story. When he heard that Master Gu had returned after being imprisoned for so many years, he decided to pay him a visit. But he didn't expect that Master Gu's disciples would just kick him out. The young man, finishing his bun, asked why he had gone on the visit. The young man asked. Apparently they wanted to learn something from that master. And so they weren't beaten up by Master Gu but by his pathetic disciples. Lu Heng said he wanted to talk about it. The disciple told his master that he didn't have a bad thought. He just wanted to ask Master Gu for advice. Master Gu's disciples told him that he dare not come here with such requests. Apparently they didn't understand each other, so they decided they had to work things out. After this confrontation, Master Lu Heng's apprentice was punched in the ear, and there were signs of violence on his face. Master Gu's disciple apologized and said that he had done it by accident. He accidentally hit it. The warrior didn't like the way he was answered and what was done to him, so he asked in a rude way when he had managed to make a breakthrough, and what was going on here in the first place, how these guys had managed to become definitely stronger. The master told Gu Feng, his assistant, since they came to him for advice, he should demonstrate a few of his tricks. The master added that his warriors should not let others think that their hall was weak. After that, Gu Feng said that everyone should treat their master with respect. Lu Heng's warriors realized that they might be in for a fight now. As it happened, there was a bit of a scuffle. The young men started to get into an argument, and Master Gu saw that his students didn't shame him. The apprentice reported to his master that all the people there suddenly broke through the level, and they were unrecognizable. So they came to their master to restore justice. If the news of the hall disciples becoming very strong spreads, a new round of competition will have to be held, and it might deprive them of potential resources in the future. Lu Heng said that he was very curious about it, and ordered his warrior to follow him. Heavenly Martial Arts Hall. A young man says that his skills have gotten much better. Another says that he has just made a breakthrough. A few tips from Master Gu are better and more effective than 10 years of practice. The master thought that it had gotten too noisy. The strength of his disciples had greatly increased. The young man knew that he had found a place to cultivate. The warriors were worried as to why their master was so pensive. Did he really want to go into hermitage again to practice? The young men wanted much more advice from their master, and they didn't want him to go into hermitage. The master couldn't find a place for himself. He felt he had to think of something. Lu Heng came to visit and told Master Gu that his hall had been significantly transformed. Everything looks different here now, Lu Heng said. He heard that the young man had returned, so he asked his disciples to greet him and get some advice. But instead, they came back with serious injuries. How could it be like this? The young man pretended that he didn't hear anything. The assistant told him that it was Master Lu Heng. Master Gu said that he didn't want those people to get hurt, but he didn't expect his disciples, who were named the strongest in the 4 halls, to behave like this. If he didn't believe it, he could ask his students. His disciples didn't make more than 1 attack each. Lu Heng wondered, did his disciples fall after the first strike? Master Lu Heng was very ashamed of his disciples, so he held a grudge against Master Gu. Master Gu continued, he had always said that hurting others was a bad thing, so he asked Mr. Feng to apologize to the injured warriors. Gu Feng said that he didn't know those warriors would turn out to be so weak, and now he's apologizing profusely. Lu Heng's warriors said from behind their master's back that Gu Feng had beaten up a person and was now behaving inappropriately, and told their master not to be too polite to their opponents, and in fact, they should be attacked now. Lu Feng said meaningfully, since their disciples fought each other, why don't they follow suit? Lu Feng thought to himself, let's see which of the 2 halls will prove to be stronger. Master Gu accepted the challenge, and now both masters are standing in the arena, and everyone is watching them. So it's a confrontation between 2 schools. Our hero asked if and why the hairdryer needed it. Did he have a bad life? Lu Feng thought that he knows something too. He may not be as good as his opponent, but his formations aren't bad. The assistant is trying to dissuade his master, because Master Lu is considered the best fighter of the 4 halls. Master Gu thought that his opponent was very interesting. This has nothing to do with formations. They're going to fight one-on-one now. Lu Heng suggested that it would be a formation competition. Each of them should create their own and imprison their opponent in it. Whoever gets out of the opponent's formation first will be considered the winner. That's the condition of their duel. The young man accepted the challenge. He wanted to see how their formation technique was different from that of the Qingyun continent. Lu Heng took out his disc and began to create his formation. He asked his opponent to do the same. The young man asked Gu Feng if he had a formation disc, because he hadn't been here for many years. Gu Feng said that he just had his formation disc with him, but it's far from perfect. Master Gu said it doesn't matter, and he will use what he has on hand. Master Gu began to use the formation disc that Gu Feng had given him very skillfully. The opponent's warriors said that they could immediately see the strength of a true master. Even after hundreds of years without practice, the disc spins in his hand like crazy. This is a true benchmark of spiritual power. The warriors didn't understand if their master's power was so great. How could he leave his clan during a difficult time? The warrior said that despite his strength, his temper is rather mild. Master Gu decided to show what he could do with the formation. He placed this disc on his hand. The opponent was watching the master closely. He wanted to see how talented he was. Gu Feng shouted, "Isn't this too much?" His opponent replied to him, "So what? If their clan is so confident, why are they worried? After all, they have nothing to fear." An Earth Power Master walked by. They asked what had happened. They were told they were just in time to show up. Master Lu and Master Gu are going to fight. If you want, join them. The newly arrived masters each ordered a cup of tea and said they would be observers. It was decided to start the competition. It was announced. Lu Heng decided to move forward first. Master Gu took a wait-and-see attitude. Lu Heng took out his disc and began to activate the formation he had just created. Master Gu used the formation created by the disc he was holding. It was an interesting competition. Master Gu thought that the opponent's formation was very strong. It attacks the soul and body at the same time. It will be difficult to fight against. The young man wondered where this technique came from. Most likely this formation would kill anyone below the imperial level on the continent. Even the strongest monks would have a hard time getting out of it. Master Gu thought that it had been a long time since he had had to take things so seriously. The young man paid attention to his opponent's technique. He found it quite curious. The young man, through some moves, was able to reduce the damage dealt to him by his opponent's formation. This flame is connected to the power of its creator and grows ever larger. The young man tried to control every shred of his formation. The opponent unleashed his spiritual beast. Master Gu decided that this was quite a tricky move. Everyone noticed that the Master Stone had been activated. It was amazing. The aide thought, this is not good. If the Master failed to break through the formation, his life would be in danger. Everyone was wondering what would happen next with the activated crystal, and how it could affect the course of the competition, how it would be able to fulfill its functions together with the formation. The young warrior thought that this competition was nothing to his master. He had never been in one of these before. The most incredible thing happened. Everyone who was nearby noticed that his stone did not catch fire, but shattered into pieces. The man couldn't understand what had happened, how he found himself in the other world. Lu Hen stands on top of the mountain, spreads his hands and invites his opponent to join him. Lu Hen raised his head up and shouted loudly. The master had to fight huge dragons that spewed flames. Its mouth was of incredible size and it was a bloodthirsty beast. Fire was everywhere. The young man towered over the monsters and prepared to strike them with his huge sword. The monsters surrounded Master Gu and it seemed that he had no chance of escape. However, he said that he was beginning to like it. The young man stunned these bloodthirsty animals. With such a sword in his hands, it's hard to lose, the master thought. He was not in place for a single second. The master flew around this dragon from all sides and smashed it into various parts of its body. Something began to happen to the young man. He wondered what kind of dark energy had just touched him. The master looked at his hand and thought that he had felt something like this before. What was going on after all? The young men couldn't understand what was the matter. Is Brother Lu in danger? Lu Heng appeared in the arena and was not feeling well. He was sighing heavily. The master's colleagues rushed to meet him and took him under their arms. They wanted to take him to rest and asked him on the way what had happened to him. Gu Feng was starting to get worried. Master Lu had already come out. Why is Master Gu still not here? Maybe something happened to him. Maybe he needs our help. Let's hope he's all right. Everyone noticed that Master Gu had finally appeared. In his hands, he was holding the disc he used to create the formation. Everyone surrounded their master and started asking him how he was feeling, whether he was all right. They were happy that the master had returned safe and sound. The young man wondered what could have happened to him. Master Gu looked at Master Lu and said that everything happened much faster than he expected. The young man looked at Master Lu and was astonished. It's the aura around him. It's stronger than before he went in there. The young man thought that Brother Lu's formation was really strong. He even got to participate in a real, albeit small battle. Thanks to his formation, he was able to practice a new technique that he would be able to teach to his students. Master Lu's warrior shouted justifiably that even if they managed to escape, Master Lu had done it first. Therefore, he should be the one to be awarded the victory. It was logical. Master Lu Heng himself was in the way. He took the floor. Lu Hen blushed. He didn't want to be awarded first place. He must have known something, his warrior wondered. Why is the master acting like this? He was the first one out. Lu Hen shouted at his subordinate. If he didn't want to lose everything, he should shut up now. Master said that he didn't manage to break through. He somehow miraculously got out. Lu Hen was angry with himself and angry at his opponent. He couldn't understand why this had happened. Master Lu thought with fear that the opponent's method was very frightening, and he felt the presence of an evil spirit. Lu Hen announced that thanks to Brother Gu, he has realized and rethought a lot of things today, and he assures that this will not happen again in the future, and he will be stricter with his students in the future. Master Lu Heng's disciple shouted that this was unfair, and promptly got a punch in the ear from his master. It was not a good day for this warrior. Lu Hen, leaving the arena, said, Master Gu deserves the place he occupies. All disciples must follow me, and don't have any accidents on the way. Master Gu's disciples couldn't believe that they had actually won. It was a triumph. All the warriors rejoiced that they had won, thanked their master for learning, and laughed at their opponents. The young men from the other clans looked at Master Gu with respect and interest. No one expected that his warriors could achieve such results in a short time. The two masters announced to Master Gu that they would like to invite him to take over as the head of the 100 Battles Hall. It should be a win-win situation. The warrior figured their master had recently passed away, so they didn't have a leader right now. The man announced that since he had returned, the strength of his disciples had increased manifold. Lu Feng said, "This is enough to make sure that he is worthy to take the position. He needs to defeat Master Lu with the strongest information." Master Gu's disciples asked him, an unconditionally talented man, to take the place of the head and help them achieve tremendous results. Master Gu had read that the head could manage all the resources on his own, and even visit the treasury of the hall. The young man thought that these resources could be the strongest help in developing his ability. But maybe he could learn what he needed to know, to find out what that dark energy was. Everyone in the audience welcomed the new head. A month passed like this. The training was under the guidance of Master Gu. The youths practiced tirelessly. Gu Feng was always observing this. In the Xiaoyao clan, he was in charge of hand-to-hand combat. Gu Feng thought, ever since the head returned, their skills have grown exponentially. Their master, this is a true treasure for the hall. The young man was constantly thinking hard. He still had unsolvable questions, and matters he could not forget. Master Gu felt strange. No matter how many sources he studied, he still couldn't find anything about dark energy. It was as if it was classified information. But the young man had found many sacred stones that helped him a lot in his cultivation. As always, at the morning formation, all the warriors were present on the formation. The other clan masters had come to discuss the Heavenly Information Clan's resource quotas for this year. Master Gu listened to them carefully. The young man repeated, "Heavenly Information Clan, resource quota." The master said the head has been gone a long time and there's a lot he doesn't know. This clan is the strongest in the north. The young man told me that they have a lot of small halls like this one under their management. The young man continued, "This is done to gain support and protection from them. As long as resources are sent to them, the treaty stands." At this moment, a warrior came running in and said that there was trouble. Elder Qin of the Heavenly Information Clan is already here. The main hall, all present are in place, and the elders have also taken their seats. Elder Qin, with a cup of tea, examines the new arrivals in the hall. The young man was told that this was Elder Qin, and the others, they are the heads of the hall who are under his control. The young man walked in and saw that one seat was empty. Everyone present was assessing Master Gu with a glance, because he was new here. The aides announced that it was the head of the Qin Changming Heaven Formation clan. Master Gu greeted the elder politely. His gaze was cold and not respectful. Elder Qin said that he had heard that there was a new head in the hall. That's why he came here. Master Gu took over the position completely out of the blue, without his consent. Master Qin added that the young man had forgotten the rules of etiquette. The young man thought that they had come here to humiliate the master, and that was a bad sign. Elder said, since Master Gu is really so capable, so he'll be able to honor their previous agreements. Master Gu said to repay his favor, he would respect the old ways. Gu Xuanchen leisurely walked across the hall and sat down on his seat in the middle of the room. Master Gu continued, "In the future, you should double your help to our hall." The elder was incredibly indignant. He shouted, "What you said, rascal boy." Master Gu finished. He wished it would happen as soon as possible. The elder blurted out, "That young man, a rascal. You should have weighed things carefully before saying such things." Elder Qin ordered his warriors to attack and destroy this rebellious Master Gu. The entire hall was saturated with the hatred that Elder Qin radiated. Master Gu was as cool and confident as ever. The young man stared intently into Elder Qin's eyes. There wasn't a bit of fear in his gaze. Elder Qin shouted that they had dared to challenge them in vain, for which they deserve to die, but he will only kill Master Gu, so that it would be a warning to everyone else. Elder Qin flew towards the master with the intention of carrying out his threat, but the exact opposite happened. Gu Xuanchen grabbed the old man by the throat and lifted him high above the ground. The old man had definitely not expected this. No one had ever done this to him before. He continued to flounder and wheezed, threatening the young man. He didn't realize that the ball was no longer on his side. Absolutely everyone in the room was numb with horror. They had no idea what was going to happen next, and how it could end. Master Gu said that this is the formation of the four elements, where he could learn that. He has to tell the whole truth, unless he wants today to be his last. And how did the elder manage it? He must answer immediately. Elder Chin, rolling his eyes from lack of oxygen and gasping for breath, wheezed that he would say everything. This formation belongs to their clan. The young man thought that this was the formation he had taught Xiaofeng once upon a time. Could it be that this clan belongs to him? The Celestial Formation Clan. 700 years ago, a young man was born. With the strength of his formations, he was able to put the Heaven Formation Clan on a pedestal. The master didn't expect to find information about this person randomly. The young man thought that it looked like it was one of his formations that he had refined after the breakthrough. He made this formation completely unique. This was his real and very strong breakthrough. It didn't matter how smart he was. He got all the basic knowledge from Gu Xuanchen. Master Gu felt that this place was imbued with an aura. This guy was definitely strong. And here they stand spirit against each other. Master Gu and the spirit of an ancient warrior, the guardian of the Qi Gu Lun formation. He menacingly asked who was trying to control this formation. Gu Xuanchen said that he was looking for Master Han, and wishes no harm. He hopes to cooperate. The warrior shouted that he had entered a forbidden place without permission. According to the master's command, he must stop him. The warrior shouted to stop him from leaving, and ordered him to be surrounded. Gu Xuanchen approached the circle in the center, from which a powerful beam of light was emanating from the top. It was accompanied by the release of energy. The young man said if he didn't want anything to happen to his master, he should stop immediately. Gu Xuanchen shouted out that this was the master. The warrior spirit asked why the master was wounded. It is necessary to protect the master, and one must do one's best to do so. The warrior shouted that he wanted to kill their master. We must prevent that. Master Gu helped the young man get out. He wasn't feeling well, his mouth was bleeding. The warrior looked at the young man. He had questions. Why things were happening like this? Gu Xuanchen, using his internal reserves, activated an energy glowing ball, emitting energy. Master Gu said it's a special hot blood technique, and he's going to use it now. Master Gu created an energy contact on the mental level with the young man, and activated the interaction processes between them. With this technique, Gu Xuanchen decided to transfer some of his own strength to those in need, and try to restore his vitality. The warriors looked at the master and wondered who this man was, and why he was willing to sacrifice himself for their master. The young master felt relieved. He felt his strength returning to him. Master Gu and the young man were facing each other. The warriors surrounding the young man asked if their master was all right. They were ready to support him at any time. The young man knelt in front of Gu Xuanchen and said Hao Tianfeng's disciple salutes the master and thanks him for saving his life. The warriors were shocked by what they heard. It turned out to be their master's master. Gu Xuanchen told the young man to stand up. Celestial Information Clan. The warriors shouted that they had disrespected their master, and he's willing to kill them all now to apologize to them. The warriors apologized to their master. They explained that there had been a misunderstanding. Master Gu said that you shouldn't blame them. They should just let them go. He didn't have time to explain everything, and thought he was still as crazy as ever, especially since they're very much loyal. It wouldn't be right to kill them. The young man said they were leaving because they needed to talk to the master. His warriors responded in unison, eat. They would never dare to disobey their master. The warriors on their way out thought they were saved. Gu Xuanchen asked Xiaofeng why he was hurt so badly, and where had everyone else gone. The young man replied, since the master disappeared for 700 years, his disciples have scattered around the world to find their master. But this world turned out to be very big, and so in all these years, they never met each other. Master Gu thought, it turns out they've decided to find him. But why didn't they set a time to reunite again? The young man continued. When he found himself in the secret house, he realized that the master was not there. But he was sure that the master was still alive, as he suspected of his origin. He thought that the master must have something to do with the legendary sacred sun. Gu Xuanchen said that he understood everything. That was why the young man had placed a protective formation. He wanted to protect this place. He was sure that the master would definitely return. The young man said that he didn't think that with strength like the master's, Anything could have happened to him. He was unable to trace Master's path. Because of that, Master had to personally come here. The young man added that besides the foreman was almost hurt. The Master asked how many protective formations the young man had created. The young man said he didn't keep account of them, but probably about 1,000. He often had to change locations. If he felt even a little of the Master's energy, he would go in search of it. The young man noticed that it was too risky to act in such a way, but it was worth it. And after all, the Master had personally come here. Gu Shenchen gave the young man a vial of mixture. The young man asked what it was. The Master told him to heal his wounds, and if he behaved like that in the future, he would punish him. The young man looked, and it turned out to be spirit pills, 2 of them. The young man was mad with happiness. After hundreds of years of searching, the Master rewarded him. It's unbelievable. Gu Shenchen asked Xiaofeng if he had heard of the Qingyun Mountains weapons. The young man replied that he had never heard of it. He thought, because the domain is very large, and it's not easy to find out the details about it. The young man suggested that the Master go with him to see Master Tianhai Qianlu. The Master repeated the name. And what would be the purpose of the visit? He asked. Elder Tianhai. The young man explained that a Tianhai Qianlu is considered a relic of an honorable Tianhai. It is a domain that is only opened once every 100 years. The young man continued, rumor has it that Tianhai left this relic to find a successor. All the wars that have ventured there have returned with great force and reached it in a very short period of time. There is a fierce struggle for the chance to enter there. The young man suggested the Master take a look at it. Maybe he would find something useful to him there. Gu Xuanchen said that it was worth a try. If his enemy is hiding in the darkness, why not work on his own strength? The eastern gate of the 4 cities of Tianhai. The guards checked the documents and said that this person should be let through, because he was from the Heavenly Information Clan. The young man went inside and heard how the team was being recruited. They are looking for strong guys to share the joys and sorrows of the upcoming battle with. Medicine pills and various enhancers were also offered, because the ruins of Tianhai took many lives with them. Gu Shenchen noted to himself that this was quite a lively place. Everything could be bought and everything could be sold here. A very strange contraption caught the young man's attention. He's seen one before. This thing is created from the energy of heaven and earth. This thing looks like an ordinary spirit stone, but it's most likely very powerful. This thing is very difficult to detect. It's not a bad option for practicing. The salesman said he could sell the young man anything he wanted. He has everything that is most beautiful and everything that is most inexpensive. Master Gu asked how much this stone was worth. The seller said he didn't remember where the stone came from, but for 1,000 money he would gladly give it away. A young man bought this stone for a much larger sum. The seller thought he had hit the jackpot today. The young man was about to put the stone to its intended use when suddenly he was approached. The young woman said that she wanted to buy this stone. Her colleagues asked the young man to name a price for this stone, because Ms. Qin wants to buy it. The seller said that this stone was just bought by this young man here, and he offered another stone in exchange for it. The girl's companion offered Gu Xuanchen to sell the stone, and he was willing to pay twice as much for it. It was a favorable offer. Master Gu said that this stone is not for sale, and apologized. The buyer offered 10 times as much for the stone. It was quick money. But Master Gu stood his ground. He said the stone was not for sale. The girl said that's not the way business is done. No one else could offer him such a deal, and it would be better if he accepted. The people around him wondered why the girl needed this simple stone at such a price. The young man repeated once again that this stone was not for sale. There was no bargaining here. Blood surged in the veins of the young lady's companion. He took out his sword and leaned it against Gu Xuanchen's chest, and shouted for the young man not to move. Master Gu thought that he shouldn't have treated him like this. He won't tolerate it, and that young man was asking for it. The market keeper came running and said that the young people should stop, because fighting is forbidden in the 4 towns, and no one should break the rules. If there's a murder, he'll be banned from doing business, and he wouldn't want that. The young man grudgingly put his sword away in its scabbard. He muttered that skirmishes were forbidden, but to die means that when trying to enter the formation, one can die. This is a clear injustice. Master Gu coldly turned away and said, "See you later." She had no desire to waste time with these people. The stone seller offered the girl to buy something else. The girl refused. She felt offended. The girl said she was interested in information about this man and everyone associated with him. An unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky. People noticed it and said that a portal had opened. Many warriors headed towards this portal. The young man noticed that after 100 years of waiting, he was finally here. And now he would stop dreaming. He would win. Gu Shenchen pointed out that the energy here was very strong. No wonder people could improve their skills here at such a high rate. The young man realizes that the energy of this place is much stronger than outside. But something was bothering the young man. Something was bothering him. He could not yet understand what it was. There's something wrong with this place. It's impossible for a place with such a strong aura to be so easy to get into. The young man noticed that it was like a dark energy in his body. The young men came up. One of them said that he could not imagine that they would meet their enemy so easily. The young man told Master Gu to give up that stone if he valued his life. No one would treat him badly now. Gu Xuanchen replied to the young men, if they wanted the stone, they could stop idle talk and take the stone from him, because he won't give the stone away just like that. The young man, who wanted the stone at any cost, said that it was obvious to him that his opponent was a whole step weaker, and yet he dared to challenge him. Now the young man may lose his arm because of this. In the same second, the upstart lost his arm and screamed loudly in pain. He didn't believe it could happen. Gu Shenchen calmly said, "No hand, so no hand. It's just as you wanted." The young man grabbed his sword with his remaining hand and tried to pounce on Master Gu with curse words. He yelled to his partner that he should run because they couldn't handle this opponent. The girl who claimed the stone vanished immediately. There was no sign of her. The young man was surprised. They had risked their lives for her, and she had just run away. Master Gu said that the opponent could heal his arm in half an hour in this place. There was enough energy here. And about the girl, I thought she was mean enough. She's not worthy of respect. One of the young men thanked the master for letting them live. He gave him a map of this formation. He had inherited it from his ancestors, and it would help him reach his destination much faster. They also thanked Master Gu for showing them the true face of this woman. The young man took his wounded comrade to where the energy was at its highest to heal his wound. Master Gul was left alone with the formation map. The young man decided to study this map as much as possible and build himself a path on which he would move optimally fast and with minimal obstacles. To do this, the young man decided to use his internal energy reserves. He activated his meridians so that they would help him pave the way to his true goal. Energies is to the east, and now he realized where he had to go. He started plotting his route. The young man was as vigilant as possible. Dark energy must be handled carefully. If someone is nearby, detect them as quickly as possible. It seemed as if there were two huge eyes glowing in the darkness, intently watching Gu Xuanchen. The young man kept getting the feeling that someone was watching him. The sensation did not leave him for a second. The young man wanted to figure out what secrets this area had, and what he should be wary of. Tianhai Kunlong. The entrance to this place was illuminated by a bright glow. It was like a portal. The young man checked the map. It appeared to be a gateway. If he went through it, he would be in a place with an even stronger aura. The young man thought ahead. In the place where the birth of this portal comes from, everyone was looking at this portal and couldn't understand what was happening. It looked like the eye of a demon. Could the demon have gotten in there? Everyone around him couldn't understand how the gate turned around with the demon's eye.
Master Wu wall of liquid this was the last thing he needed.
It made the demon's eyes all begin to grab their heads, falling to their knees and screaming that the demon was sucking out their strength. But they were unable to resist it. People's appearance began to change dramatically. They became thin, emaciated. They were screaming loudly. They were losing their souls. Gu Shenchen, do something about it. This situation could become irreversible. He didn't want the same thing to happen to him. The head of the Cloud Clan, Elder Qin, was found inside this portal. He had been gone for many years. Everyone thought that he had been lost. Elder Qin said that they got here 100 years ago, and even though the chance this place offers is huge, he didn't have the strength to get out. So he's stuck here. The elder said that only those whose talents were recognized came here. Now he will help us find out who is the strongest. He's ready to go. Take him to another floor if necessary. All the warriors started pushing and hurrying. Everyone wanted to get there first. They didn't want to follow each other. The ghost said it's a method of sacrificing the dead, and the warriors are signing their own judgment. Master Gu thought that these so-called elders, long since departed to the next world, someone is using these corpses to deceive people. The warriors went up to the second floor. They were frightened and surprised. What is this? They didn't expect to see this. There was a huge scary beast, a monster. Its eyes were glowing. Its fangs were sharp. It terrified all the newcomers. Gu Xuanchen thought that dealing with him would not be easy. It would require an additional expenditure of internal resources. The man told them not to be afraid. This is also part of the challenge. Those who manage to get through it in an hour get to the third floor. One of the warriors asked what would happen if they couldn't handle him. The man called the group untalented warriors. He said it was a test of the temple that should awaken their courage. How dare cowards like them even come here? He shouted for everyone to listen to him and follow all his orders. At that moment, the beast pounced on him, and there was nothing he could do about it. The wild animals were many, and they were ready to tear everyone. With their eyes, the animals frightened everyone who looked at them. The warriors saw the beast eat one of them and realized it was not an illusion. And this is a very difficult challenge. It made them even more afraid. Master Gu had made a breakthrough at this moment, and he was out of reach. Yet he could deal with them himself. Beasts exposed to the master's energy aura lost control of themselves. They couldn't move. The young man continued to affect them by activating his inner resources. He was releasing his inner energy outward. The animals would fall into these traps, and it was impossible for them to get out. Master Gu was satisfied that he had succeeded. He was perfectly able to control himself and the flow of energy he emitted. The elder said that the master had passed this level and had the ability to go to the third floor. That's what he told Gu Xuanchen about it. The young man used the wrapping chain to deactivate the beast and suspend its aggressive nature. Master Gu said that anyone who stopped the monsters would go to the third floor. The young man put his sword forward and said if he was willing to try again. The beast was not ready to resist our master. It lowered its head to the ground. It recognized the master as its master. Everyone who saw it thought, how is that possible? What the hell is going on? This warrior didn't make a single move. The monster just stopped. I mean, that's really weird. The young man thought that it was worth it to subdue this beast once, and it would be loyal to its master for the rest of its days. The master assumed they wouldn't send a monster of such power to him for nothing. It's not a simple test. It most likely has something to do with his blood. The young man decided to use his secret technique. If he can make a contract with him, he could read his mind. The young man was trying to figure out how it all worked. Contact with animals is essential for him. The young man saw that it was soul energy encased in a shell. Gu Xuanchen couldn't understand what was happening. It was the soul that had ignited. It was burning right in the palm of his hand. That strange creature stared intently at what was happening to Gu Xuanchen. The young man told the master that it was him. It worked. He said this guy was able to resist the demon's aura. He went through his memory with the beast. He's not the son of a sacred king. The young man asked the wizard if they could just catch him and try to ferret out everything he knew. The master called the young man names and said no one does that. The master explained, for if the seal is active on him, nothing will be accomplished. The young man said he was at fault. Master said that the young man should find everyone who had anything to do with Gu Xuanchen, even those who just heard something about him, and bring them here. The young man said that everything would be fulfilled. Master thought that Gu Xuanchen knew that he could penetrate his memories. Third floor. Everyone who got to the third floor was terrified. It was a nightmare. Here stood a huge stone giant beyond even imagination. Everyone who got here except Master Gu regretted coming up here. Only the young man was cool-headed. That giant screamed the fact that they made it here means one thing. They're all connected to this place. They're gonna have to take responsibility for all of this. A lot of people have said they're ready. There's nothing wrong with that. And they are ready to see what happens next. The giant shouted. Then they could begin to meditate and enjoy. And streams of something incredible poured down from his hand. Everyone screamed, started grabbing their eyes, and gasping. No one could understand what it was. 48. Gu Xuanchen guessed that it was dark energy. It permeated through everyone present. There was nowhere to hide from it. The master realized that they were using it to shackle a man's body and then control his soul. If he was not mistaken, this energy was similar to what he had felt before. Gu Xuanchen knew that if one did not want to be under someone else's control, one must awaken one's own strength. The young man realized that with the power of his soul, he needed to redirect the dark energy and ban it from the formation. Master Gu had once again managed to make a breakthrough. He was very pleased with himself. The young man said if he was the son of a sacred king, his body would reject dark energy. Master said, but right now he's letting that energy flow through him. It's kind of weird. The master wondered if he was somehow mistaken about him. This young man is definitely a troublemaker. The young man told his master that they were trying to escape. The young warriors couldn't understand what was going on out there. The master got to this side and started destroying the warriors, having previously put them in chains. They couldn't save themselves. They understood the hopelessness of the situation. Gu Xuanchen realized that this was a test that he too had to pass, in order to achieve his goal. The master realized it would take a few more trials to test the veracity of his assumptions. 4th floor. Not many people got through here. The young people assumed that the whole ordeal was over, and they had reached their goal. The young men assumed that there was someone sleeping there on the 4th floor up front. Maybe he's awake, he's badly wounded, and he doesn't have the strength to move. Master Gu looked at the man and didn't recognize him. They hadn't met him before, but for some reason he seemed familiar to him. This was the final test. Let's see which one of them can heal his wounds. The girl said that she was a martial artist, and she didn't know how to create Dao pills. The young man decided that this was a trial to test their alchemy skills. The master was silent and thought about how to solve this problem. Gu Xuanchen took the injured youth's hand and felt. The other side took notice of how his body reacted to this guy. The man understood everything. He stood up and began to activate his inner strength to do things his way. The girl and guy who were accompanying Gu Xuanchen received orders that one must deal with Master Gu. Their eyes were glowing demonically. It was clear that they couldn't control themselves. And they are receiving orders. The young man looked at the wounded young man and didn't see what was going on behind his back. For a moment, turning around, he was very surprised. What were they planning to do? The young men with their weapons at full speed pounced on Gu Xuanchen. The master was ready to repel this attack. He thought to himself, this is what a real test looks like. Gu Xuanchen realized that they were being driven by dark energy, and he wasn't sure if his attacks would work if he didn't use dark energy as well. He was even curious about it. Gu Xuanchen thought, let's see what happens. If he used his black energy, perhaps there would be a much better result. The young man stated whether these young men were strong enough to be his opponents. They have no training at all. The master on the other side was astonished by the decision that Gu Xuanchen had made. No one had expected him to do so, and now it was clear that he would not lose so easily. It was now clear that Master Gu had applied the Demon King art. Master Gu used his dark energy to deal with his opponents. The young boy and girl didn't have much of a chance to win against our master, because their combat training didn't match the level of our hero. The master on the other side decided that he had to look for other methods to influence Gu Xuanchen. Master Gu met the master on the other side. Our hero hadn't seen his face yet, but he knew that this was no ordinary person. The young man even had to fight him, but the plan was not to fight until the end. The masked man bowed to Gu Xuanchen and said that Tianhai was happy to see the demon messenger. Master Gu was very surprised when he was called a demon messenger. It was the first time he had ever heard himself referred to in such a way. Tianhai explained that Gu Xuanchen had obtained the demon god technique, so he was sent by the demon god. Gu Xuanchen asked his interlocutor, who said that his name was Tianhai, so he was the same venerable Tianhai. He was only trying to refine the demonic Tao laws with his understanding of the power of the laws, so how could he be mistaken for a messenger of the demon god? The man took off his mask and the master saw his true face. He said that he was he who was called the Lord of the Heavenly Sea in the world. The young man asked why he had brought him here. The interlocutor replied when the demon god learned that King Wu Tiansheng would pass the inheritance to a saint's son. He didn't know if it would be one or more of them. That was why he was up to this game, so that after traveling the path of heaven, he could enter the spiritual world and leave behind a legacy, making a name for himself. Tianhai continued, and said that he had become what he was now due to the influence of the laws of heavenly Tao and demonic Tao in his body. Tianhai stated that he was here hibernating in search of a holy sun to fulfill the demon lord's instruction. He didn't expect to wait for Gu Xuanchen, the envoy of the demonic house. And since the young man had learned the demon god's secret, he must be the one chosen by the demon god to help him unite the demon race. Master Gu asked, "Does that mean he's a demon now?" Tianhai only laughed in response. The young man was at a complete loss. This was a revelation to him. Tianhai asked, "What is righteousness and what is evil?" All people practice in different directions, and he sees nothing wrong with going to extremes in the pursuit of power. Tianhai continued, "Those who call themselves righteous and profess the heavenly laws have an inner darkness no worse than theirs. Then they are not demons." The young man watched the warriors kill each other, because Honorable Tianhai said that only one person would be able to leave this cell. Tianhai continued his conversation. No matter what technique one practiced, as long as one's heart is good, one is on the right path. But if one's heart is evil, one is on the demonic path. He said that if one wants to keep one's heart stubborn, one must have enough strength to do so, otherwise it's all empty talk. Strength is the quickest way to get power. Master Gu asked who gave Tianhai the right to lecture him. A ball of fire ignited in the young man's chest. Master Gu grabbed Tianhai by the throat and said that he had the seed of the demonic path. Tianhai said that he had his suspicions, and suggested that the young man follow him to the demon palace to monitor the situation. Master Gu said that the next time he dared to check his identity, he wouldn't let him go so easily. The young man thought that this trickster had just tried to conjure him, and the two had failed to fall into the path of a demon, had failed to free himself. It seems that this demon palace has something to do with his life, so he's gonna have to go there. 5th floor. Tianhai turned to the envoy and said that these were the people they had captured using the bait to infiltrate the 3rd floor, so one could directly absorb their power. People who were behind bars were crying and screaming to be released, and didn't understand what they were in here for. The young man pretended not to be interested and told them to leave them alone, stated that these people are too insignificant and if absorbed, they will only undermine the foundation of this place. Tianhai apologized and said that he hadn't thought things through. When they reached the demon realm, they would present him with a captured demon, a high-ranked demon. The young man asked when they would go to the demon realm. Tianhai said that there was no hurry. Although they didn't catch the Holy Sun this time, they were in for a surprise. The room where the girl was lying on the floor. He told the master that they had captured the Holy Maiden. The poor girl was lying on the floor, chained up. When they got closer to this girl, Master Gu asked, "Why is she a holy maiden? Is she the daughter of the Holy King?" Tianhai replied, "That's exactly right. She has a natural aversion to demonic laws, so she must be a holy maiden." Tianhai stated, if they could master the dying king's secrets from the mouths of the holy sons and daughters, they would gain power over the sacred realm. Then one can become the first person in the sacred realm and even rise to a higher level, a level called God. Tianhai added that the woman had confessed that she was a saint, but she had nothing else to confess. Tianhai's assistant came in and said that things were bad. Something had happened to the prince. The chained prince was not himself. His body was on fire. He screamed in pain. He could not be soothed. The master thought it meant he was a holy son. No wonder he had a familiar feeling when they met. Tianhai said that the side effects of the torture by which they tried to force him to confess had appeared. Master Gu said that the prince was no longer in a condition to take pills. The young man added that although this medicine would temporarily alleviate his injuries, it would further damage his core. If his life can be saved, he will no longer be able to speak. Yunosha asked what the difference between this and death was for them. Tianhai asked what Gu Xuanchen thought should be done with this young man. The prince looked up, cocking his head. He was in pain. His condition was critical. Tianhai asked if it was necessary to rely on the law of heaven to cure this prince. The young man said that he practiced the laws of heaven, so naturally one should use that to save him. Master Gu added that he had recently learned the demon god technique, and many laws had already been mastered. It looked like there was no way to completely cure the prince. Tianhai said that they wanted to learn a lot from the prince about the use of demonic Tao. To torture him in the future, they would replace the power of the heavenly Tao again, with the power of the magical Tao. Master Gu said he was fine with what they were doing. Tianhai ordered that all the sacred stones that had been accumulated for 1,000 years be brought. They would be used by the messenger. Gu Shenchen said that in that case he would give it a try. The young man will try to achieve the effect by using the sacred stones and all his knowledge and skills gained in refining them. The master activated his meridians, let out his inner energy and tried to get results. The young man didn't stop for a second. They had to make the right preparations. Master Gu told the prince that he could speak. He put up 2 barriers and no one would hear them. The prince opened his eyes and said he didn't think he would see his little brother being in such a state. Gu Shenchen said that he wanted to know the whole truth. The prince stated that he knew no more than his brother. They say in the world that their father gave them all his secrets before he died. But this is not true. The prince continued, the only thing he knows is that aside from the purest heavenly Tao strength of the bloodline, it is the most important thing that father has put into their souls. Gu Shenchen remembered that he had already been told about the bloodline. The brother continued, the secrets of the heavenly laws can be stolen, but the power of the bloodline exists together with the soul, so it can't be stolen at all. Thanks to the power of their bloodline, the brothers can not only sense each other, they can turn it into their own power. The young man said if he hadn't been so arrogant then, he wouldn't have had to endure the torment of the demon race, and now he can't ascend to the peak of heaven. He wants to give his brother his laws of heaven, for saving him from the demons. Master asked if the laws of heaven could belong to him. The young man said that when his brother was healing, he felt that his understanding of the heavenly Tao was different. Gu Shenchen said that there was a seal on his dantian since birth, which made it impossible for him to cultivate. Prince said he never had a seal. The young man thought, brother, so it seems that with the seal this is an unusual case that needs investigation. The one said if his brother has the chance, let him save this girl. She must be their niece. The master was surprised that this girl was their niece. The young man said that her brother couldn't sense her because her bloodline was too weak, which meant she wasn't their equal. Perhaps her father was also a saint and passed on the strength of his bloodline. Gu Shenchen, leaving his brother, said that as a blood relative he would help his niece. Tianhai said that the envoy didn't need to rush to develop magic power. It was better to save his life first. The young man said that in just a quarter of an hour, he had broken through to the middle of the realm of seclusion. Tianhai thought he needed to make sure he cultivated enough heavenly Tao power to heal his brother, but otherwise it was more effective to cultivate demonic Tao power. The young man thought that the power grew by transforming the magic law into his own power, but one must investigate this. It's true, there's no faster way to increase one's strength than to cultivate the power of magic. Even the messenger of the demon god can't resist the temptation of a quick fix. Tianhai told the master to go with him. There are such people here who can't wait to see the young man. The Hall of Demons. Tianhai said that he brought someone to the demons. The young man took stock of the situation. He looked at everyone present. This was his first time here. He had to memorize all the demons that were here. One of the demons said that Tianhai couldn't just bring a person over and say that he possessed the demon god's inheritance. The other demons said that if the young man lied to them, he himself knew what would happen to him. The demon said that his colleague shouldn't talk nonsense. He received the legacy of the Lord God of Demons. Another demon said to test the young man, to test his strength. This demon couldn't believe that Gu Shenchen would pass the test of strength. He was very surprised. All the demons were critical of the young man, and they didn't trust him completely. He was new here. The young man thought, what a silly thing to say. He has a demonic element in him too. He'll make them think he is, and he'll get his way. All the demons looking at Gu Shenchen saw that he possessed the skill of a demon god, and realized that he could be trusted, and ultimately reckon with his opinion. Gu Shenchen announced to everyone that he was the messenger of the demon god whether they wanted him to or not. The young man asked if the gentleman had any more questions for him. He felt like he had proven his demonic nature to everyone. All the demons, in a single gust, shouted that they have no questions to the messenger, and thought that the aura, this man may be weak, but the purity of the demonic path is not comparable to anyone present. Tianhai said as he found a messenger of the demon god. According to the demon race's agreement, the messenger can teach him the demon god's technique. Does anyone have any objections? One of the demons said he couldn't believe that Tianhai had managed to do it first. Master Gu said that Tianhai had never told him about this agreement before. The young man thought, judging from this situation, the latter was planning to use it to balance his power among the other demon lords. Tianhai said for the other demons not to be angry, because this rule could enlarge their demon race. He hoped that he could justify the envoy's trust and increase the prestige of their demon clan. The young man said, since they wanted to strengthen the demon race, he would offer the demon god technique to everyone. The demons asked if the messenger was going to train them all. Tianhan said it was against the rules. There's no need to train everyone. The young man continued, when the demon race is in decline, this is the fastest way to increase one's strength and revitalize the demon race in a short period of time. Doesn't Tianhai want the demon race to rise up and dominate the sacred realm again? Tianhai said that he should obey the messenger. The young man replied, well, he understands that. Gu Xuanshen's subtlety far surpasses the demon lord's understanding of the demon god's secret. By teaching them the technique, he keeps the 10 great demons in check. The young man knew, in order to realize the true meaning of the demon clan early on, people only needed to listen to his words. Thanks to this convenience, the young man not only quickly broke through to the early stage of the deep sea realm, but also ended up in the demon realm. Master Gu told his niece, he will ask someone to take care of her. She must not do anything unconsidered. The girl said she understood, and would only do things thoughtfully. As Master Gu's level increased, his perception of the power of the demon's path became stronger and stronger. The young man wondered what that mountain up ahead was visible. The demon answered him that this was Mount Baiwan, the border between the demon clan and humans. The young man wondered if it was true that the deeper you went, the stronger the magic. Why is it stronger in a neighborhood where people live? The border town of Baiwan. Here you can see the aftermath of the clashes between humans and demons. The young man saw this border town. The prince asked if his brother was going to go to the mountain at Baiwan to make his fortune. The teenage demons offered to go together. It might save them money on transportation costs. Master Gu was surprised when the question touched on money. It was explained to him that there was a secret safe passageway in Mount Baiwan with magical information that opened at each area to go to. If you accumulate enough magic crystals, you can go to Mount Baiwan and make a fortune. Master Gu agreed and said that he would go with them. The young men were scared. He doesn't even have horns and he wants to go with them. Won't he slow them down? But they had no choice and agreed to take him with them.
It was decided about in one. This was the optimal format of movement.
The demons could not believe that although the young man's level was low, his movement technique was so fast. At last, the whole company came to a special place. He wondered if they called it a safe passage. One of the demons said the so-called safe passage was to isolate them from the outside world, so they can get where they want to go faster. They passed by a very dangerous beast, but the boys said that this beast can't even see, so you don't have to be afraid of it. The beast passed by. The company came to a special passageway. Next, they found a turnstile through which they had to pay for the passage with magic crystals. After the payment went through, the passageway opened, and the company decided to follow through. The company approached the place beyond where the entrance to the core was. With their current strength, it was too dangerous to go there. Someone suggested that they just walk out of here. Gu Xuanshen thought that there was still some distance between this place and the place they wanted to go to. The demon asked the master if he really wanted to go deeper. Did he get bored with his life? If they went further, they would encounter many high-level magical beasts. The young man said he had 2 crystals, that was his share. He will leave them with the company. The boys saw these crystals and realized they were crystals of higher magic. They weren't expecting that. It was a generous gift. Afterward, they added, if he goes in there, he'll die. He'll have a hard time. The young man decided that he would have to go further on his own. If there were any difficulties ahead, he could only count on himself. The company thought this guy could manifest magical armor. It might help him on his journey. Master Gu continued on his own. The company didn't know what they should do. Maybe follow him. One of the demons said that this young man was a good guy, he could make them rich, and offered to follow him. The company saw a magical rainstone and a magical cloud ore. They found a magical face flower here. It was a real treasure. Master Gu, with every step, was transforming more and more. The demonic aura became thicker and thicker. The young man heard some sort of growling ahead. He began to guess what would follow. Everyone assumed that there were magical beasts ahead of them. We must be extremely careful. The young man gazed ahead. The visibility was poor, but he tried to see if there were any demonic beasts, so that he could outsmart them in the future. But the beasts were more cunning. They surrounded the whole company, took them in a tight ring, and that ring began to tighten. It seemed there was no way out. The beasts were advancing. The master beat back the attacks. His sword worked left and right, never tiring. The young man thought they would never end. There was another way to deal with this. The huge wild beast, growling and glaring, bared its sharp fangs and moved straight for the company. He was already very close. But at that moment something unexpected happened. One of the beasts was torn apart, and its head flew aside. Gu Xuanchen and the rest of the campaign members were very much surprised. Everyone turned their attention to the one-horned lion that had bitten the wolf and stripped it of its essence. The lion was much larger than the wolf, he growled, and tried to get closer to the company. He sensed his prey. The young man is ready to fight one-on-one with the fearsome beast. He throws a cannonball into its mouth. The lion held that kernel in his mouth and became much calmer. The young man watched the wild animal closely. The tension did not subside. They tried to placate the lion with animal kernels. The core was also an excellent restorative for the beasts. Magical beasts would often tear each other apart to compete for the beast cores. The master said, "Now they know what this place is." However, what was going on here must not be told to anyone. The young man stroked the lion and he was perfectly calm. The young man had placated it with animal balls. All promised the young man to keep the secret. Their master was among the wild animals, who did not annoy him at all and were friendly to him. The master told the young boys to keep the beasts under guard for a month before releasing them. He himself was about to move on. The campaign only waved at the young man. He went upstairs to go about his business. After all, the master thought, he had to get away from the demons quickly, so that there would be no unnecessary trouble. The beasts would keep an eye on these people in the meantime. The master climbed up to a high plateau that was at the level of the mountaintops. Demonic feathers were flying around. Master Gu jumped from stone to stone, covering long distances, kept moving towards his goal. The young man thought that tens of thousands of years had passed since he had observed such a mysterious high-level formation in the area. Something seemed suspicious to the young man. He drew his sword and listened. Ahead, high in the sky, a funnel formed, with light coming out of it. The funnel grew into a huge tornado that reached the ground. Lightning flashed around the tornado. It was hard. He tried to gather his strength to resist the natural elements. Everything around him was flying. The master was in the epicenter of a hurricane. The vortex sucked everything into itself. Suddenly, the young man found himself in a strange cave. It was large. He was here for the first time. The young man tensed. This formation could pierce even his armor. You'd better be careful with that, he thought. He couldn't believe that the first person to get here would be human. Gu Xuanchen saw something that really startled him. He knew that he would discover something in this cave, but just didn't realize what it would be. Master Gu noted to himself that this was a very pleasant surprise. A huge image of an unknown girl opened in front of him. He decided to find out what it meant. The young man wondered if it was a demon. Then it's strange, because it has no magic or heavenly power. Gu Xuanchen told her to show herself to him, and called her a liar. The woman didn't like it. You could see that she resented it. The master didn't understand why that was. Because he called her a cheat, or because he was here. The young man took a wait-and-see attitude. He wanted to see how the woman would behave next. She shouted that he was the ninth. Master Gu realized that she knew he existed. Now he has to figure out who she is, and what she knows about him. Gu Xuanchen stood one-on-one against her and was willing to get to know her better. He supposed that a great secret was about to be revealed to him, and he would grasp the essence of what was happening. At some point, the woman took on a human form and told him to let her in. She wants to see him. It didn't bring the young man any closer to figuring it out. So he asked who she was, what she was doing here, and what she knows about him. The woman called the young man a stupid child and said she was his birth mother. I mean, it's obvious. Gu Xuanchen was confused completely. Could it really be his real mother? This did not bring the young man any closer to solving the mystery. There were even more questions. The woman explained that she was the mother who gave him his soul, and the one the whole world says is missing, and she's a demon god. Gu Shenshen listened to the woman attentively, but a feeling of uneasiness never left him. All of this had come upon him somehow unexpectedly. Legend had it that the Holy King achieved his outstanding martial arts by obtaining the Sword of Heavenly Destiny, but this was not actually the case. The woman said that she and his father were demons, but by chance received a copy of the Book of Yin and Yang from a higher spirit. The young man's father practiced Yang and his mother Yin, and all was well with them. As he learned, his father's demonic aura disappeared, and he became more and more human. He entered the human race to completely subjugate the Holy Realm and became the Holy King of the world due to his extraordinary power. The woman said she became a demon god because she practiced the Yin technique. The woman added that the Sword of Fate was also created by her and the Saint King to prevent outsider claimants from encroaching on the Yin-Yang heavenly book. The young man asked, for demonic and human tribes had been feuding since ancient times. The woman replied, so to prevent a confrontation between the human race and the Raz and demons, they did not reveal their true identities. Either his father would appear in the demon race as a demon god, or she would appear in the human race as a saint queen. One day, the owner of the Yin and Yang book appeared and tried to take it back. This was a mighty man from a realm greater than the Holy Realm. The battle with him lasted 3 months. It lasted continuously, but in the end he won. This powerful man took this book back. After taking the Book of Yin and Yang, he didn't take their lives. He only made them swear not to divulge any information about him. And to keep the 2 kingdoms stable, they could only follow the orders of the powerful. But when the young man's father was seriously injured, many of the strongest members of the human race succumbed to temptation. These people wanted to kill the Holy King and then frame her to unite the human and demonic worlds. In case they couldn't protect the young man and his 8 brothers from the enemy, they had no choice but to compartmentalize their understanding to pass it on to all the brothers. And since Gu Xuanchen has the highest concentration of heavenly Tao power among the brothers, to be on the safe side, they placed his body in the most complete copy of the formula. Then they sealed his dantian and forced him to reincarnate before he could break the seal. The young man asked, so does that mean he's a demon too? The woman said that when his father practiced the Yang heavenly book art, the demonic energy of his body had long since been washed away. In essence, the young man is already a human. The woman said that in this world it didn't matter if it was the human race or the demon race. The main thing is to have a good heart. If the heart is good, it is right. If the heart is evil, it is evil. The young man asked what his mother's real name was. The woman said that when she was in alienation, she had sent the young man to the lower world. The woman said his father could only burn the rest of his life away and seal his wife here. The woman said that time in confinement had almost stopped for her. That is why she has stayed so long. If she leaves here, she will die in a year. The young man was frightened and surprised. Didn't the mother have any other way out? After all, it is possible to think of something. The woman said that her son should combine the heavenly book of Yin and Yang into one and practice to the extreme. The book of Yin and Yang contains the secrets of the 3 rules of perfecting humans, demons, and monsters. If the young man can understand it to the end, he will definitely be able to break his father's seal. At that time, he and the young man's father had already handed him the heavenly book of Yin and Yang. But given the reputation of the demon clan, Yin Jue's seal is deeper, and it seems that it will only protect him when he is in danger. The young man said he understood everything. Yin Jue, this is the demon god, the devil energy. The woman said she was glad they had found common ground. In the future, she hopes that the young man will trust her. The woman said that she would now help the young man completely unlock the Yin Jue seal so that he could remember all the techniques. The young man assumed the lotus posture and prepared to meditate. He said he could feel it. This is the complete book of Yin and Yang. His mother watched him, didn't try to control the process. She saw that her son would succeed. The young man hoped that he would finally succeed in breaking the seal, and the centuries-old curse would be broken, and he would have what he had longed for. Something caught the young man's attention. He asked what it was. The woman told him that this is the art of blood retrieval. It is a dangerous and forbidden art, based on the power of blood to find people at the cost of one's own life. The young man's mother added that in addition to the power of blood, this technique also contained devouring killing intent. It seemed to the young man that the space on Qingyun's map of mountains and rivers had previously been torn apart, and he could only hear these sounds due to the power of blood. From this, the young man concluded that the man in the black robe was probably a relative of his brother's. One of his brothers had come to visit. It was interesting to the young man that they wanted to kill him exactly with such a scope. 7 sacred sects in the sacred realm, Tianjian sect. The servant reports to the sect master, according to the reports of their spies in the demon realm, a new messenger of the demon god has recently arrived in the demon realm, and it looks like he has a great future ahead of him. The Master of Light was interested. A messenger of a demon god, that must be very interesting. He wondered what this man's past was, who he used to be. He replied that the man's origins were unknown. Rumor has it that his skills are mysterious and the demons respect him for it. Everyone is practicing perfection. The man went to the sect master and said that their branch in the lower realm of the Qingyun continent had disappeared for no reason. This was also the work of people from the demon world. Maybe the demons are getting ready to go to war this time. The other man replied that although the demons live in the north, they keep bothering them on the border of the sanctuary. It's bad enough if they want to start a war, because they are still wary. The servant assumed that the sect leader and his subordinates had also heard the news. It seems that the demon world has taken over the Holy Sun. The sect master said that since ancient times, humans and demons have been feuding with each other. Saint King Haoshan also died because he was injured by a demon. It was time to take a break. The sect master declared that his heavenly sword sect was willing to gather 100,000 soldiers from the 7 holy sects. If any sect wished to answer the call, they were willing to go with them to defeat the remnants of the demon clan and rescue the saint's son. All present swore an oath to their master and said they were ready to go to destruction. 10 days passed. The humans gathered an army of 300,000 men. They marched north toward the land of demons. The warriors came to the border between the human and demon sects. They gave the demons their ultimatum. If the Holy Sun is not handed over to them, they will launch a full-scale attack on the demons. And the war is about to begin. To keep up, the demons took advantage of the night to preemptively cross the demonic river and suddenly attacked the humans. A full-scale war broke out. Demons attacked humans. People defended themselves and attacked the demons. The demons wanted to figure out where their messenger had disappeared to. He was nowhere to be found. The subordinate asked the demon lord to spare him, because he really doesn't know where the messenger went. The last time they saw each other was at the cave, and then the messenger left. The demon lord stated that there was something wrong with this child, and he had already warned about it. But when they heard that they could practice the demon god's art, none of them heeded the advice. Now that the human race was at the border, it was strange that this messenger had disappeared at this moment. It was likely that he was a spy. Another demon stated, if there was indeed a problem with this envoy, then it was also a problem with Venerable Tianhai. The demon lord turned to Tianhai. He was the one who brought the man from the human world. And why he practiced the demon god art, only Tianhai knows. Tianhai said that they now wanted to shift the responsibility to him. But when the messenger taught the secret art of the demon god, they all sat straighter than ever, and listened to him more attentively than ever. The demon said, stopping to argue, the most important thing to think about now was how to deal with this human attack. Another demon added that now that humanity has revealed their secret of imprisoning the Holy Sun, they will definitely not let him go. And demons must fight this battle, and must not retreat. Everyone decided that all they had to do now was fight. Not to the death, but to the death, and not to retreat under any circumstances. We should imprison the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden in the demonic spirit tower. If they lose, then kill those children on the spot. They must not let these children fall into the hands of humanity. All the demons, warriors swore allegiance and said they would follow all orders. The woman asked if the young man could promise his mother something. The young man said he listened to her. He would do whatever she asked him to do. The woman said if he could find the instigator of what had just happened, whoever he was, let him not take his life. After all, they're all her children, and she doesn't want them to be murderers or cannibals. The young man promised his mother that he would not take their lives. It would be her will. However, if they are stubborn and ineffective, he will never sit still and wait for death. The woman thanked her son and said he was a good boy, and she had something she was willing to give him. A woman held out a pill to her son. He asked what it was. His mother said it was a magic elixir that combined his father's energy and blood with hers. If he takes this elixir, he can temporarily block the power of the blood, and the other children won't be able to find the young man with a blood search. The woman added for the moment he wouldn't be able to feel it. He had just arrived at the shrine. For the moment, it would be better to establish a solid foundation first and not get caught up in fighting. The young man noted that was exactly what he needed right now. The young man became even more confident because his mother taught him certain skills. The young man decided to give his mother a nice gift in return. It all seemed strange to the young man. He wondered why there were so many bodies along the road. He did not know that the war had started. The demons told him to stay here. The young man had questions. He didn't understand the current situation. The young man recognized his interlocutor and wondered why he was here. The interlocutor said that there is a tense war ahead between the tribes of humans and demons. So they follow the orders of the 10 demons and go to the Temple of Demons to settle things there. If the young man has any questions, he can turn to the brother demon for advice. The young man looked around, assessed the situation, and realized that the human race and the demon race had indeed started a war. The man realized that underneath the demonic aura was an extremely dark power of the heavens, and all these people were humans disguised as demons. The young man invited them to come with him. The young man thought, why don't he first see what they want to do by sneaking into the demon clan, and then he would know what he should do. The man stopped everyone. He wanted to determine what was ahead of them. He had to look closely. He saw a young man accompanied by several armed demons. It was a little suspicious to him. The warrior asked. All 10 demon lords rushed to the front. Under whose command are these people now? Why are they here in the first place? The people dressed as demons looked at each other. They didn't know how to answer them properly, so they decided to act. One of the men disguised as demons caught up with our hero and told him he must die. He wanted to deliver a fatal blow to the young man, but the young man dodged very easily, and the blow missed him. The warrior realized his mistake. He had been sloppy on offense. At that very second, the young man made a retaliatory strike, which reached the target, and the opponent realized that this was the power of the law. His opponent flew far away and fell to the ground. The blow was so strong that he was unable to get up immediately. After he got up, a suspicion crept into his mind. He asked the young man, "Is he a human being too?" The master answered nothing. His eyes glowed with rage. He didn't like it when things didn't go according to his plan. The demon woman said she was waiting, and it's time to come. A stone wall opened up in front of our hero, and a light appeared ahead. The masked warrior thought it was a demon statue. To activate it, it requires gathering the power of 10 demon kings. Who is this young man? The young man replied that he didn't need to know who he was. It wouldn't change his fate. The warrior said they should go to their leaders and end this senseless war. Otherwise, the young man will have to level the 2 worlds sooner or later. That would be a radical solution. The masked warrior was very frightened upon hearing such a statement. Who was this young man? Our hero thought his previous use of the demon statue to intimidate them had worked. The 10 demons are already preparing to return one by one. The human race dare not act rashly, retreating one by one, first needing to send him instead, sealing his mother. The young man said that time flows very slowly there, just right to heal his injury, the young man added, and she would be very happy to see him. The brother of our hero did not believe that he would be able to see his mother. The young man wanted to make the same offer to their niece, and then she could see her grandmother. The girl cried and said she didn't want to be locked up in that place anymore, and asked for help. The girl asks the young man to take him with her, otherwise she threatens to reveal his true identity as a holy son to the world. A young man, along with his niece, wanted to use the teleportation mode, but the system was disrupted. It happened unexpectedly. The young man looked at his brother. What are they going to do now? The young man decided to use a different escape plan. He had to think it over carefully. Looking ahead, the young man realized it was too late. The young man decided to accept this fact and do something different. He decided to use the teleportation mode through the water. This should be an original solution, he thought, as space haphazardly transported him here. First, he had to find a way to get out of here. The young man succeeded and fell to the surface. He screamed loudly. He succeeded. The girl was sitting on the shore. She looked at the young man in surprise. The next moment, the girl was frightened and shouted that the young man was behaving very indecently, and that he was probably a thief. Suddenly, a water demon arose, and it was ready to descend upon the young man. The girl bared her sword and rushed at the young man, shouting that she was about to do away with him. The young man barely had time to dodge. One attack followed another. The girl wouldn't stop yelling that he was a thief, and that he shouldn't run away from her, because she wanted to get rid of him. Our hero decided no more dodging to stop this violence. He easily, with 2 fingers of his hand, stopped the sword of the attacking girl. The young man tried to apologize. He said it was a misunderstanding, and he did not know in advance that she would be here. The girl decided to ask what kind of misunderstanding made the young man suddenly appear in the forbidden area of the sacred river of the Changlin sect. The girl didn't believe him and still wished she could deal with him. The young man had no choice but to use his inner reserves, and the young woman fell senseless into his arms. The young man thought that because of this energy reaction caused by being interrupted when he was practicing a breakthrough using this river water, the young man knew he would rectify the situation. He only needed to adjust this girl's breathing. The main hall of the Changlin sect. The sect head said that Master Gu was forbidden to visit a certain secret place, and he was mistakenly reported to the Changlin sect. The young man said it was like that, and there was a misunderstanding. The sect master asked the girl, whose name was Wan Yue, "Is it true that Mr. Gu helped her break through?" The girl told her father that it was exactly like that. The sect master looked at the young man and thought that although his level wasn't high, he had single-handedly broken through the holy river restriction and also helped his daughter break through. Since the founding of their sect, the master had never seen such a genius. Maybe there is a second one in the world, and this is an opportunity for the Changlin sect. The sect master decided that if all of this was utilized, it would definitely benefit and greatly benefit their sect. The man told Mr. Gu, although the war between the demon clan and the human clan has ended, but the situation is still not completely clear. The sect master likes the fact that the young man is a casual cultivator and is related to the sect, and he wants to offer him to join the sect. The girl explained to the young man that their sect had been responsible for protecting the sacred river for generations. It is independent of human and demon clans and never participates in any wars. It observes neutrality. The young man thought that his brother had successfully teleported him to the junction of Mount Beiwan. This heavenly book skill is so mysterious that now was the time to find a place where no one would disturb him to practice. The sect master added that he would issue an order on behalf of the sect elder. The master would be very powerful, so he should settle on Balin Peak. The young man noticed that their interests coincided. He was grateful for the offer and agreed. In the next moment, something incredible happened. The servants scattered in all directions. The sect master shouted out what was going on here. The wounded servant came to his senses, stood up, and coughed. He said he was reporting to the sect leader. There was a problem with the 10,000 methods alchemical cauldron in their purification room. The cauldron exploded again. A refined room. People watch as the furnace topples over and all the contents spill out. The servant said that this alchemy cauldron had never been repaired since the heavenly fire went out 500 years ago. This is the 3rd time this month that this cauldron has exploded. The sect master said that this alchemy cauldron was the 10,000 magic cauldron. The sect master received it from the Holy River Lord 1,000 years ago. The cauldron can refine thousands of magical weapons. If the cauldron is not repaired, he will be ashamed in front of all the ancestors. The sect master said that we should cast a cry and find a specialist who could cure this cauldron. The young man said there was no time to wait. The boiler must be fixed quickly. Master Gu said, "From the great to the simple, the best magic weapon is the embodiment of the way, the law, and the will. The young man added that this cauldron contained the purest Taoist law, and forcibly repairing it would only spoil its origin. He sees that this cauldron contains over 10 magical patterns with different skills. He seems to be fixing it, but he's actually preventing it from being repaired. It's not serious. The servant said that the young man had a very arrogant tone. It was just that there was actually damage to the magic weapon. The sect master said that if Mr. Gu was willing to repair this cauldron, they would provide all of the sect's resources to do so. The young man said that 6 materials must be prepared: cinnabar, ore, mica, sweet soil, molten iron, realgar. The sect elder told the servant to prepare all this immediately. The servant said that everything would be done now. The elder wondered why the young man would use the most ordinary things instead of using the best materials. He wondered if this young man really knew how to repair magic weapons. The young man decided to use yuan-qi condensation. The young man knew that all treasures are one. The cauldron, under his influence, began to be put in order. It shone with new colors. When the furnace burst into flames again, everyone thought that the young man was very arrogant. He might not succeed. The sect elder was surprised. He thought it was impertinent, but it wasn't like an ordinary fire. The young man uttered, "The Lord of the Holy River remaining in the furnace is the power of the law, forming the way of heaven." Master continued, "Yin and yang of heaven. It's awesome and self-sufficient." The young man didn't pay attention to anyone else. He realized that he was doing the right thing, and would have to be judged by the result. The man was extremely surprised. The tripod of the furnace actually generates its own spiritual energy, which in turn regenerates the body of the furnace. He had really done everything right. Everyone saw that the young man had repaired the furnace. It was better than it had been for 500 years. No one had ever seen it in such perfect condition. The girl was delighted. The young man was able to fix the cauldron, and even restored the fire of heaven. The young man knew that the yin-yang heavenly book itself represented the highest level of heaven. He only needed to extract the power of the laws that came with the instrument itself. The sect elder was overjoyed. He thought he had seen the real person he needed. The old man said that Gu was so skillful in the heavenly path and could discern the mysteries at a glance. Why not let him pass the sacred river test? The young man thought, the judgment of the holy river. That should be memorized too. The sect elder explained that the holy river was a river that had appeared in the Holy Land thousands of years ago for no reason. The power of the heavenly laws contained within it could help ordinary martial artists practice with 10 times the efficiency of humans. The elder continued that their sect relies on the resource advantage of this sacred river, which helps them maintain neutrality between humans and demons. Unfortunately, this river is not completely within their sect's territory. The higher it rises, the more abundant its law power becomes, but no one still knows where its source is. So their sect sends people every 30 years into the sacred river, hoping to find its source. The young man asked the elder where those disciples who had gone through the ordeal were now. Elder said, to be honest, none of them came back. Master Gu thought that this must be a difficult task. In order to find the source of this river, one must overcome all sorts of dangers that not everyone can overcome. Holy River. The young man, once he was at the bed of the Holy River, noticed that it was indeed a good place for cultivation and cultivation. It seemed unsurprising to the young man that he couldn't find the source. Most likely someone had put up a barrier here, and then the young man saw what he was most likely looking for. Our hero thought that the caster's skill was truly amazing. Only he could set up such an overbearing and powerful barrier. Master Gu tried to break this barrier. He launched a powerful attack, but he didn't achieve the result. The young man thought about what a strong counterattack was launched at him from the barrier. The young man began to ponder. He realized that a head-on confrontation was impossible. An absurd thought occurred to the young man. What if softness prevailed over strength, and the young man tried to overcome the barrier without using aggression? The river in front of the young man stirred. Big waves rose. The young man realized that he was on the right path. The young man realized that he could now overcome the barrier. The boy thought that enveloped by the power of the soft laws, the barrier resonated and could be broken with a single blow. The young man got closer and closer to the barrier. The master understood the importance of not overreacting, and not to be aggressive, and not to show hostile intentions. The young man saw a passageway in front of him. Most likely no messenger had ever reached this place before, and he was the first to reach this intermediate destination. The young man now realized that the sacred river was actually separated by a barrier forming a closed loop. That's why no one has found its source, because it doesn't exist. The master decided to continue his research and move forward. An old man appeared and said how people from the Kanglan sect could let people in 10 years earlier. About the young man, the old man thought he was very brave, because he was able to break his magic circle. The young man thought that although this old man's body didn't have any fluctuations in law force, the blow just now was extremely mysterious. This old man's strength far surpasses his strength, and that could not be underestimated. The young man decided to follow this old man. Perhaps he would lead him to the right place. The old man says the young man can go with him. He senses his ability and doesn't want to argue with him. The old man added that even though the humans are 110 years ahead of schedule, his rules don't change. The elder explained to the young man that he only had 1 year to understand the law of water. If he could understand the 9 levels and make a breakthrough, he would be able to open the restriction and leave this place on his own. If the young man fails to do so, the fate of his ancestors awaits him. All your development here becomes the power of the laws that feed the source of the sacred river. The young man realized that now he could only count on himself and his wits if he wanted to get out of here. The old man said that he could further explain the rules by which the young man should act, and he would have to follow them perfectly. The old man said that these incense can burn for a year. After they disappear, the old man will come. If the young man does not solve anything, the old man will take his life. The young man was left alone for a while. He tried to reflect on what the old man had said, and to make a decision for himself. The young man thought that the restriction here must be reinforced with a certain strength. Even his body-shaping method couldn't easily pass through it. Master originally wanted to explore the source of the sacred river, but this exploration turned out to be a life-threatening journey for him. The young man decided to find reconciliation within himself. He appeared near this incense pillar in his protective shell that was made from his energy aura. The young man thought that the water in the river is soft, but the flow of the waterfall carries a strong masculine force. This combination of hardness and softness is both yin and yang. It has a direct relation to the heavenly book of yin-yang. At this time, the old man was playing an interesting game. He was completely absorbed in it. He did not pay attention to what was going on around him. The old man moved stones around the field. Go was his favorite game. It required maximum concentration. Each of the demons had a specific task, and so did the young man. Time passed. The incense was burning. The pillar was shrinking. From overexertion, this excited warrior exploded to death. The old man, moving his stones, thought he was sorry. He thought about the fact that the Taigu Palace's supreme elder could go to a higher level. Why did he need to come to visit the holy river? The old man remembered that when he realized the 3rd level, he couldn't take it anymore. His body died, and his soul had died. The old man realized that he was destined to be an old man and the fertilizer of his holy river. The elder looked into one of his mirrors and saw a young man in it. He decided to observe him. The elder thought that this child had gotten a very quick sense of what was required of him. The elder decided that it was too early to draw conclusions, but we can definitely say that the young man has great talent. The elder decided to keep watching the young man. He thought that this boy could make a difference. The young man continued to meditate and try to make a breakthrough already in this place. The old man had a sudden realization. He realized what the young man was trying to accomplish. The old man saw that this young man had indeed risen to 3 levels in a short period of time. The elder was very happy. After all, perhaps this young man was the right one. Master Gu didn't stop there. He continued cultivating, hoping for a powerful breakthrough. The old man wondered, is this young man not going to stop? He will go on until the end. The elder wanted to test the young man's maximum abilities. The old man, stroking his mustache, thought that everything now depended on the luck that might accompany the young man. The young man looked at that strange shadow in the waterfall. Now he is facing demons who are going to ask him questions. The demons shouted that Gu Xuanchen had caused their body and soul to die. It is an implacable hatred. It demands for his life to be returned to him. The young man thought that they were just a group of defeated generals, but they really dared to be the inner demons of his path of refinement. The young man said he was willing to kill him one more time, and he wouldn't do anything to him for it anyway. After saying that, the old man noted that the young man was doing well. He had already passed the 4th level. Gu Shenchen found himself in a forest clearing at ease. This made him a little embarrassed. The old man thought he was getting there, and the puzzle could come together. The demonic girls try to bewitch the young man and tell him that with them he will never feel lonely. The young man does not wish to deal with them. He tries to abstract himself from them. Gu Shenchen knows that a truly strong person doesn't care about loneliness. The only thing he fears is stagnation and not being able to surpass himself. That's why you have to never stop and move forward all the time. The old man monitors the young man's activities. He noted to himself that the 5th level is already. The concentration is quite good, and the pace of movement is sure. The young man heard the demon calling him. He invites the young man to join him and guarantees his safety. Gu Shenchen recognizes him and accepts the invitation and moves to meet him. The warriors are ready to fight. It had been a long time since he'd stretched his bones, the young man thought. The opponent's reaction surprised Gu Shenchen. He didn't even realize how he had managed to do that. The concentrated strike was very strong. Master Gu was unprepared for it. The opponent said that in the face of absolute power, the young man's efforts were ridiculous. So the young man flew far away and pierced the rock. Demonic structures appeared inside the young man. The opponent approached the young man and called him by name. The opponent asked how it felt after losing the aura. The young man leaned on his sword and stood up, saying that his opponent liked to talk nonsense. The demonic structures remained inside the young man. The rivals looked at each other. Their gazes met. In the reflection of the demon's eye, Gu Shenchen's furious fist was clearly visible. Gu Shenchen put all the power accumulated from the period of breakthroughs made at this river into his strike. Our hero's opponent took a good hit and burrowed into the rocks. His eyes glittered. He thought that this young man had power. But the enemy was not defeated, and he continued to fight. The demon thought that Gu Shenchen without an aura was just trash. He would be easily defeated. Gu Shenchen thought differently. He could confront this demon and crush it. The demon said he would give his opponent a taste of defeat. Gu Shenchen said that he would do the same to his enemy. The master didn't pay attention to the damage his opponent was doing to him. He had to get rid of the demonic element that was inside him. Gu Shenchen decided to put all the aggression and hatred he felt for his opponent into his sword. The young man was wounded in the heart area. The young man thought, is this really the end? He felt no pain. The young man had dealt with this injury and was quite able to continue the fight. His opponent wondered how that was possible. How could he ignore those wounds? The demon once again said that in the face of absolute power, his efforts were absolutely ridiculous. He said that his opponent should recognize that. Even if a young man fights hard for the rest of his life, he still won't be able to change his fate. The demon added that the strength and extremity that the young man had in his previous life was just emptiness. 40. Gu Shenchen can repeat his mistakes in life, and now he will die again. The young man, sitting on the bank of the river, was continuing another meditation session. The old man wondered if the young man couldn't overcome his inner demons and evil obstacles. He must have had a high opinion of the boy after all. The young man continued his meditation session. Sweat appeared on his forehead from the exertion. He continued to struggle with his demons. Shards of memories fly before Gu Shenchen's eyes. The master's disciples promise that they will follow him until death. His brother thanks him for changing Yuhan's fate. Parents say that whatever happens to a young person, they will always be his support, and he can count on them. The young man never regretted playing chess. The young man shouted, and a powerful energy was released all around him. The young man shouted all around him, accompanied by the release of powerful energy. The old man saw through his magic window as a glow emanated from the young man. The elder was astonished. This young man was able to realize the 6th level. It was unbelievable. The old man assumed that this guy would want to realize the water law and reach the 9th level in one day. The young man shouted that he, Gu Shenchen, must go against the will of the heavens in this life, and no one can stop him from doing so. The young man asked for heaven's help. Today everything is favorable for him. Gu Shenchen was so strong at this moment that he could destroy mountains and pave a road through them. The young man thought that if heaven goes against him, then let her die. No one should even think of controlling his life. Gu Shenchen felt like he was in heaven right now. The ground in front of him split in two. He was filled with majesty. Gu Shenchen, with his inner demons, had made a breakthrough and overcome a new level. Now he is not afraid of anything, and he is ready to go overcome new heights. The young man signaled that the old man could return. He had completed his task. The old man wondered if the young man was absorbing the full force of the law. The young man gave a belligerent cry. His eyes were shining, and there was an expression of implacable strength on his face. What had happened to him? The young man attained enlightenment of the 9th level of the Holy River Law. This happened after only 3 days. Gu Shenchen found himself at the top of the plateau of the mountain range. He believed that he was at the top of the world. This was the maximum breakthrough possible at this moment. Master Gu thought that the power of the laws here was truly marvelous. To a certain extent, it could help him practice the heavenly book of yin and yang. The young man realized that it was the continuous power of the law gathered in his spiritual consciousness, and his whole body was full of power. An old man appeared and nodded approvingly to the young man and greeted him. He was proud of the young man. Gu Shenchen said that this continuous power of the law was gathered in his spiritual consciousness, and his entire body was full of power. The old man continued to smile. He absolutely supported the young man and realized that he was moving in the right direction. The elder congratulated the young man and said that he had been to this sacred river already 10,000 years ago. But he had never seen anyone with such a strong development of martial arts and mental strength. The old man told the young man that he could understand the laws of water to the 9th level of perfection. From then on, he can take over the holy river and become the next master of the river, if he is ready. The young man asked if the old man was willing to let him take responsibility for the sacred river. The old man said of course he was ready and he would tell him more about how to behave. The old man said that this sacred river was originally the source of the heavenly law in the holy realm, possessing the power of countless laws. But with the continuous development of the sanctuary, the power of humans and demons keep increasing. The consumption of the heavenly law increases, and the holy river is constantly being depleted. Therefore, the old man made a rule here: if someone wants to enter the source of the holy river to practice, must pay a price. Within 1 year, if one does not pass the test of the holy river, he will have to sacrifice his life and devote his life to cultivating the holy river to preserve its power. The young man wondered if in so many years, no warrior had been able to visit the 9th level. The old man said the young man was the second person over the years to reach the 9th level in water law. However, the other person took 6 months to do so. The young man asked why that man did not take control of the holy river. The old man said that man had other ambitions, so that man later became the holy king of the holy region. The young man thought his predecessor was a holy king. Who was his father? The old man said he had. He told him then, just as he does now, that he could take responsibility for the holy river, or he could refuse. After all, it was not a duty, but a reward. The young man asked what the benefits would be if he took control of this river. The old man added that it is tens of thousands of years of special status. Many people dream of it.
Once the young takes control of the river, all these people will become his slaves directly. They will obey him.
The young man said since the benefits are so many, why should he offer it to others? The old man said he was old in general, but he's thinking about it now. We should find someone to take charge of the holy river. He advised the young man to unburden himself and go to a place stronger than the Holy Land to check the place. The young man asked if the old man was referring to another dimension, and he also remembered his mother telling him that there was a more powerful world than the sacred realm, and the book of yin and yang also came from there. The old man said that the young man has some knowledge, that's good, so understanding comes to him very quickly. The young man thought, if all this was actually true, then the young men should show respect instead of obeying orders. The old man told the young man to pay attention to something. He said to drop a drop of blood and a drop of seed on this crystal. Gu Shenchen dripped his blood onto this crystal. The young man said that he could sense all those who practiced on the sacred river. The old man said that the young man and the holy river are now mentally connected. He can not only sense the people who are practicing on the holy river at this moment. The old man added, Anyone who signed a contract with the Holy River and became a slave of the Holy River could feel it. The elder added that the power generated by the Holy River gold token is like binding spirits, allowing the young man to use them. The young man said that he had an absolutely devoted Deadpool. Having said that, the old man wanted to remind the young man that once the slaves entered the heart of the sacred river and successfully comprehended the ninth realm, they would be released from his confinement. The young man listened attentively to the old man. On top of that, the young man must find the next heir when he leaves the Holy River completely. The young man thought that otherwise the counterattack forces on the Golden Order of the Holy River would also force people, and it would be a life worse than death for them. The young man said he was ready to go forward. The young man announced that the old man had been acting like an old fox all this time. The young man agrees that he has reaped a good harvest, and it has helped him break through to the late stage of nirvana, and his understanding of the heavenly book of yin and yang has reached a new level. Sanglan sect. 10 days later, the leader of the Sanglan sect, Nu Tianming. The leader says that the two tribes of humans and demons made a truce long ago. Why they are coming again bothers them. Moreover, their sect has never been involved in matters between the human and demon clans. They have always maintained neutrality. The young men said that Tianming may not make excuses. They have reliable information that he is hiding the Holy Sun. They want to infiltrate his territory and look for this young man there. The sect leader said that he could not allow these people to search his territory. They must take his word for it. The warrior with the sword said that if the man did not toast, they would fine him with wine. Both sides were dissatisfied with the outcome of the negotiations, and a clash ensued between them. The elders decided to fight first, to show who's the strongest. The truth will follow. The elders who watched this battle were very surprised. How could this be possible on neutral ground? The warriors watched and did not understand how this was possible. At this time, Gu Xuanchen passed by. The noise reached his ears. He hurriedly rushed over to investigate. The sect leader said hello to the young man and asked if he had passed the test of the Holy River. He asked if he had made a breakthrough. The young man nodded affirmatively twice. The man thought to himself, "Where did he come from? I should be more careful." The old man who was looking for the young man decided to attack him. Apparently, he must have had some motive. Gu Xuanchen easily and casually parried his punch. The old man was filled with indignation. How could this be possible? How could he deal with his blow so easily? The two healthy warriors decided to come to their brother's aid and resist Gu Xuanchen. Master Gu said he was waiting for anyone who had questions or was ready to make a complaint. The opponent shouted for Master Gu to be careful, because he's going on the offense. Our hero dodged the enemy very easily and he flew past by inertia. The young man said his opponent was very unprepared. Master Gu sent his opponent away from him with a precise kick. He flew back a few meters. None of the people around him expected that this young man possessed such tremendous strength. The other warriors shouted that the young man had no right to hurt their brother, and they would show him. They decided to come together and defeat the enemy with one blow. Master Gu noted that his opponents had decided to all die together. The young man assumed a fighting stance and prepared to fend off the massive attack that the enemies were plotting against him. Gu Xuanchen said that he was willing to help all of them, and let them not be shy. The opponents tried to surround the young man. They hoped to finish off their opponent with one concerted attack. One of the warriors gave a battle cry, intended to frighten his opponent. The young man, determined to utilize his inner resources obtained near the river, slew this enemy to the ground. All those present were amazed at the incredible strength of the young man. Masters calmed his hand. He had it primed for a powerful blow, which he did. He warned the other opponents to calm down and not to bother him. But it had no effect, and the young man continued to punish his detractors. The enemy was having a hard time. The old man's eyes rolled back and he cried out in pain, but the young man continued to do his work. The enemy saw the young man punishing his opponents, and it made them afraid, and they regretted their intentions. These warriors have no desire to continue fighting. They will not win the battle this way, and they've done it for nothing. The young man told them they had forgotten their identity, and they seemed to have lived happily for too long. The enemies changed their intention. They decided to kneel before Gu Xuanchen. In response to their silence, Mr. Gu wondered why they were so unintelligent. All three of them thought it was the Golden Order of the Holy River and its restrictions. All three kneeled down and said that they were happy to welcome their master. The old man thought that he originally wanted to take this opportunity to visit the core of the holy river and get rid of the restrictions, but he didn't expect to encounter such difficulties. The old man thought that the new master of the river was very sullen, and it would be hard to deal with him. All three apologized and said they didn't know what a river master looked like. They asked them to be punished and said it would not happen again. The young man said that he had been in seclusion for many days and had not experienced the outside world. He doesn't know what the situation is now in the camps of humans and demons. Why did they think that the Holy Sun was hidden in the Tsanglan sect? The young man was told that the war between humans and demons had lasted 2 months. Both sides had suffered heavy losses, and it was difficult to determine a winner. The old man added that half a month ago, leaders from both sides agreed to sign an agreement and not to fight anymore. The young man thought the old man was smart. He thought his intimidation had worked. The old man continued, "The entire Holy Realm had been searching for the breath of the Holy Sun for thousands of years. Recently, they had received reliable news that the last breath of the Holy Sun had appeared on Mount Baewon and then disappeared. Therefore, they decided that it was likely that the Holy Sun was hidden by the Tsanglan sect." The young man asked where they got this reliable information. The old man didn't want to answer him. In response, he only remained silent. The young man showed him what would happen to him if he didn't answer. All three of them, seeing the movement of the young man, were very frightened by it. The old man was frightened and said that it was Elder Yunshan of Juxiaomen. The young man's eyes sparkled. Now he realized who he had to find. Tavern waiter serves wine. The waiter is ready to serve the next customer. A young waiter tells a visitor that the wine in this town is still as delicious as it was 10 years ago. A young man hears two visitors talking. Right after the end of the war between humans and demons, the Juxiao sect opened a recruitment center for new disciples, and that's why there has been an influx of people in the city recently. This sect only opens recruitment once every 10 years, so people are always trying to get in. If a disciple demonstrates amazing ability or has outstanding talent, he or she can become a direct disciple of an elder. The young man called for the waiter, probably to place an order. The young man asked if the young man planned to enter the competition to be a disciple of the sect. Yet Tianyu offered to arrange for the young man to get a disciple into this sect. Millennium Building? The young man said that the Millennium Building, it is the most popular restaurant in this city. Many warriors come here to eat before entering the Juxiao sect. But since the number of places to enter the restaurant is limited, many warriors fight for the right to be let in, and the elders of the sect use this opportunity to watch and choose disciples here. Thus, 10 disciples have already entered this sect. The young man suggested that Gu Xuanchen take part in these fights. If their elders didn't choose them, then they would definitely enjoy it in this building. The young man thought that if his guess was correct, even if Elder Yunshan wasn't the man in the black robe, he was related to the 7 brothers who wanted to track him down. The guy said, even if the elders' disciples blessedly treated them, they were already lucky. Gu Xuanchen decided that otherwise, these brothers had repeatedly spread the news of his whereabouts and tried every possible way to find him. But they had no way to pass the gate of the 9 heavens. The master thought that the standards of the Millennium Building had become very low, and now even people from the realm of Nirvana could enter it. The girl shouted that this guy in the middle stage of extreme level is still interesting, so that she would take him up on it. The young man thought he wanted to find a mate and fight warriors of similar strength to try his luck. The young man said that he didn't expect to meet such a powerful opponent. This brother Gu seems like an honest person, but his level is too low. If he suddenly dies here, it will truly be his fault. The guy tells those two to stop arguing. His friend says they have too little power and are not worthy of letting him act. This young man said he would deal with both of them alone, so they wouldn't have to argue. The man said how could he possibly want to go down alone against opponents? This is the first time he's ever been looked down upon. The girl said she didn't like to hear that either. In the end, the two were preparing for a fight against 2, and only Gu Xuanchen thought that it would be an unequal fight. The guy asked where those 2 would be from. A passerby said he had heard that these 2 people had broken through to the late extreme stage in just 6 months, but this city was famous for its martial arts geniuses. The warrior said if the one knew what he was looking for, then let him get out of here so he wouldn't delay their meal. The young men began to work things out. Everyone thought they were superior and hoped for an easy fight. Only Master Gu knew the real balance of power. He choked his opponent in a very short period of time, felled him for the winter, and stepped with his foot on his chest. The people around him didn't even notice how quickly it happened. They were amazed that such a strong warrior had been defeated. Master Gu said since he was in a good mood today, he would give him a choice. Let him plan how he is going to get out of here on his own. Or should he wait for the young man to rip off his arms and legs before he leaves here? Everyone thought it was said in a very lucid and heartfelt way. The girl told the master that he was doing the wrong thing if he wanted to become famous. If he just gives up and puts down his weapon, the girl will leave that weapon to him. The young man said if the young lady did not take action, he would come to her now himself. The young lady said she was waiting for him. The girl drew her sword and prepared to attack the young man. She decided not to let him get close to her. The young man was as calm and confident as ever. The master dodged her blow spectacularly. The girl was angry with him. She couldn't understand where this young man got such powerful strength from. What was going on? The young man thought. Although Brother Gu has a low level, his firm strength of law is not inferior to others. It seems like he will have something to see. The rival who was lying on the ground jumped up and shouted that he was going to his little sister for help. Gu Xuanchen flashed his eyes and said, "If the youngsters are interested, he will play with them now." Master Gu was fighting against two opponents. His companion stood to the side and watched. The elders were watching from above. One said that it was the first time he had seen someone who, in the realm of nirvana, could easily fight one against two. The elder told his interlocutor whether he felt that the power of the laws in the realm of nirvana was familiar to him in some way. The elder said that the power of this law is similar to the teacher's method. If the young man did not join the sect this time, he would suspect that he had already received the teacher's guidance. The teacher said that these young men, who were speaking in twos, were planning to join their sect. If they enroll 4 geniuses at the same time this time, they will get good results in their studies in the future. What 4 geniuses are we talking about? The interlocutor asked. The elder named all 4 candidates. Among them was a dark water wave pattern. He asked if his colleague knew who it was. Another elder said he didn't know who it was. This is the first time he's heard of it. The onlookers were saying to the young man that he was Tianyu who had never been defeated once. At this time, Master Gu continued to flirt with his opponents. He was chasing them around the arena and preventing them from attacking their opponent properly. Master Gu, as he promised them, did not fight his opponents, but flirted with them. He attracted more and more spectators. Eventually, the young man decided it was time for this series to end. And in the future, he probably wanted to go to the Millennium Restaurant. Now, Gu Xuanchen decided that he had to use his techniques and finish off his opponents, especially since the elders had already noticed him. Master Gu tuned in, activated his internal energy, and partially released his demon outside. The brother and sister, seeing how events were unfolding, decided that this could end badly for them. But the young men realized it was too late for them to hide, and they had to endure the fight to the end. This time, they decided to unite and attack their rival at the same time. Nothing good came of it. The young man counterattacked the young men and they fell to the ground. Everyone saw the young men lying defeated and realized that they felt bad. Gu Xuanchen calmly watched their reactions. The young man asked them if they liked this way of performing in front of an audience. After this fight, Gu Xuanchen declared that the troublesome people had left. Now there was nothing stopping them from visiting the restaurant. Master Gu motioned for the young man to enter the restaurant with him. They deserved it. The boy agreed. He was very happy about it. After all, this was what they had come here for. The young man wondered who this brother Gu was, and why his strength was so terrifying, and why he had never heard of this young man. The restaurant manager invited the young men to come inside. The other candidates thought that these young men were very lucky. They were sure that the elders would also come to this restaurant for these guys. The young men walked confidently into the restaurant premises. They were seated at a table for 4. They were not alone at the table. Their neighbors happened to be 2 elders who were watching the fight. They said they had just seen this performance, so they would get right to the point. According to the rules of their sect, each of the young men could choose one of them to be their teacher. The young man said he would like to have his performance evaluated. The elder said that grades in this case are for those who don't have enough talent. These young people certainly don't need it. One of the elders asked the young man if he wanted to become Tianfeng's disciple. Gu Xuanchen said that was what he wanted. The elder held out a pill to the young man and said that it was a top-grade pill that could be considered a gift from his master. After the young man underwent refining, he would be able to reach the early stage of the extreme realm. Gu Xuanchen thanked the elder for such a good gift. Another elder gave his new apprentice a soft armor that should be invulnerable, and he said that it should protect the master from physical pain. The elders told the young men not to get too excited. They are only allowed to enter without examination. There will be no more indulgence from here on. The elder said that in 3 days the young men would join their sect. At that time, a real evaluation would be given to them. From then on, they would perform equally with all the participants. The results of the evaluation would be related to the cultivation resource quota they would use in the sect every month in the future. The young men said they understood perfectly well, and they don't expect any favors. They will do their best to justify the trust placed in them. Gu Xuanchen thought that this was just a small test, but he wasn't serious about it at all. His goal, to uncover the person hiding in this sect and trying to harm him. 3 days passed. The elder announced that there would now be an entrance exam. It will be related to their future status. Therefore, young people should take it seriously and do their best. If they are at the top of the ranking, they will have the opportunity to meet the sect leader and get the best resources for sect development. The young man thought it would be a very troublesome exam. The elder continued, "If someone is at the bottom of the rankings, they will have to wait another 10 years to try to enter here again." One of the candidates asked that the person who is now ranking started 10 years ago in this sect. Another candidate replied to him that the person who would evaluate them had already practiced in that sect 10 years ago. Brother Gu wondered if this sect could create something stronger than the heavenly book of Yin and Yang. Finally, the elders said that the youths could now enter this legendary formation. Those who can avoid the Big Brother's attacks and are the first to pass through the jungle in the teleportation array will be the winners. There is no limit to the means. The only condition is that the fight must not be fatal. The young warriors, one after another, moved through this portal into the jungle. Brother Gu's partner asked him to wait, and they moved together. He promised to keep up. The young people tried to stick together and overcome obstacles together. Suddenly, they heard someone nearby. The young men became alert. Gu Xuanchen stopped and listened. Brother Gu scanned the area. There were 4 people fighting within 5 kilometers. There were 3 more men hiding in the ambush. The young man scanned the area and told his partner about it. He said it was good work. The partner said that Brother Gu is really very smart. Every time he chooses a path, there is no one in front of them. He is a very good warrior. The girl said that her older brother had a really good plan. They decided to follow the 2 young men. If there are any problems ahead, these young men will solve those problems. They will successfully sit on their tails, but they have to be careful not to be discovered. The side hall of the Juxiao sect. The elders watched the progress of the tournament participants through an interactive window. One of the elders asked who the 2 disciples were. It seems as if they sense in advance that there is an ambush ahead. How can they tell? Another elder said that to avoid such a situation, they had specially covered the jungle with a special formation that shielded perception, and in this case, the young people would not benefit from their abilities. The elder said that it is indeed better to avoid such cases. If once or twice young people bypass an ambush, it is a coincidence. But if it works all the time, we should warn ourselves against such cases. One of the teachers noticed that the strength of these young men surpasses that of the Huangchu galaxy. One of the young men's name is Gu Xuanchen. The other of them is called Ye Tianyu. These are the new disciples. The teacher added that Ye Tianyu is quite famous, and it is not surprising that he can avoid all ambushes. However, no one knows the young man Gu Xuanchen. He is a dark horse, or a new rising star. Elder said, "It's been a long time since he's seen disciples with such great potential. This tournament is a good chance to see who is stronger and who is weaker between the young and adult students." The older students reported that they had received a message from the master. They should now adjust their actions. Gu Xuanchen and Ye Tianyu stopped at the edge of the forest. They felt that there might be danger ahead. They had to decide whether to go around it or fight. Brother Gu thought for a moment. He had to choose the only right decision right now, weighing all the possible consequences. Ye Tianyu asked why his brother accelerated so much. He can't catch up with him. What happened ahead of him? The elder, watching through the interactive window, noticed again that the youngsters sensed the ambush. But if the adult disciples started to pursue, a collision could not be avoided. Gu Shenchen understood this as well. Therefore, he was prepared for any development. Brother Gu noticed that the older disciples were trying to intercept them in order to engage in battle. The young man realized that the older disciples were gathering specifically to engage in battle just for them. They are gathering here like flies from all directions. Gu Shenchen realized that a collision could not be avoided. Therefore, he decided to stop to choose the most advantageous position. The partner caught up with our hero and asked him not to leave him alone, because it is easier to cope with obstacles in two. That's what happened. The high school students surrounded the young men and took them in a cordon. The circle was shrinking. Gu Xuanchen decided that he would have to take the fight. The high school students decided that they had caught these young men, and now all they have to do is neutralize them. Yet Tianyu stated that there were only 2 of them, therefore they don't need a big battle. It was unclear why there were so many seniors on the 2 of them. The guy thought that Gu Xuanchen had chosen a very bad route this time, and they were ambushed. The high school students said that without further ado, their job is to beat up young students, who they meet on the road until they can't stand up. If you're sensible young men, you stay where you are and don't cower. We'll beat you up, and it will save everyone time. Another high school student said that the more they beat the young students, the higher their ranking will be, so they can be proud. Ye Tianyu wondered if there were such cruel rules here. Gu Shenchen told his partner that he was not as shameless as these high school students, and would behave himself. One of the seniors approached Gu Xuanchen and gave him a chance to show off his weapons and wrestle. The young man thought that he would act according to the situation. Gu Shenchen grinned and said, "Finally, we can finally demonstrate who can do what." The high school student wondered if this young man really wanted to resist. Gu Shenchen was tired, dialoguing, and grabbed his opponent by the throat. The high school student didn't expect such insolence. At this moment, there was a flash of light coming from Gu Xuanchen. All the high school students who were around squinted their eyes. This was something unbelievable. Everyone screamed, started hiding and trying to escape. Yet Tianyu was also startled by the situation. He was expressing misunderstanding. The elder, seeing all of this through the interactive window, was also amazed at how this force of law could be so powerful. Gu Shenchen thought that this was his favorite trick, a snake and a rat in the same pot. One of the high school students, coming to his senses, thought it was a very arrogant young man. How could this be? This was just an early stage of the extreme realm. And at this level, the young man dared to anger so many high school students. This high school student thought, even if this young man passes the test today, he can't expect a good life in the future in the sect. A high school student decided to take revenge. He wanted to punish Gu Xuanchen in hand-to-hand combat. Our hero, seeing that the high school student kept snorting, showed him the proper technique. Brother Gu activated his fighting skills this time and landed several staggering blows on his opponent. It was so strong that his opponent flew far back. The high school students who were next to them also got hurt. They too were unable to stand on their feet. Gu Shenchen told his opponents that senior grades were still nothing. It seemed that their martial arts skills had gone to the dog's tail. The young man was about to leave the battlefield, believing that he had already proved everything. But some of the high school students still had hopes of keeping him around and not letting him go anywhere. The young man said he would make a statement now, but it would only be one time, where whoever stands in his way, no mercy can be expected. The young man remarked that it was said very lucidly, and all the high school students understood what he meant. The high school students were talking among themselves. They didn't know what to do. If they let these young people go, they will have to wait another 10 years for graduation, because the elders see everything. Here suddenly appeared brother and sister who were following our heroes, and declared that the first place belongs to them. They managed to quickly skip the ambush. The girl shouted out her thanks to Brother Gu for the opportunity. He took the ambush very well. The girl also said that the praying mantis is following the cicada, and the oriole follows it. It was an allegory. Ye Tianyu said that we should pursue these young people, because they are claiming the first place. Brother Gu was very upset. He hadn't counted on someone being able to bypass him. He decided to deal with this ambush quickly so that he could go on his way again. The young man proceeded to quickly neutralize the high school students, so that they would no longer stand in his way. Gu Xuanqin decided that the trash that followed him would be handed over to the elder brothers for consideration. He would take care of it. The young man said if the high school students want to keep their rankings up, they know what they have to do, implying that they need to deal with those brother and sister. The brother and sister were surrounded by high school students. Another allegory. The leopard is so brazen after sitting on the heart of a bear. Now he dares to compare them to insects. The high school students decided to deal with these really. The girl yelled to her brother that they were in a real ambush. The elders wondered more and more how this Gu Xuanchen could be so strong and savvy. Where did he come from? The elder who became our young man's teacher was also very surprised. He became suspicious of his student. He knew that this guy was extremely talented, but he didn't expect him to be so strong in real combat. One of the elders suggested that the young man's attack contained an aura similar to Elder Yunshan's. Maybe this young man came from the heart of the Holy River. The elder thought, if that is the case, then the young man will take his chance. But if the young man doesn't want to talk about it himself, they won't be able to find out anything. All the elders continued to follow the events in the jungle with interest, but the map was no longer showing anything. The elder asked where they might be. His colleague replied that the elders had gone to the exit and were waiting for student Gu, so they could rob him later. This kind of answer did not satisfy Brother Gu's teacher. Summarizing and grading, everyone is waiting for the candidates on the platform. Gu Xuanchen and Ye Tianyu appeared from the jungle. The judge announced that the first place winner was Gu Xuanchen and the second place winner was Ye Tianyu. The young man congratulated his partner and said that he deserved the first place. He added that now they have a good life ahead of them. The looks of the high school students spoke otherwise. They were aggressive towards these winners. Gu Xuanchen looked at the people around him with surprise. He felt that his victory was well-deserved. Brother Gu was congratulated by the elder and said that he was a talented young man. He was the first person in the sect in the past 10,000 years who had fought with the seniors all the way to the finish line, and offered the young man to come under his wing. He promises privileges twice as much as what his teacher would give him. Another elder came up and offered privileges 5 times as much. It was like an auction. Gu Xuanchen thought that these elders had better stay away from him. Ye Tianyu counted that his partner had received 20 offers. Why doesn't anyone pay attention to him? 78. The young man's teacher came over and told everyone to calm down. He began to disperse the elders who were making an offer to his student, saying that the place was already taken. Gu Xuancheng was told by the master not to listen to these elders. The elder, like a sly fox, approached the young man and said that from now on, whenever he needed resources to improve or a martial arts technique, he would give him everything at any time, and would always answer questions. The other students hearing this became jealous and said it was unfair. They also want to be like this. The elder thought that he had worked very hard to acquire such a talented disciple, and he should not let him be stolen. Gu Shenchen reassured his master and said that he could not worry. He would not betray him. The young man said he would be the most dedicated student. His teacher would have no regrets. The elder excitedly announced that all the students who are discussing grades should come together now. He will make an announcement. A column of people moving along the cliff. Rocks are falling from above. The path on which they are moving is very dangerous. One of the warriors said they've been moving for half an hour. He still doesn't know where the elders are taking them. Another student noticed that it was getting colder with each step. Why did the elders choose this route? Gu Shenchen was thinking about his own things. He didn't engage in conversations with the other disciples. The road was getting harder with every step. It was getting more and more dangerous to go forward. The young man thought that such an ordeal of cold was the first time he had ever had such an ordeal in his life. The expedition decided to take a break. It was getting colder and colder. The warriors still did not understand why they had come here. Gu Xuanchen thought that with his current level of development, he can still constantly feel cold, and he even has to use his strength to resist. Also, he can see that this place is extraordinary. The elder said they had already come. The disciples noticed that they had approached the cave, and the best part was yet to come. The elder said that this cave belonged to their sect. The founder of the sect had once discovered a piece of ice chalcedony in the heart of the mountain. the power of which contained an extremely strong force of law. So he used supreme means to dig out the cave and blessed it with formations. The elder continued, "When warriors enter there and fight the cold air, they can not only display their mental strength, but also gain a new understanding of the way of heaven in the process." A student commented that it was a great place to practice. Another stated that passing his certification had brought him such a great reward, he deserved to be in this cave. The elder said that the power of chalcedony is extremely mysterious. The closer one is to it, the greater its power. The disciples can absorb it according to their abilities, and it will help them in their development. If the disciples feel unwell due to the cold, they should leave the cave immediately. Otherwise, there is a high chance of dying on the spot. The disciples, eager to get into the cave faster, said they had it all figured out. The teacher said that this was not only a reward for the previous round, but also a test to determine their mental strength. The longer the students could stay in the cave, the more points they would get. Ye Tianyu suggested to Brother Gu to have a big battle this time. The elder announced that the magic circle had been activated, and the time went on. The teacher announced for everyone to come in, and the students moved into the cave. It was a mass movement inside the ground, everyone trying to reach the magical chalcedony faster. The young men descended, jumped, and made their way, whoever they could, to the center of the cave. Gu Shenchen used his abilities as well. He saw his target. The young men saw a narrower passage. They moved on with caution. Ahead was a narrow road that was well lit. One of the students decided to look inside. The others followed him. Everyone was curious to see what was inside. Everyone found themselves on a huge platform with magical signs on it. One of the students suggested that it was a special spatially cohesive formation, with deep meaning. One of the students shouted that something had happened to his leg. This student shouted that he could not move. His comrades flew up to him and asked him what had happened to him. Gu Xuanchen realized that there was a reason for all this. We must be prepared. Many of the students suffered the same fate. They couldn't move. Gu Xuanchen tried to stay away from the main group of disciples and assess the situation from the side. His legs were not restrained, and to test this, he jumped high up. The disciples started shouting for Brother Gu to save them. After all, they would all be practicing in the same sect in the future. The young man watched from the sidelines as the students tried to escape the trap. Gu Xuanchen decided that he didn't need to take any action. Yet Tianyu made a different decision. The young man decided to use his knives to free his co-workers from the icy confinement. Some students noticed that they had managed to escape from the ice captivity, and they were very happy about it. Ye Tianyu eventually released all the disciples from the ice captivity. The young man remarked that it was very dangerous. It could have ended badly because of hypothermia. The young man looked back and looked at the results of his work. He liked it. The disciples said that they were helped by Ye Tianyu, who had never been defeated once. One of the warriors noticed that the magic circle was broken. That was the power of chalcedony. The released disciples surrounded Ye Tianyu. They were grateful to him. Ye Tianyu told Brother Gu that he was very cunning. He forced him to act and left. Ye Tianyu thought that he wanted to hide his power, and now everyone knew about his power. One of the students thought it was not worth going any further. The deeper into the cave, the more frightening it became. Maybe we should start practicing here. Some of the students decided to go deeper into the cave, but there were already fewer of them left. Ye Tianyu told his brother that the deeper they go down, the colder it gets. Gu Xuanchen surrounded himself with his internal energy, creating a shell, and it warmed him. Ye Tianyu said that this move is now at the same level as the magic circle, and that's not good. Gu Xuanchen did not reply anything but only stared intently at his partner. Brother Gu realized that there were even more dangerous difficulties ahead, and the temperature would drop even more. A man had to gather all his will in a fist, concentrate, activate his inner resources in order not to freeze. Ye Tianyu asked if Brother Gu was all right. Gu Xuanchen said that he was capable of accomplishing the tasks at hand. The young men saw the magical chalcedony in front of them. Gu Xuanchen and Ye Tianyu walked closer to the crystal. The young men below were gazing at this huge rock that drew all the students to it. Ye Tianyu said that this crystal could carry danger. The young men decided to behave carefully, to avoid getting into trouble. The stone began to emit energy. It was difficult for the boys to move. Gu Xuanchen asked if the stone had any other tricks. Brother Gu gathered his strength and jumped up. The The young man decided to take a closer look at this crystal. It wasn't easy to do. With each step, it became harder and harder to move. The young man was not easily defeated. He had the strength to accomplish the task. Overcoming all the difficulties, Gu Xuanchen had reached this crystal closely. The young man thought he could use an ice axe right now. Ye Tianyu watched his comrade from the side. The young man was very worried about his colleague. He wanted it to be over quickly. The young man noticed that so far everything was going according to plan. The crystal wasn't causing any more problems than they had planned. Ye Tianyu couldn't resist and received a backlash from the crystal. Just a little more and he would fall down. Gu Xuanchen rushed towards his comrade. Brother Gu grabbed his co-worker in his arms. The young man thought he was familiar with the feeling. The young man guessed it was a girl. Gu Xuanchen led his partner away from the magic crystal. Brother Gu put Ye Tianyu in a safe place and didn't know what to do next. He realized that in front of him, a girl. The young man gave the girl a heart-protecting pill to bring her to her senses. The young man said all the issues are important, but are not going to give up their skills. Gu Xuanchen said that he has a good temperament, he likes to fight head-on. Master Gu felt that he had completed the task the elders had set before him. Thanks to being near the magic crystal, the wizard's strength increased significantly, and he's gained tremendous potential, which should help him in the future. The young man declared that this could be achieved by anyone if they had the necessary strength and could accept it. A huge stream of rising energy formed near our hero. It was a natural reaction of the crystal to the presence of the warrior. The young man crossed his fingers, hoping that he would have no further problems, and he lived up to the hopes of his sect. Gu Xuanchen decided that it was time for him to go outside. The magic sword that wanted to attack the young man was ready to attack. The young man was ready to go into defense mode. The magic sword moved to an active attack. Gu Xuanchen said that these gates, shields, would not be able to block him. The young man said it all seemed very naive. The master envisioned a further plan of action, and he was absolutely sure of himself. That mighty weapon swung towards the master, intended to strike him down. Gu Xuanchen coldly watched the further development of the situation. He knew how to be, and this powerful sword could not harm him. The young man noticed the strange glow of 3 dots ahead. They flew straight at the young man. The young man prepared to meet them. Gu Xuanchen thought that the law force contained in the ice chalcedony was extremely cold and exactly like Yin Yang's book. If one were to utilize it to develop one's skills, one would definitely be able to break through to unprecedented heights. The young man turned his attention to his partner, who was no longer hiding the fact that he was a girl. The girl started to regain consciousness and said she was feeling better. Brother Gu thought, although the heart protection pill was used to temporarily protect the heart veins, the power of the chalcedony still damaged the foundation. The young man realized in order to save this man, he had no choice but to take this step. The girl slowly opened her eyes and saw Gu Xuanchen in front of her. The young man said, "Good thing the girl was awake." Gu Xuanchen treated and wrapped the injured arm. He said that this would save the girl some money. The young man remarked that more legs needed to be worked on. The girl screamed and pushed the young man away from her. The young lady told the guy to let her go and not touch her. Gu Xuanchen said that the girl's internal injuries were very serious. If the wounds are not treated in time, she might not be able to hold a sword in the future. The young man added that he wanted to save the girl. The girl said she didn't need any help. She was very proud and tried to be independent. The young man tried to scan the girl but found nothing wrong. She could be trusted. Suddenly she rushed to the young man and hugged him. The young man tried to calm her down and told her that the more she resisted, the harder it would be to heal. If she wanted to get out of the cave faster, she should obey the young man. The girl decided to trust Gu's brother, and he took the treatment into his own hands. Using his magical skills and inner potential, the young man proceeded to treat and heal the wound, which was on her leg. The girl was silent, her cheeks flushed. She understood that it was the right thing to do. After the leg treatment session, the girl approached the young man, stroked his hair, and asked him to close his eyes. The young lady turned away from Gu Xuanchen and began to untie her dress. She had completely forgotten that she was in an ice cave. The girl reminded the young man that he was not allowed to open his eyes, peek, or touch her. Otherwise, even if he saved her, she would never forgive him. The young man said he didn't even intend to do anything like that. The girl asked the young man, in addition to having a blindfold, to also close his eyes. Brother Gu complied, but thought it was unnecessary. The girl changed her clothes, thanked the young man, and told him he could open his eyes. Gu Shunshen asked the girl why she was changing into a man. The girl replied that there has always been a lot of prejudice against women in the world. If you pretend to be a man, you can get rid of a lot of hassle and do a lot of extra work. The girl said her family was small. Her parents had always favored sons over daughters. There was nothing good about it. The girl saw the only way out, to give up her female identity and travel the world as a man. That was the only way out. The young man said that real heroes don't care whether they are men or women. If a person is strong enough, they will always give way. The girl thought, really? If you're a hero, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. The young man said since they hadn't gotten outside yet, the girl would still have to shorten her time with him. Outside, near the cave, the elders and some disciples were waiting for the next batch of candidates to come out of the cave. One of the students shouted that he had broken through to the late extreme stage, and he's pleased with himself. The disciple told his teacher that he had been in the cave for 5 days. He could not bear to stay there any longer. The elders are discussing amongst themselves how long Gu Xuanchen and Ye Tianyu can still survive in this cave. The young man's teacher said, although he is strong in battle, he only has an extreme level of development. In the history of their sect, the record is 12 days. The interlocutor said that the one who lasted 12 days was the current leader of their sect. Well, friends, I don't know about you, but I liked this manhwa. The plot itself is quite interesting and intriguing. So if you liked the video, then subscribe to the channel and write a comment about what you liked. There will be no continuation of this manhwa because there is no translation into English, and I can't write the script.